यो चैट, आई एम लाइव। चलो भाई, आज थोड़ा सा कल 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 प्रग के कोच को कोविड हुआ था भाई, आज घर पे हो गया किसी को। तो मोस्ट लाइकली मुझे भी होगा, बट एनीवेज आई डोंट हैव एनी सिम्टम्स, कुछ ऐसा फील तो नहीं हो रहा मुझे, तो आई एम तो ऑल चिल, और दैट इज ऑल्सो फाइन एक्चुअली, बिकॉज ही इज बीन सिक फॉर अ वाइल। तो आई थिंक इट्स लाइक जो मेन स्टेज सिक होने का वो चला भी गया, सो होपफुली इट्स ऑल फाइन। सो भाई गेम पे फोकस करते हैं, एंड ये सब तो ठीक होता रहेगा। आज भी जीत गया तो मजा आ जाएगा, ये बात तो है यार, ये बात तो है। ज्यादा पी ली क्या? भाई ज्यादा नहीं पी यार, नो वंडर मेरा गला थोड़ा सा थक रहा था भाई ज्यादा। क्यों भाई, क्या हाल है? रेस्ट डे कल है भाई, कल रेस्ट डे है, टुमारो देयर इज अ रेस्ट डे फॉर दिस इवेंट। करण ही वाज सिक फॉर अ वीक एक्चुअली, वो एक हफ्ते से सिक थे। सो आई ऑलरेडी काइंड ऑफ न्यू कि या तो वायरल है या कोविड है, और हमने एक टेस्ट कराया था एक हफ्ता पहले, तो दैट वाज नेगेटिव। तो तब से मैंने फिर आइसोलेशन छोड़ दिया। तो इफ ही हैज इट तो मोस्ट लाइकली आई आल्सो हैव इट, बट मुझे कोई सिम्टम नहीं है बिल्कुल भी। सो कुछ होगा भी तो देखेंगे भाई, फिलहाल तो चिल है। फिलहाल देखो मैं नॉर्मल कॉफी पी रहा हूँ, एंड दैट इज ऑल्सो चिलिंग अराउंड, ही इज ऑल्सो लाफिंग। अलग उनका जो पीक जो अब हिज फीवर वाज लाइक 99.5, सो इट्स नॉट टू मच, तो इट शुड बी फाइन। तो फिलहाल सब ठीक है। तो ये मेरे नॉर्मल गले की हालत है खांसी। एनीवेज, तो चैट कहाँ थे हम? बाय द वे विदित भाई, कल की गेम तो एपिक थी। सो वी हैव e4 e5 knight f3 bishop c4. Okay, so we had this exact setup as black for Vidit yesterday, I think. बिल्कुल सेम सेटअप था, एंड नाउ ही इज प्लेइंग विद white. So क्या वो दोनों कलर से खेल पाएंगे? Yeah, maybe it was a false negative. I think because वो उस टाइम पे पीक बीमार थे, तो उनका पीक बीमारी ऑलरेडी जा चुकी है। सो आई थिंक इट्स लाइक वो नेगेटिव टेस्ट नहीं होगा यार, आई गेस पॉजिटिव टेस्ट नहीं होगा। अरे पवन भाई, थैंक यू, प्रणाम प्रणाम भाई, हम आपके यहाँ पधारे हैं, आज स्ट्रीम करेंगे भाई फिर से। थैंक यू दिलीप भाई। हाँ, 20th को वीडी इज प्लेइंग एजी, टुमारो इज अ रेस्ट डे, एंड 20th को वीडी प्लेस एजी, सो दैट विल बी इंटरेस्टिंग टू फॉलो। टुडे ही इज प्लेइंग एसिपेंको ऑफ कोर्स। नाइट, अरे हाँ, ही कुड प्ले नाइट ए3, बट आई थिंक पहले a4 खेलना पड़ेगा, दैट विल बी इंटरेस्टिंग। हाँ, वो करेंगे डॉक्टर को इंसल्ट यार, बट टू बी ऑनेस्ट ही इज बीन सिक फॉर अ वीक, सो नाउ इट्स गेटिंग बेटर, वो बेटर वाले स्टेज में है। सो आई डोंट थिंक इट शुड बी एनीथिंग सीरियस, एटलीस्ट टच वुड। तो एंटीजन टेस्ट कराया था क्या उसमें? डेड एंटीजन नहीं कराया था यार। या इटालियन। सो लेट्स गो टू कार्लसन्स गेम। बाय द वे, कार्लसन इज प्लेइंग जॉर्डन, एंड जॉर्डन पिछले जीता था, ही केम फर्स्ट इन दिस इवेंट। सो इट्स लाइक ये पहले जीत चुका है लौंडा। तो इट्स वेरी मच पॉसिबल कि कार्लसन विल नॉट टेक हिम सो लाइटली, बट ही विल ट्राई टू विन ऑफ कोर्स। VD playing Carlsen. So VD is playing Carlsen on 28th. He's playing Pragg on 26th. बोलते हैं ना 26 जैन को भाई एक इंडियन तो जरूर जीतेगा। So रिपब्लिक डे को, and I think we have Anish against Vidit on 18th. So day after. कल रेस्ट डे है एंड परसों है। Sorry सौरभ, यूज योर मैसेज SC. Jordan was Carlsen second. Yeah, true. But I think the thing is कि मतलब he knows how strong he is, so he will not take him lightly. That's the point. साकिब भाई, अभी पता नहीं ठीक है कि नहीं है, वो तो पता लग जाएगा। मैंने कल के लिए अपना टेस्ट बुक कर दिया है। Apparently my dad has COVID, अभी पॉजिटिव निकला, तो मैंने अभी भी बुक करा है अपने लिए कल का टेस्ट। तो देखते भाई, टेस्ट में वैसे भी स्कूल में भी फेल ही होते हैं, क्या पता इसमें फेल ही हो जाए। ड्रॉ हो सकता है, ड्रॉ इज पॉसिबल। So, let's go to the game of Pragg now. कुछ खेला नहीं क्या उन्होंने? खेला है। ये क्या है भाई? What the hell is Queen A3? अच्छा, Queen A4 चेक दिया था। ओह, ग्रिनफील्ड है क्या? ग्रिनफील्ड। Okay. I have seen this line. Queen A4 and then you put it on B3 in mostly, but A3 पे गई है I think. Okay. मैग्नस ने कौन सी ओपनिंग खेली आज? पीस में मैग्नस की गेम पे जाएंगे। मैग्नस ने खेला है भाई, जब कुछ नहीं आता तो मजे करेंगे ओपनिंग। आई थिंक ही रियलाइजेस कि जॉर्डन को उसकी सारी प्रेप पता है, सो ही इज प्लेइंग सेइंग समथिंग, यू नो, समथिंग। बाय द वे, ही हैज प्लेड इन द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप एज वेल। ऐसा नहीं है कि उसने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में खेला नहीं है, बट दिस इज ऑफ कोर्स नॉट सो एम्बिशियस। कोविड टेस्ट ड्रॉ कैसे होगा भाई? कुछ भी भाई ड्रॉ नहीं होगा भाई, मतलब हार सकते हैं उसमें। अभी हाँ यार, मतलब टू बी ऑनेस्ट आई काइंड ऑफ सस्पेक्टेड इट, बट कुछ होगा सीरियस तो भाई तब देखेंगे, फिलहाल तो ठीक है। ये आ गए भाई लैग वाले, झेल लो भाई 2 मिनट की। अच्छा लैग सच में है क्या? मुझे मजाक खेल रहा है. सो एनीवेज वी गो टू द गेम ऑफ द चैलेंजेस नाउ. ये क्या है भाई? इतना सारा. अच्छा हाँ, ये है भाई. नो लैग नो. वी गो टू चैलेंजेस. बाय द वे यार, कल एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज हुई. कल मैंने कल सो आई डोंट नो इफ तनिष इज इन द चैट. तो मैंने तनिष को बोला था कि यार शर्ट का साइज वो ऐसे है, तो मतलब ऐसे कैसे चलेगा यार. आपने मुझे मीडियम शर्ट भेजी. तो तनिष को मैंने बोला था कि यार आपने मीडियम शर्ट भेजी है, सागर शाह प्राउड स्टूडेंट की. यार मतलब लाज यार, मतलब बॉडी देखो, मसल मसल है भाई. ऐसे कैसे फिट आएंगे हम? फैमिली पैक है पूरा इन मीडियम. तो मैंने फिर सीधा भाई गाइस, जब आपका कोई प्रोडक्ट खरीदते हो, आपका कोई क्वालिटी अच्छी नहीं होती, आप किसको कॉल करते हो? चैट, हुम डू यू कॉल? बताओ भाई, हुम डू यू कॉल? लेट्स से यू बाय अ प्रोडक्ट, क्वालिटी अच्छी नहीं है, आप किसको कॉल करोगे भाई? यो तनिष भाई क्या हाल है? सो अर्जुन गेम में वी हैव ओके मम्मा. अच्छा, घर में कोई प्रॉब्लम होती है तो ऋषभ जी समय को कॉल करते हैं. कस्टमर केयर, एग्जैक्टली कस्टमर केयर, राइट. तो अब कस्टमर केयर का मुझे पता नहीं, मैं किसको कॉल करूंगा? मैं समय को कॉल कर दिया भाई. तो मैंने समय को कहा भाई यार तुमने शर्ट भिजवाई है, साला साइज तो कम से कम भिजवाया, पहनूं कैसे मैं? मतलब कैसे पहने? तो फिर मैंने उससे बात करी, यार शर्ट ढंग की भिजवाया, कोई मतलब ऐसे मजा नहीं आया कुछ. तो फिर मैंने पूछा कि यार स्ट्रीमिंग क्यों नहीं कर रहा? तो कहता कि यार मैं स्ट्रीमिंग छोड़ चुका हूँ. सो मेरे को लगा मजाक कर रहा है. फिर उसने मेरे साथ लाइक हमने 4-5 गेमें खेली कल. यू कैन चेक इट आउट. कल रात को 4-5 गेमें खेली एंड ही वाज सीरियस यार. मतलब ही इज लाइक कि मतलब मैं स्ट्रीमिंग छोड़ रहा हूँ. सो आई वाज अ बिट सरप्राइज. मतलब शायद उसका प्लान को कि स्टैंड अप वीडियोस डालेगा अब. सो आई एम अ बिट सरप्राइज बाय दैट. उसने बोला था ऐसे, मतलब चैट को हो सके तो ना बताना. मैं बोल रहा हूँ, होपफुली देख नहीं रहा होगा स्ट्रीम भाई. सो आई डोंट नो मैन, मतलब व्हाई इज ही लीविंग स्ट्रीमिंग? आई हैव नो क्लू, बिकॉज आई मीन ही इज द नंबर 1 चेस स्ट्रीमर यार. आई हैव नो क्लू व्हाई इज ही लीविंग. मतलब maybe that makes sense यार. मतलब because it makes sense, because स्टैंड अप वीडियो उसने एक डाली, उसके 8 लाख व्यू आ गए. वहां स्ट्रीमिंग पे साला 4 घंटे बैठे रहो तो 4 लाख व्यू आते हैं. इट काइंड ऑफ मेक्स सेंस यार. हाँ, फेक को मत. मुकेश भाई आई एम नॉट किडिंग भाई. तुम जाके मेरी प्रोफाइल चेक कर लो. हम कल रात को बैठ के आधा घंटा गप्पे मारी हैं समय से. एंड हमने 4 गेमें भी खेली, चारों जीता मैं ऑफकोर्स. ये लो भाई स्क्रिप्टेड. भाई यार मतलब मेरी तबियत खराब है यार. मेरे पेरेंट्स. चलो एनीवेज तुम मत मारो यार, ठीक है. तुम्हें साला कुछ भी बोलो, स्क्रिप्ट कल बोलेंगे भाई सूरज जाग रहा है तो स्क्रिप्टेड. ठीक है चलो, एनीवेज स्क्रिप्टेड बढ़िया. एनीवेज सो वी आर इन अर्जुन्स पोजीशन हियर एंड वी कम टू दिस पोजीशन आफ्टर d5. यूजुअली ब्लैक प्लेस a5 हियर आई थिंक, because you don't want white to gain space, because यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम आती है. So that's why knight e1 very good. White wants to exchange this bishop because ये bishop की attacking piece है and now bishop d7 played by black. ये रिवर्स. ऋषभ भाई यार मैं इतना बड़ा आदमी नहीं हूँ भाई कि मेरे को समय अपनी चीजें बताएगा. ऑनेस्टली उसने सिर्फ ये बोला कि ही इज प्रॉब्ली लेफ्ट स्ट्रीमिंग. मतलब कभी मन करेगा आगे तो करेगा वो, बट फॉर नाउ ही इज लेफ्ट स्ट्रीमिंग. उसने मुझे इतना बोला तो बता रहा हूँ. Why is Anish Indian? भाई यार come on यार. Why is Anish Indian? Because he is. I mean, it's a fact, well-known fact. So let's go to the game of Surya Sekhar Ganguly. Oh भाई, अच्छा ये वो निम्जो वाली लाइन है क्या? हाँ, ये I think we saw it in Vidit against Kraken against Vidit में. नहीं sorry, Caruana against Vidit में हमने यही गेम देखी थी. I think same opening, right? In the world rapid and blitz. Yeah, same opening थी. True. Yeah, we saw this exact same position. Although 96 I think was not played there. What a coincidence. We both are Kashmiri. We both live in Faida. And my father and your father are both COVID positive. Ishan, but unfortunately, most probably I would also be positive now because जब से उनका पहला नेगेटिव टेस्ट आया था तो मैंने आइसोलेशन छोड़ दिया. So that is the issue there. तो most probably मैं भी पॉजिटिव ही होऊंगा. I don't have any symptoms as of now, but my mom does. और मैं मॉम के पूरा टच में हूँ. सो दैट मीन्स कि मेरे को भी होगा मोस्ट लाइकली. बट सो फार इट फील्स नॉर्मल. कुछ लग तो नहीं रहा मुझे. इतना 2 साल से स्ट्रगल किया भाई, आखिर में जाके लग गया. बताओ यार. चलो ऑन द प्लस साइड आई कैन नाउ प्ले चेस टूर्नामेंट्स विदाउट स्ट्रेस. दैट्स अ प्लस पॉइंट है जब भी होगा. कंग्रेचुलेशंस भाई. कंग्रेचुलेशंस क्या है भाई? गेट अ सेल्फ टेस्ट डन. यार नहीं मैंने कल के लिए बुक कर लिया टेस्ट. हाँ मैंने कल के लिए बुक कर लिया है, कल 10 बजे के लिए. कितने साल से खेल रहे हो भाई? मैं खेल रहा हूँ यार 6 साल हो गए. कुछ मामास बॉय नहीं यार. मतलब घर पे फैमिली उनके आसपास तो जाओगे. समय ओपी कांग्रेट्स दो. समय ओपी क्यों भाई? मतलब वाई कांग्रेट्स फॉर दैट? आई डोंट नो. आई डोंट नो मैन, मतलब लाइक जब समय स्ट्रीम करता तभी ट्रेंड होती है यार चेस, तो आई एम अ बिट डिसअपॉइंटेड कि ही इज नॉट स्ट्रीमिंग। टिकू भाई लेट हो गए भाई, तुम लेट हो गए साथ में भाई, हम तो टाइम पे। ममोज भाई हुए भी तो क्या हुआ, वो बात भी सही है भाई, वो भी सही है, दैट्स आल्सो ट्रू। भाई कांग्रेट्स किस बात का लिख रहे हो भाई, कोविड हुआ इसमें कांग्रेट्स किया भाई अभी भी कंफर्म नहीं है वैसे तो। आरआईपी वाले को टाइम आउट देते, रुको भाई एक सेकंड, ऐसी किसी को देने का मन कर रहा है ये बंदा डार्क ह्यूमर, आई डोंट लाइक चैट, सो आई विल गिव हिम अ टाइम आउट, मस्त तक टाइम आउट। सबका कटेगा, अरे भाई कटेगा क्या? सो एनीवेज चैट, सो लेट्स गो टू द मास्टर सेक्शन अगेन एंड आप समय के सब बैठे टिक्कू हो? हाँ भाई वही हूँ यार, वहां मैं बहुत मिलता था। समय नॉट स्ट्रीम फॉर 1 मंथ विल ही, देवर मैंने ये नहीं बोला कभी नहीं करेगा लाइफ में, उसने मुझे इतना बोला कि यार उसके प्लान्स नहीं है अभी कोई स्ट्रीम करने के फॉर द नेक्स्ट फ्यू मंथ्स, तो वो वीडियो डालने का प्लान कर रहा है। तो आई थिंक जहां तक मुझे समझ में आया, ही वांटेड टू डू लाइक, मतलब बोलते हैं ना वो स्टैंड अप पे ज्यादा फोकस करेगा। एंड टू बी ऑनेस्ट इट मेक्स सेंस मैन, 8 लाख व्यूज आ रहे हैं एक वीडियो पे, वाई वुड यू बॉदर स्ट्रीम, लाइक अब 4 घंटा स्ट्रीम करो साला, फिर तुम्हें वो उसमें भी साला पूरा बोलते हैं ना लैग हो जाए तो चैट तुम्हारी मार ले। एक वीडियो डालो 2 मिनट की, साला 8 लाख व्यू, वेरी इजी राइट। बुढ़े लोगों को डार्क ह्यूमर पसंद नहीं होता, प्रियदर्शनी यार, आई एम श्योर योर पेरेंट्स डोंट लाइक इट, बट या आई मीन दैट्स ट्रू। 5 played 12 bishop g5, okay let me check, okay not something surprising, I mean that makes sense, you want to control d5 yeah। सागा भाई को कॉल किया क्या? फिर सागा भाई को कॉल क्यों करूंगा यार, सागा भाई को कॉल क्यों करूंगा? समय नंबर रिफंड चाहिए, राशि उसको कांटेक्ट करना भाई, फॉर श्योर you can contact him for a refund. Anyway chat, let's go to VD's game. I think this is the most critical game for today, and let's follow this game now. So we have almost the exact same position जो पहले था। So after c3 d6 castles, h6 is very important because आपने थोड़ा सा टाइम वेस्ट किया है, now your bishop cannot go back, so better to avoid this। and after rook e1 castles, it's white to play, and by the way Vidit has the white pieces, so I really hope he can win this। अगर वो ये जीत जाएगा ना तो he'll be like you know one of the favorites to win the tournament। Vidit and Anish laughing continuously, huge controversy, क्या बात कर रहे हो, कुछ भी laughing में भी controversy होती है क्या? They were then not for now at least, I mean जहां तक मुझे समझ अभी तो नहीं है at least। आप इतने सही बंदे हो यार, वाह यार, थैंक्स यार। विनोद इज क्रिंज, भाई विनोद कौन है भाई? विनोद किसके चाचा का नाम है, बता दो भाई, कौन चाचा का प्रमोशन कर रहा है यहाँ पे? बिकॉज ही लव्स अस नॉट व्यूज। अरे भाई बट देखो ना यार, 2 साल से स्ट्रीम कर रहा है लौंडा, 1 मिलियन पहुंचा नहीं, तो मे बी ही वांट्स टू गेट टू 1 मिलियन। आई मीन आई डोंट नो मैन, तुम मुझ पे इल्जाम लगाओ कुछ उल्टा बोल दूंगा तो छोड़ो यार, तुम देख लो भाई, जो मुझे पता है वो मैंने बोल दिया। एनीवेज यू कैन ऑल्सो मेक चेस स्ट्रीम्स पॉपुलर, आई वॉच योर स्ट्रीम्स वेरी मच, थैंक्स वायरल भाई, मुझे भी वायरल हो रखा है वैसे तो। भाई समय वाली न्यूज सच, देवेंद्र भाई go to my account, check my profiles, I played 4 games against him yesterday भाई, और ज्यादा मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा बस। okay anyways let's move on भाई, इसको इतना बड़ा वो नहीं है। अगर आपकी बात झूठ निकली तो अनसब कर देना भाई, अनसब एंजॉय करो भाई, अब इतना भरोसा नहीं होता अभी अनसब कर दो भाई, नहीं चाहिए भाई, तुम अभी अर्पित भाई तुम अभी कर दो अनसब। ट्विच पे चेस स्ट्रीम करेगा, वहां वो हो सकता है ट्विच पे कर ले भाई, उसने यूट्यूब का मुझे बताया, ट्विच का नहीं पता। एनीवेज समय के दामाद हो क्या है? स्लो मोड, हाँ यार आई थिंक इट्स टाइम फॉर स्लो मोड दो, करेक्ट देयर। सो चैट लेट्स गो टू द गेम। बाय द वे चैट आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू, यहाँ पे कितने लोग e4 खेलते हैं, कितने लोग d4 खेलते हैं चैट बताओ। तो इफ यू प्ले e4 लिखो, इफ यू प्ले d4 लिखो, बताओ भाई। भाई अदरक वाली चाय और कचौरी भिजवा दूं खुश अरे भाई ये तो बढ़िया है यार, मतलब रिटर्न बर्थडे गिफ्ट की तरह, रिटर्न बर्थडे गिफ्ट वैसे ही रिटर्न समोसे, बढ़िया यार। e4 या सो ये सिर्फ d4 वाले के लिए क्वेश्चन है, सिर्फ d4 वालों के लिए, ठीक है। पहले आप बिशप डेवलप करोगे या नाइट, बताओ चैट, बिशप या नाइट, जस्ट कंफर्मिंग, d4 वालों के लिए क्वेश्चन है। e4 वालों को तो पता होगा यार, ऑफ कोर्स। Dubov caught in Fabi's prep, okay let's see। नाइट बिशप नाइट h3 लिख रहा है कोई, बढ़िया भाई, B3, अरे वाह 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 भाई, AD fans in the chat say B3. So knight chat, chat? always knight chat. So basically you play knight D2, knight F1, knight G3 or knight E3. Usually, it's not that this is not a good move. This is also possible. But ये हम खेलते हैं when we are beginners. We learn कि हमें bishop यहाँ खेलना चाहिए, black bishop B6 खेलेगा, and we don't capture this way, ये दो he doesn't capture this way, या whatever it is. But usually for more ambitious play, we play knight D2, knight F1, knight G3, keeping this bishop flexible. We later on will play A4, B4, gain space on the queen side, and then we can decide later on कि इस bishop का क्या करना है. ये हमारा, अगर आपके घर में 4 बच्चे हैं तो आखिरी बच्चा जो बचता है ना, जो अभी नालायक होता है, वो कहीं लगा नहीं होता जॉब में, मेरी तरह, तो ये बिशप वो बिशप है, इसको लास्ट में अपन डालेंगे जॉब में. दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. तो नाइट्स बिफोर बिशप्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. Why don't players play both? They do, Kalpit, they do. Vidit को देख लो यार, he played D4 in 2 games, now he has played E4. They do play both. भाई मैं भी था डिस्कॉर्ड पे, कल जनता को झूठ बोल रहे हो. डिस्कॉर्ड पे थोड़ी बात हुई थी भाई, फोन पे बात हुई थी मेरी. एनीवे यार, कम ऑन यार, एनीवे छोड़ो. ये डिस्कशन नहीं करना मुझे. अब तुम मुझ पे ही शक करोगे यार, मेरे तो शरीफ बंदे पे, और मैं क्या बोल सकता हूँ. एसिपेंको, निहाल, फिरोजा में से बेस्ट कौन है यार? ऑफ कोर्स फिरोजा. आई मीन फिरोजा इज लाइक वर्ल्ड नंबर 2 राइट नाउ. देयर इज नो डाउट. वी D4 है तो नाइट डेवलप करेगा. सौरभ भाई, नाइट तो हर कोई करेगा आई थिंक, रिगार्डलेस ऑफ D4 हो या E4 हो. मुझे यूएस के नंबर से व्हाट्सएप मैसेज क्यों आ रहे हैं भाई? ये कोई स्कैम ही होगा. कोई स्कैम ही होगा ऑफ कोर्स भाई, एज यूजुअल. कोई स्कैम नंबर होगा, डिलीट कर देते हैं सीधा. ये व्हाट्सएप नंबर मेरा कहाँ लीक हो गया यार? पता नहीं कहाँ से मैसेज आ रहे हैं मुझे आजकल. कभी पाकिस्तान से कोई व्हाट्सएप मैसेज आता है, कभी अब यूएस से आया कोई स्कैम नंबर. कौन है भाई? एक से नंबर लीक कर दिया मेरा. नंबर चेंज करना पड़ेगा लगता है मुझे. माई चेसकॉम आईडी इज क्रेजी मार्शिन. चेक कर लो भाई, जाके चेक कर लो. फिडे कॉलिंग फॉर समोसा भाई, हो सकता है फिडे वालों ने हैकर हायर किया हो, इसने हमारी पब्लिक की बेइज्जती करी, हम इसको नहीं छोड़ेगा. ओ बाय द वे, एसटी प्लेड बाय वीडी, सो प्लेइंग इट वेरी सेफ. भाई संभल के रहना, मेरा डिस्कॉर्ड हैक हो गया था. हाँ भाई, ऐसे मैं कुछ भी स्पैम खुलता नहीं हूँ भाई. आई एम वेरी प्रो एट दिस. सावधान रहें, सतर्क रहें. एग्जैक्टली. Vidit mostly plays D4. Yeah, sure, that's true, bhai, that's true. But I think against Esipenko, he has played one E4 with some particular idea in mind. FBI is calling समय का झूठ. नहीं भाई रंजी भाई, मैं झूठ नहीं बोलता यार. एक मूवी भी थी. VD is playing against Esipenko chat, and I think if VD wins today, तो भाई मतलब पार्टी ही पार्टी. ओके, पार्टी मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगा, बट बाकी तो कर सकते हैं. VD चाइनीज क्यों है? VD चाइनीज कब से हो गया भाई? It's damn cold here, अरे राज भाई, it's damn cold here as well. You played a game with 90% accuracy against Samay. Yeah, they were. I did not check the accuracy, but I was stunned by what he said. So, Sanda, हैं? Hey Alphys भाई, क्या हाल है? बढ़िया हूँ. प्रतीक भाई कैसे हो? Today USSR. अच्छा, अनीश का नाम के आगे इंडियन फ्लैग. आयुष्मान, he is Indian, don't you know? Really? Don't you know he's Indian? What? I mean, we gave him Indian citizenship on the stream itself. Why is Samay's channel stuck? Because he is left streaming. Isn't Fide Russian? Yeah, Fide is mostly composed of Russian. I would say it's mostly under Russian control. I would say mostly. अब नंबर चेंज कर लिया तो ये वाला तो भाई अभी नहीं यार, अभी चेंज करूंगा तब दूंगा ना यार. अमन इन द चैट. ओहो भाई, पधारे अमन जी, प्रणाम, वेलकम. So chat, let's go to other games. Let's go to other games. We go to Pragg's game now. After Queen A3, C5. And by the way, chat, I have a question for you. Is this a good move? Should we win the pawn? बताओ भाई. अनीश गिरी इन द चैट. बढ़िया करण भाई. वो वहां पे उसका डुप्लीकेट खेल रहा है क्या फिर? उसका जुड़वा हुआ, वो बचपन में वो मेले में खोआ हुआ भाई. बताओ, गुड और बैड? Good, very good. It's a really bad move. I meant very good. You said no. It's a bad move. Because first of all, it spoils your pawn structure. Second, you open up your black's bishop. Center solid rakho, it's really important. And bishop e2 played, Pragg simply develops. And now b6 by black, so he defends his pawn. So well done, yeah. Chat position is strong, यार. अच्छा सिखाया मैंने यार, not bad. Pat on the back. Oh sorry, pat on the back. भाई आज मैं अनीश की सब बैक के लिए सिलेक्ट हो गया. अरे वाह वाह भाई, congratulations. आप आज हारने के लिए भाई तैयार है ना? Anish is not Indian. I argue he is. From the heart he is. व्हाट इज फिडेज नेटवर्क? फिडे कोई प्राइवेट मतलब वो नहीं है यार कि नेटवर्थ बताएंगे, कोई स्टार्टअप नहीं है फिडे, अनफॉर्चुनेटली या फॉर्चुनेटली, आई डोंट नो। ये श्रीनाथ पे समोसे हटा दो, खाने का मन कर रहा है। अरे भाई मन करना चाहिए ना, तभी तो लाइक करोगे। ओ सो प्रग प्लेज H4, ही इज अटैकिंग भाई, ही प्लेज H4। सो प्रग कह रहा है भाई हमें किंग दो, किंग। व्हाट इज योर नेटवर्थ? सो माय नेटवर्थ इज, जो भी कभी भी बाई चांस नेक्स्ट सुपर चैनल पे आएगी उसको मल्टीप्लाई बाय 5 कर देना, दैट्स माय नेटवर्थ भाई। इज विदित नॉट प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर टुडेज मैच, हिज टाइम? ओके लेट मी चेक हिज टाइम बाय द वे। It's not like he's not prepared. I think it's just that इस पोजीशन में क्या है, रिपेयर करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, बिकॉज मूव ऑर्डर्स बहुत है। ब्लैक कुड प्ले H6 फर्स्ट, he could play D6 first, he could play bishop to E7, bishop to C5, he could play knight to E7, knight to F6, he could delay castling. So it's like move orders बहुत different सारे हैं, so it's like मतलब you want to take your time यार, यहाँ पे कोई जल्दी नहीं करनी हमें। चेसेस इंडिया ने सिखाया है, तुमने नहीं? जिसने भी सिखाया भाई, जिसने भी सिखाया यार बुरा क्यों मान रहे हैं ऐसे तुम, जिसने भी सिखाया हो। समय इज लीविंग स्ट्रीमिंग एंड ही टोल्ड यू अबाउट इट, वी नो यू विल नेवर डिस्क्लोज इट ऑन स्ट्रीम विदाउट हिम। शोएब भाई नहीं, मैंने उससे पूछा था यार एक्चुअली, द ओनली थिंग इज कि मतलब ही वाज लाइक यार ठीक है, मतलब ऐसे ही वाज लाइक फर्क नहीं पड़ता उसको, तो दैट्स व्हाई आई टोल्ड यू। नेटवर्थ इंक्रीज्ड, अरे थैंक्स फॉर फोन भाई, सो दैट्स नेटवर्थ भाई, 1000 into 5 कर लो भाई, दैट्स माय नेटवर्थ। जो पूछा था भाई, थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई फॉर द सुपर चैट, मींस अ लॉट भाई। जैसे फॉर शार्क टैंक इंडिया, अरे भाई explain bishop b6 by Esipenko. Yeah, so chat, bishop b6 का देखो, white has played c3 and d4, ठीक है, that's really important. So this c3 move, d3 का point तो obvious है, you allow knight d2, delay the bishop and so on. c3 का idea, you prevent knight d4, bishop d4, you prepare d4 long term, ठीक है. And another idea is to play b4. Sometimes we cannot play d4 immediately because if you play, for example, d4, black can take, and sometimes, you know, either capture on e4, let's say knight takes e4, rook takes e4 and play d5, and black equalizes immediately. So white says ठीक है यार, हम जल्दी नहीं करेंगे, हम वेट करेंगे black की गलती करने का. So sometimes white can play b4 instead to gain some space. That's very important. So because of that move, black plays bishop b6 first, ताकि वो b4 के लिए पहले से preempt कर ले, वो आना ही है, चाहे d4 हो या b4 हो, जो भी हो, इनमें से एक ना एक मूव कभी ना कभी आएगी, and he wants to preempt it like prophylaxis उसके against. Tell us stories of 1990 कश्मीर. अरे भाई मैं बता चुका हूँ यार अपने पेरेंट्स की, मैं वहां पे नहीं था, लेकिन why समय कुछ स्ट्रीमिंग, I don't know यार, मुझे नहीं पता यार. Why don't you collab with Sagar भाई? Aishman, I mean, of course I would love to, but I don't think there's any benefit to Sagar भाई, not much at least. I mean, 4 सब्सक्राइबर्स जिसके होते हैं उसका उतना बेनिफिट होता नहीं है, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई मीन आई डोंट नो, मैंने कभी किसी को ऐसे बोला नहीं है यार कि आप मेरे को चैनल पे बुलाओ या आप मेरे चैनल पे आ जाओ. अनीश ड्रू, व्हाट? Okay, I'm surprised by that. Okay. Apparently, this is a drawing line which I am not aware about. Very interesting. I did not know about this line. Because यहाँ पे I would of course play the normal move Queen D2. But I have not seen this line before. So very interesting, yeah. Good to know about this. कभी कोई norm का chance हो and you have this position, opponent Grunfeld खेलता है, you can always play this. Very interesting choice. Okay, I mean it's okay. I mean if let's say Kadakin wanted a draw, Anish is black, yeah, so he takes the draw. उसमें कोई doubt नहीं है. If you're black, you get a draw, you take the draw. That's very important. So white has the one who had to choose here कि draw करना है कि नहीं. Have you watched the Saga Shah talking about Shark Tank? I have not seen it, Tanish, but I actually saw a bit of the stream, so I've probably seen that part. Will tournament जीत गया, then you have to push for IM. Empress, I'll push for IM anyway. अब तो most probably COVID भी हो ही गया 99%. So अगर ठीक हो गया मैं भाई, अगर चैनल चलता रहा भाई आज से 20 दिन बाद तो होपफुली IM भी बन जाएंगे. So स्कोर पर आते हैं यार. I think this is not required. Let me remove this. This is not required. हाँ, इसको हटाते. पता मैंने क्यों रखा हुआ था, भूल गया. So आप कश्मीर से हो क्या? कश्मीर से टेक्निकली मेरे पेरेंट्स है, सो हाँ टेक्निकली यस. पब्लिक समय को अनसब्सक्राइब करने लग गई, आप सच्ची बोल दो भाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है भाई. मैं फैक्ट बता रहा हूँ, तुम्हें अनसब्सक्राइब मुझे करना है, उसको करना है, किसको करना है, वो तुम्हारे ऊपर है. वो वीडियो जरूर डालेगा यार. ही माइट पुट आउट सम वीडियोस, सो यू कैन स्टिल फॉलो हिम. Why draw black is okay. Pawan, because usually what happens is in top level chess, and this is to everyone actually, हमारे लेवल पे इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता because we make a lot of mistakes. टॉप लेवल पे क्या होता है, they don't make a lot of mistakes at all. So बिल्कुल हल्की फुल्की जो मिस्टेक्स होती है ना वो पकड़नी पड़ती है. एंड वाइट, एज वी डिस्कस यस्टरडे, कि वाइट के पास स्टार्टिंग में एज होती है बिकॉज ही मूव्स फर्स्ट. सो पहला काम ब्लैक का होता है इक्वलाइज करना. इक्वलाइज करने का मतलब सारे पीस डेवलप करना एंड विदाउट गिविंग एनी एडवांटेज टू ब्लैक वाइट, चाहे वो स्पेस एडवांटेज हो या एक्टिव पीस प्ले हो, व्हाटएवर इट इज. अजीत भाई थैंक्स फॉर 1001.69. ये मुझे लग रहा है एक पहले थोड़ा सा बिछड़ा हुआ कपल था, दो बच्चे आ गए बीच में, बट वो सपने किसी और चीज के देख रहे हैं. सो थैंक्स अर्षित भाई फॉर द चैट, मींस अ लॉट भाई, थैंक्स अ लॉट. इसलिए चैट बच्चे लेट करो, दैट्स माय सजेशन. एनीवेज थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई, मींस अ लॉट. सो दैट्स व्हाई ब्लैक का आइडिया है पहले इक्वलाइज करने का, टू डेवलप पीसेस विदाउट क्रिएटिंग एनी प्रॉब्लम्स. सो इफ व्हाइट इज रेडी टू टेक अ ड्रॉ, इट्स ऑसम फॉर ब्लैक बिकॉज ब्लैक ने इक्वलाइज इमीडिएटली कर दिया. सो ब्लैक को कई बार 15-20 मूव फाइट करना पड़ता है इक्वलाइज करने के लिए, कई बार 25 मूव फाइट करना पड़ता है इक्वलाइज करने के लिए. यहाँ पे लिटरली उसको 10 मूव में ड्रॉ मिल गया, तो ब्लैक के लिए परफेक्ट है. सो इन टॉप लेवल चेस अ ड्रॉ विद ब्लैक इज रियली गुड बिकॉज इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू इक्वलाइज विद ब्लैक, एंड इफ यू गेट इन इक्वलाइजेशन सो क्विकली यू टेक इट. सो black can easily equalize if white plays London. Yes, but if you are a London player, you have so much more experience, you can outplay him in the middle game. Anyway, so let's go to the game of Vidit. Why not d4? I mentioned this, yeah. Yeah, he plays a4. So chat, the idea is obvious, yeah. You want to go b4, a5 and so on. And a4 is just gaining space on the queen side. Long rest day for Anish. Yeah, that's true. Actually, kal bhi hai, aaj bhi hai. But I think Anish's point of view it was not a problem because he was black, so you take the draw. I think Caruana was the guy who was not probably most ambitious. Pawan has to deserve 50% stake in this channel. Bhai, that's kind of true, bhai. That's kind of true. मेरे को चैनल के शेयर्स खरीदने हैं. अरे मैं करता हूँ भाई स्टार्टअप चेस असिस्ट. भाई मेरे पास एक आइडिया एक्चुअली है, आई एम नॉट किडिंग, आई हैव एन आइडिया जो मैं स्ट्रीम पे ऑफ कोर्स रिवील नहीं करूंगा. मैं प्रणाली से डिस्कस कर ही रहा था एक चीज के बारे में. अगर कुछ लगेगा मुझे इफ इट्स वायबल तो मैं करूंगा भाई. लेट्स सी. कुछ आइडिया तो है मेरे पास कुछ स्टार्ट करने का चेस में. एनीवेज, instead of h3, okay. Okay, in this position again the same. I mean, you could have gone for this, but thing is, it's like, okay, I go bishop b6. Now what? You don't want to play d5 because your bishop will be blocked then, and if you take, I take. What's the issue? So yeah, and now black will play rook e8 next, and he will put pressure on e4, and it's not easy to defend. Yeah, if you go knight d2, then d4 hangs. If you take on e5, then black is absolutely fine. Yeah, so it's not so effective. Down ही यार, down ही एक वेबसाइट बनाने का आइडिया है which solves a particular purpose. बताऊंगा बाद में. So फिलहाल a5, knight d2, knight e7, and we have this position. So usually white will bring the knight to g3, and black भी वही करेगा. वो कहेगा तूने लाया मैं भी लाऊंगा, मैं क्यों पीछे रहूंगा भाई. वो चीज है. यो अनीश नायक भाई, आज की सब बैटल हो रही है आपकी, मैंने सुना है. NFTs नहीं भाई स्कैम रन नहीं करने. स्कैम रन नहीं करने चैट. I have an idea. मेरा आइडिया मुझे एक्चुअली ये it came to me I think in February 2020, but then फिर पैंडेमिक आ गया, so we could not do it. दाव तो समय बना रहा है भाई. Pragg drew what? कुछ भी, ये तो पक्का स्कैम है 110%. Let me check. Of course scam है. Anyway, कार्लसन की गेम देखते हैं क्या चलता है कार्लसन की गेम में. So after c4, c6, c3, bishop b4, bishop b7, knight d7, e3. This is the position, very solid because black's bishop is out of the pawn chain. This is out of the pawn chain, and so it feels like a position jahan pe black is equalized almost. This is equalization. If you want to see equalization, this is kind of a symbol. Black has developed all his pieces. His rooks are almost about to ready to be connected. None of his pieces are really bad. White does not have a space edge. I mean, he has an extra pawn in the center, but not by much. So it feels like black is almost equalized, I would say. एक बार queen develop हो जाएगी, तो it will be equalization. अरे भाई thanks for the chat भाई. 20.69. 69 बहुत हो रहा है भाई यार. आजकल chat किस मूड में है? A question for you, not into chess. How do you get the motivation for the first stream? Pawan bhai, if anybody of you is thinking about streaming, I think one thing is really important. You really need to love what you're doing, because I just love the game. So let's say if I was not streaming this game, I would be actually looking at the games myself, maybe on my phone or laptop, or analyzing them in some way or the other. So it's like I would be involved in any way. That's what I feel. So starting जो 1000 subscriber होते हैं ना, that's so difficult to get because there's nobody who's going to help you out. So 1000, 2000, 5000 में at least. So I would say कि if you do something you love, then it becomes like it's like a hobby. Always treat it as a hobby at first, and then you see where it goes. तो पहली स्ट्रीम के लिए I would say just do it. मुझे पहली स्ट्रीम में मेरी 0 वॉचिंग थी. So it's like nobody is watching you. That's the best part. Nobody is watching you. So you can enjoy it totally. There's no issue because nobody on the planet is watching you. You can go wrong. Camera can go to hell. You know, everything can go wrong. Nobody cares because nobody is watching you. That's the best part. You have enough time to figure out what is going wrong. Alright, thanks a lot for the super chat. Hug and Cradle. Array, I like your username. Your commentary, interaction chat, really amazing. Thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks a lot. Is Giri Indian? Yes, we gave him Indian citizenship, online Indian citizenship on the stream itself, on day 1. So chat, let's go to VD's game now. So nothing has happened since then. Black has played 97. I think next moves are very obvious. Knight F1, Knight G3. Maybe Bishop goes back. You can also try Bishop A2 and Knight C4. That's also a maneuver. I can't decide on which game to play. Pavan, then you need to figure out, go back to your childhood and see कि क्या games पसंद थी. And then you can move through that path and choose the game. And I would say Twitch पे stream मत करना. Stream on YouTube because there's a chance that it can actually, the algorithm might favor you. Twitch पे there's no way to grow the channel. कुछ tips होंगी तो I can surely connect with you man at some point after I recover from COVID now. अरे यार अजीब लग रहा है. It feels weird कि I might be COVID positive. 2 साल से बचा रहा है यार. Shit. दिल्ली जी अपन खेलोगे भाई? अब तो खेलेंगे यार मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली अगर ठीक रहे तो. शो वीडी गेम ही है भाई. ये दिख रहा है ना विदित गुजराती यहाँ पे लिखा है VIDIT विदित. So cancel Dikku Samasa party or NFTs are not scam. I mean, yeah, NFTs are not scam, but most of them are. Are you a BM? Of course, bhai. Of course. I think I have not tested positive. My dad has, but I was in close contact with him, so most probably मेरे को भी होगा. Refreshed है भाई, refreshed है. Let's go to the game of Dubov. I do like Caruana's position, I must say. This move, BA4, I've seen this before, I think, in some theory. Yeah, Sustain, but I hope so too, because even I have no serious symptoms, at least I just have a sore throat, but that's like normal for me from streams. So, CBI turns 6 today. Really? That's nice, yeah, that's nice. So, let's go to this challenger section here. Let's check out Surya's game. Okay, nothing has happened since 96 here, so let's go to Arjun's game. We saw it till Bishop D7, Knight D3, Knight A6. So very important, yeah. You want to go Knight A6 and control C5. There are 2 ways to play the King's Indian. One is you completely focus on the King side. One is you also manage the Queen side. I think that's the way he's choosing here. Knight A6, Bishop G5, H6, Bishop E3. Now ये move हम क्यों खेलते हैं Bishop E3? Because we want to tempt H6 ताकि after a move like Queen D2 we gain a move. So for example, yeah, Black plays B6 and after Queen D2 White gains back the move, so White does not lose a tempo here. And now King H7 played by Black, and now F4. Yesterday, I switched to Sagar commentary after stream lag. I said it will really win. However, I missed your excitement, so I saw that portion in your channel. What a day it was! It was awesome, Venkatesh and Bhai. It was awesome. Yesterday's moments were just amazing, amazing. Chessassist play against Samay. I just played against him yesterday, Bhai, so I did win 4-0, so it's all fine. रोहित भाई अपने पापा से ऐसी बातें नहीं करते भाई, गलत बात, वेरी बैड. जो उन्होंने निकाला उसी से तुम पैदा हो, ऐसे नहीं करते. इट्स नॉट गुड हैबिट्स, नॉट गुड हैबिट्स. यो शशांक भाई क्या हाल है? प्रग का दिखाओ. चलो प्रग का देखते हैं. कोई लिखता है प्रग्गू की गेम देखो. प्रग्गू, अरे प्रग्गू कितना क्यूट नाम है यार. इट्स लाइक सच अ क्यूट नेम फॉर हिम. बड़ा हो जाएगा लौंडा तो भाई प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी यार. So let's go B6, H4, E5. So very important. It's like White plays on the king side and you play in the center. Very important. White plays on the king side, you play in the center. It's really important. Really important. If you waste time, so suddenly comes H5 takes Bishop H6 and suddenly कुछ attack लग सकता है. Because Queen can always come back to C1. It's not far away from the attack. So सिर्फ 2 मूव लगेंगे यहाँ और यहाँ. यहाँ से एक बॉयफ्रेंड से दूसरे बॉयफ्रेंड जाने में ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लगेगा यहाँ पे. So that's why I feel ki black played it really well. But white plays d5, very accurate, closing the center, keeping it closed. वो चाहता नहीं है center खुल जाए और वो attack कर पाए white. And after knight f6, controlling h5. Now white will probably play bishop g5. I do like Pragg's position, I think. Yeah, he played bishop g5. I think he's really doing well in this position. Yeah, a lot of Grunfeld today, Ashwini. Exactly, that's actually true. मैंने आपका सागर शाह सब बैटल वाला देखा था. अरे डी गलत देख लिया आपने. मुझे 1 वीक पहले कोल्ड पॉजिटिव हो गया था. मेरी पहली लाइन यही थी, 2 साल से बचा हुआ था. अरे आरुष भाई एग्जैक्टली यार. इट्स लाइक यू नो, इट्स लाइक आप ओलंपिक्स फाइट कर रहे हो. आप फर्स्ट आ रहे हो और वो आखिरी के लाइन से ना, मतलब 4 कदम पहले आप स्लिप हो गए. आई एम लाइक अबे यार. इतना क्लोज थे भाई, इतना क्लोज थे. व्हाट वाज द रिजल्ट अगेंस्ट समय? I won of course यार. I mean he's strong, but any plans of creating courses on other openings also? Arshit, I have some openings that I like. For example, I do like the Queen's Gambit, जिस पे मैं कोर्स बना सकता हूँ for sure. But it requires some time because उसमें बहुत रिसर्च, अपनी सारी गेम्स, ऑनलाइन गेम्स कंपाइल करनी पड़ती है. सो क्वींस गैम्बिट कुड बी द नेक्स्ट कोर्स दैट विल कम आउट, बट इट टेक सम टाइम बिकॉज अभी तो बहुत इवेंट्स हैं. मैं बचा हूं अभी तक यार, चलाओ मत यार. अभी तक गेम दिखाओ, थोड़ा दिखना क्या? चलो थोड़ा देख लिया, चलो बाय. सो Carlsen game, by the way, black plays knight e4 and again he wants to exchange some pieces. वो पहले ही कह रहा है जब भी तू आएगा तो मैं मार दूंगा, जब भी तू घर से बाहर निकलेगा मैं मार दूंगा. होता नहीं है तुम किसी से पंगे ले लो, फिर वो घर पे आके बाइक पे लेके, तुम्हारे 50 लोग बाइक लेके आ जाते हैं लड़ाई करने. आज ये घर से नहीं जान देंगे, इसको देख लेंगे. वही है, उसे घर पे आके बैठ गए, जैसे ही निकलेगा तो उसको मार देंगे. तो दिस लुक्स लाइक अ मोर ऑफ अ ड्रॉइश पोजीशन टू मी. सो लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ Vidit once more, and he has played bishop b3 now, and I think the idea is knight c4, attacking the bishop, and the bishop unfortunately cannot go to a7. I mean it can, but you'll capture on a5 and you will probably lose the bishop pair at least. So that's the issue. It shows that Samay is rated 68 on Google. Is it true? I don't know, man. I am not his dietitian, unfortunately. I have not met him in person, so I don't know why. It's bold of you to assume that COVID is ending this year. But then I think so it will because it's spreading so fast कि मतलब मैं तो घर से बाहर ही निकला हूँ. मेरे डैड लिटरली इतना बाहर निकलते नहीं है. स्टिल लग गया एंड आई थिंक इफ एवरीबडी गेट्स इट तो खत्म हो जाएगा पेंडेमिक. Yeah, Arshit bhai, I'm also happy to see change with this rating, although he still has to maintain it. Don't trust everything you need on Google. That's true, bhai. I mean, you can only trust in people who organize 3 birthday parties, ताकि you know they can get more and more gifts and more photos. So Google में trust करो भाई, personal relationships में trust करो भाई, very important. Welcome Vivek भाई, कैसे हो यार? प्रभु का ओपोनेंट है अरे भाई ये क्या है भाई? प्रभु का ओपोनेंट ये कैसे हो सकता है भाई? आपको कोरोना है क्या भाई? मुझे कोरोना नहीं है, मेरे डैड को है यार. सो मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली मुझे भी होगा भाई. Can black play rook a6? Now the point is rook a6 makes no sense because that's a very awkward square for the rook. I would rather just play a move like c6 and drop the bishop back to c7 and save my bishop. That makes more sense. Rook a6 is very awkward. I mean, this is like इसको देख के मुझे यार प्रखर हो गई तो सही गेम याद आ गई यार. Not good. We said the same in 2020. Look where we are today. आदित्य भाई, उम्मीद तो दुनिया कायम है भाई. किसी को 2 बार कोरोना हुआ है क्या? ये लो भाई, यहाँ पे हम स्टैटिस्टिक्स चल रहे हैं चैट में. आप हमारे कोच बन सकते हैं क्या? तो मैं क्या बनाऊं अभी भाई? अभी क्या मैं क्लाउन बन के बैठा हूं क्या? मेरी नाक पे वो बना हुआ है क्या अभी? स्ट्रीम होगा कभी हल्का फुल्का यार, कुछ मेरे नेट के नाटक है आजकल. यस, वीडी स्टिल फर्स्ट. फेब 20 के पहले खत्म करो पेंडेमिक, मेरी शादी. यार इतनी जल्दी खत्म नहीं होगी यार, थोड़ा डिले करना पड़ेगा तुम्हें शादी. आई थिंक एक बंदा कह रहा है मुझे 3 बार हो चुका है भाई. ये मतलब क्लाउन असिस्ट नाइस. द मोस्ट अंडररेटेड. भाई अंडररेटेड बोल रहे हो कि ओवररेटेड बोल रहे हो? डराओ मत भाई. So anyway, by the way, black has played c6 and that's very logical. You don't want to give the bishop pair. Bishop has to go to c7. बचाओ, बिशप बचाओ आंदोलन चलाना पड़ेगा मुझे लगता है, बिकॉज लोग सुनते नहीं है. बिशप्स को बचाओ चैट, बिशप्स आर वेरी वैल्यूएबल, डोंट लीव देम ऐसे अलोन. Oh, now he goes knight f1. Interesting. I thought he'll go knight. Okay, maybe he wants to go knight g3 now. d4 खेलेंगे भाई. गौरव भाई d4 ही आइडिया है लॉन्ग टर्म, बट पहले सारे पीसेस डेवलप कर लो. दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. जितने डेवलप कर सकते हो कर लो, उसके बाद हम खेलेंगे d4. ठीक है, पहले पीसेस डेवलप करेंगे. Other than Hikaru and Carlsen, who is the Bonk Cloud master? Other than Suhani and KSM and Vivek, who are the magicians in India? S6 bishop sack. It's not enough. By the way, one thing is very important. अगर किसी भी साइड के पास दो नाइट है ना यहाँ पे, f6 g6 या f3 g3, बिशप h3 या बिशप h6 ऑलमोस्ट नेवर वर्क्स. ये एक थंब रूल याद रख लो कि इट विल एक्सेप्शनल केस में काम करेगा. एक्सेप्शनल केस. अगर एक नाइट है चांसेस अच्छे होते हैं कि काम कर जाए. यू प्ले बिशप e3, क्वीन d2 एंड मार दो. अगर दो नाइट है ना, अगर ये यहां आ जाए, मान लो ऐसे बिशप e3 खेलोगे तो मैं नाइट d6 खेल सकता हूं या व्हाटएवर, तो इट विल ऑलमोस्ट नेवर वर्क. और आ गया नाइट, देखो नाइट आ गया, बोलते ही आ गया. इज लाइक भाई साहिल भाई ने कुछ आइडिया प्लान जल्दी से खेल नाइट d6, तो उसने खेल दिया नाइट d6 एंड नाउ इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल. एरिगाइसी अर्जुन का लास्ट मूव देखो, फाड़ दिया. क्या फाड़ दिया भाई उसने? लेट मी सी. ऐसे क्या फाड़ रहा है भाई वो बोर्ड पे? उसने लास्ट मूव खेला ही नहीं है भाई. क्या फाड़ दिया भाई इसने? कल समय का विनर्स चेस है, स्ट्रीम करोगे. विनर्स चेस क्या होता है यार? मुझे पता नहीं है एक्चुअली, ये चीज मैं सुनी नहीं कभी. भाई जूम लिंक सेंड करो मुझे. आपकी वॉचिंग अभी कम है, मेरे आते ही 10 की हो जाएगी. अनंत भाई आप कौन है भाई? आपका ही मतलब मिस्टर 20 का कोई ऑल्ट अकाउंट तो नहीं? आएगी तो. एनीवे, लेट्स गो टू सूर्याज गेम. भाई सूर्या कुछ हुआ नहीं यार, रुके ही वन हुआ है. आई डू थिंक सूर्या इज अंडर प्रेशर एज ब्लैक बिकॉज किंग थोड़ा सा न्यूड किंग है. बट आई थिंक दिस इज ऑल थ्योरी, सो ही शुड बी फाइन. बट या नाउ बिशप d4 and with these two bishops his opponent should be slightly better and he will face some pressure here for a while. थोड़ा मैनेज करना पड़ेगा मतलब. By the way chat, Vivek has reached 1800. Can you believe it? Like Vivek Desai has reached 1800. So he is higher than Samay and probably Pragg as well right now. भाई imagine करो भाई, imagine करो. I was like, मैंने कल देखा, I was like, what the hell is going on in this world? मुझे मतलब I could not believe it. Literally remembered make भाई वो क्या ही था. I think बिस्वा का और वो तन्मय भाई का दोनों के जो वो थे ना, मतलब anthems, they were so sexy भाई. इतना epic थे ना. Like मतलब the only thing was कि मतलब I was like यार मतलब कितना epic बनाया, बहुत सही. COB की तैयारी, I don't know COB कब होगा. As I mentioned, Samay is left streaming, so I don't really know. But yeah, Vivek is 1800. Imagine we're taking revenge on Pragg for COB 5. अरे नाइस, yeah, should be a comedian भाई. You should also join COB. कौन था यार ये? Vedant Nayak should definitely try to be a comedian भाई. It will work. Vivek Desai will become next VD. Oh हो भाई, इतनी तारीफें. Sahil should play in COB and destroy everyone. अरे नहीं भाई, that will not work भाई. Only comedians like Vedant. Best symmetry award for Vidit. अरे हाँ भाई, पूरा symmetrical है भाई, पूरा symmetrical. I did not notice. Thanks for letting me know by the way. He played knight g3, पूरा symmetrical है. But white पहले चाल सकता है तो black के पास कैसे चाल आ गई यार? है कुछ गड़बड़ नहीं लग रही यहाँ पे? Like white moves first. ओ रुकी वन एक्स्ट्रा है. सिमेट्रिकल नहीं है भाई. मैं भी कहूं यार, साला व्हाइट पहले चलता है, ये सिमेट्रिकल कैसे होगा? फिर देखा रुकी वन है. हाँ फिर ठीक है भाई. दक्ष, हाँ उसने बोला तो ये था स्ट्रीम पे. ही टोल्ड मी यस्टरडे की, स्ट्रीम पे नहीं कॉल पे, कि ही इज लेफ्ट स्ट्रीमिंग फॉर अ लॉन्ग व्हाइल. ही विल कम बैक प्रोबब्ली, आई डोंट नो व्हेन, बट फिलहाल तो छोड़ रखा है उसने. This is an interesting line. Instead of c6, black can play rook e8, knight c bishop a7, knight f5. Yeah, okay, that's all right, but I don't want to give the bishop pair. And the bishop on a7, well, what's it really doing? And it just gives white additional opportunities. I mean, white can take or not take, it depends on white. And when your opponent has the choice, then it's like uske haath mein sab kuch. So don't give him extra options. Even though it might be fine for you, it's just more thinking for you, more calculation for you. Imagine taking draw at rook e8 must symmetry. Yeah, that would be weird. I don't think he'll take a draw because, to be honest, considering how well he has played, I think he will be really confident right now. He will be really confident, and if he wins today, तो भाई मतलब hats off. Arjun Erigaisi might be India's next Vishy. It might seem a bit too much, but I feel so. Parth, it's definitely possible. I agree with you, man, but I think many people can do that. Samay in chat. I don't see him, so not really. How to learn chess notations. There's already a video, Saurabh. I am planning to make a video on the second channel about it in detail, which I think will come out. I might put it tomorrow or day after if I don't have COVID. If black plays rook 8, can white play d4? Let's figure it out. So black plays rook 8, and ideally you want to play d4, and the only question is, can you improve your position more? So all your pieces are developed. All these pieces are fine. The only thing is the bishop. Can you develop it? You can play bishop e3. That's true. But because you have already attempted c6, black can always refuse it. Bishop c7. So in that scenario, maybe d4 is best. मतलब अगर ये pawn यहाँ होता, then you could possibly play bishop e3. But considering that black has the option of, again, not giving black additional options, I think d4 makes perfect sense. Yes, it's perfect symmetry now, chat. True. It is perfect symmetry. Let's refresh it a bit. Have you taken a test? No, Akshat bhai. मेरा test कल सुबह है. मेरे dad का अभी positive आया literally. I think 5 minutes before the stream started, so I had to book my own test. मैंने कल के लिए किया. Is Pragg stronger than Nihal? Not really. I think Nihal is much stronger than Pragg right now, but it's a matter of time. He's 1 year younger to Nihal, so. बी स्टार्स प्रखर कहाँ कॉमेडियन है? आपकी कॉमेडी बेटर है खेलों से भी. अरे नहीं भाई, बी स्टार्स ऑनेस्टली मैं जितना मेरा कॉमिक टाइमिंग सीखी है, मैंने इन लोगों से सीखी है भाई. बी स्टार्स प्रखर समय इन सबको देख के और स्ट्रीम करके इनसे सीखी है. सो दे आर डेफिनेटली रियली फनी फॉर श्योर. Hopefully COVID negative is good. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't care now. I'm so tired, man. बस तबियत ठीक रहे. बाकी COVID positive negative, I'm not so worried about that, to be honest. बस तबियत ठीक रहे सबकी. Why Vidit Gujrathi is called as VD? Literally don't know. Mukesh bhai, so once you have a girlfriend in your life, she might call you MM, and you will still be confused why she calls you MM, but you can ask her that question. Twitch पे भी है भाई कुमार भाई. COVID को jinx कर दो कुछ भी. Why Nihal isn't here? Because he might not be invited. Pragg खेल रहा था तो that's why. आप खेलोगे तो एक तरफा होगा. आई थिंक एग्जैक्टली यार, मेरा खेलना सही नहीं है. सो बाय द वे चैट, लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ Pragg नाउ एंड सी अपना लौंडा क्या कर रहा है. सो आफ्टर व्हाट हैपेंड हियर, ये चेस को मुझे लैगिंग अ बिट. ओके, नाउ इट्स फाइन. बिशप जी के बाद ही प्लेड क्वीन टू e8. नाउ So one idea here is bishop f6 and h5. That's definitely one way to play, but it's like a way which I don't really like, honestly. I think Pragg will go for this. This is a well-known tactic to kind of push through, and considering this bishop is really bad anyway, so you can give up your bishop pair here, and this bishop is a really strong piece. But I'm like, थोड़ा इंतजार कर सकते हैं क्या? Can we wait? Probably not, because black can probably play knight d7 next and then push f6, so that will be difficult. So maybe you have to take right now. You want to push through h5, that's the plan. So is there anything else? Rook h3 is a blunder, Akshat bhai. The bishop is here, so you can't play that. How are Pragg and Anish playing being so low rated? The night Pragg, I think, qualified from the challengers. He won it, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But regardless, they usually do allow a couple of low rated players to play. That's been the tradition always. So queen e8 played, and black also prepares, the queen side at once. Yeah, probably have to take, yeah. Stay safe. Almost all my relatives are positive. Adik bhai, yeah, even I might be. I'll get to know tomorrow. आपकी गर्लफ्रेंड है भाई यार, दफ्ती रख पे कभी हाथ नहीं रखते यार. इंसान से उसकी सैलरी और उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड के बारे में नहीं पूछते. Pawn hanging, I think so. Bishop takes best. Yeah, I mean, pawn hanging, yeah, that's also true. But I think we could defend it, of course. But yeah, I do think कि इतना time up है नहीं. Black could, yeah, that's also hanging. That's actually true. So maybe taking is forced. You might be correct there. टेस्टिंग किट से एक बार कर लो पहले। अरे टेस्टिंग किट जब तक लाएंगे तब तक क्या भाई, वो कल टेस्ट सुबह कर ही लेंगे। आज आपने लिंक सेंड नहीं करी, एक रिलेटिव व्हेन आई विल बिकम इंडिया बिगेस्ट यूट्यूबर आई वोंट सेंड द लिंक। अनंत भाई लिंक मैं जूम यूज नहीं करता भाई, जस्ट सेइंग। पहला रीजन तो वही है मेरे पास। एंड आपको मैंने पहली बार चैनल पे देखा है, तो भाई अगर मैं वो जानता होता तो ऑफ कोर्स इट्स नॉट अबाउट सब्सक्राइबर्स, अबाउट कनेक्शन। भाई चैनल गिव अवे करोगे क्या? भाई किसको करना है गिव अवे सिद्धांत भाई? अब ये बोलना मुझे। समय नहीं कर रहा स्ट्रीम तो यहाँ की गर्लफ्रेंड रिवील स्पैम कर दो। अरे कैन वी नोट नाइट टू h2 to g4? You can buy, you can do anything you want in life, but I think that's it's like it's possible, but I would rather first push this pawn, because अगर ब्लैक ने बिशप g4 खेल दिया नेक्स्ट, तो इट्स लाइक मतलब वो फिर h पे कोई पुश होगा ही नहीं, हम वेट करते रह जाएंगे, इंतजार करते रह जाएंगे, h पे कभी नहीं आएगा। सो वी शुड पुश दिस पॉन एज सुन एज पॉसिबल। एंड फिलहाल ये भी हैंगिंग है जैसे किसी ने चैट में बोला। सो वी टेक हियर पुश h5 एंड देन वी कैन थिंक आगे क्या करना है भाई, उसके बाद सोचेंगे। बाइडेन यहाँ लपोजिस अमीन वसीम, आई हैव नॉट सीन दैट वीडियो भाई। भाई डॉक्टर हूँ, आईसीयू में बैठ के देख रहा हूँ। क्या बात करो अखिल भाई? भाई शायद मुझे भी कोड है, कुछ बताओ भाई क्या करें। भाई एजी ने ड्रॉ भी कर लिया। हाँ एजी ने ड्रॉ भी कर लिया भाई। हेलो सर, भाई सर आज तो धन ही धन। स्टेफन भाई फाइनली अपने असली नाम से तो आ गए तुम। कल समय प्लेइंग इन विनर स्टेज, लिंक भेजूं साहिल भाई? विनर स्टेज क्या यार? अच्छा वो चेस.com वाला है क्या? कितने बजे यार मुझे ये बताओ, कितने बजे है? If Vidit draws today, what will be his rating? I think his rating will not be affected if he draws today, because Esipenko की rating बराबर ही है, so I think he will lose like he will lose nothing. I think it will be balanced. 10:30 PM. Oh, okay. कल कर सकते हैं stream. I think Saga भाई will also stream, but I'm not sure. Let's see. If he doesn't stream तो मैं कर लूंगा, वैसे भी कर लेंगे, आई देख लेंगे यार। When will you get samosa sponsorship? I am not sure भाई। 10:39 इतना एक्यूरेट टाइम कैसे दे दिया भाई? 10:30 होगा आई गेस। इमेजिन प्लग विनिंग मैग्नस। इफ दैट हैपेंस तो भाई आई वुड डांस ऑन स्ट्रीम। सो एनीवेज चैट, लेट्स लुक एट ऑल द गेम्स वन बाय वन। ठीक है, एक बार देखते हैं सारी गेम्स। आई थिंक वी हैव अ क्लू कि कहां क्या चल रहा है। सो इफ कार्लसन अगेंस्ट जॉर्डन, तो कार्लसन हैज जस्ट प्लेड, या वी सॉ दैट, या नाइट e4 खेला था ताकि जैसी नाइट खुलेगा हम मार देंगे, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। एंड नाउ इट्स रफली बैलेंस्ड। ब्लैक के पास दो स्ट्रॉन्ग बिशप हैं, this bishop and this bishop are all looking good, and black will of course equalize comfortably. The only question is क्या कार्लसन आउटप्ले कर पाएगा, वही हमें देखना है, लंबी कहानी है वो तो। Then we come to Vidit's game. It's exactly symmetrical. अभी black rook e8 खेलेगा शायद, I think, and we'll see what happens, but roughly balanced ही है game. Then we go to Mamidarov against Duda. भाई ये game बहुत crazy लग रही है मुझे। Let's see how it progressed. Okay, so we have some sort of weird opening here, which I am not really able to understand why this is good for black. He went for this for no reason, I think. But yeah, probably he is fine still. Opening theory prep करके आया पूरा. And it looks like roughly balanced. Although if I had to choose a color, I would probably choose white. Just because of practical play, the king is a bit awkward. Although black has his own play with the h pawn. So we go to the game of Rapport against Shankland, and यहाँ पे white is better for sure because he has the pawn on e5. As you can see, king side पे black has 3 pawns, white has 4 pawns, and there will be some queen g3, bishop h6, at some point rook d1, pressure on d5. So I feel black is under pressure. Attack जरूर आएगा यहाँ पे. Black really needs some sort of protection on the king side, but there is none, and he will suffer a bit. So Shankland putting pressure on Rapport. Now we go to Dubov against Caruana, and this is looking like some opening preparation for Caruana, but bf4 is very double edge of course, because it wins a pawn, but then it's double pawns again. So let's see क्या होता है. By the way, Anish has already drawn against Karyakin. Karyakin took the draw as white, so that was a bit surprising to me. कि मतलब उन्होंने बिल्कुल ओपनिंग में ही ड्रॉ ले लिया, पता नहीं क्यों लिया Karyakin ने, I have no clue. Probably he did not expect this line from Anish, but whatever it is, it means this is a draw. So it was a very quick draw by both players. And now we have Pragg, who's thinking in this position. This is really important moment because black is threatening knight takes e4, and even if you defend this pawn, let's say bishop d3, he'll probably move the knight, push f6, and then you will have no attack here. So the only way to attack is probably to take an f6 and then push h5. But even then, black will probably defend on the dark squares because white will have no dark square bishop. But white should be better because he has the protected pass pawn on d5. Center है उसके पास, ओपन बी फाइल है, एक्टिव क्वीन है, बिशप बड़ा स्ट्रांग है. सो आई डू थिंक वाइट शुड बी बेटर बट नॉट इनफ टू बी विनिंग और एनीथिंग. सो नाउ वी गो टू चैलेंजर्स. Challengers में Surya is black here and it does feel like he's slightly worse but not by much. This is supposed to be opening theory of course. यहाँ पे black will take on f5, queen takes f5, he'll play queen to g6 at some moment, try to trade queens and then it will be roughly balanced. So he should be fine. And we go to Arjun's game now. Arjun's king is under pressure. Now Arjun is under pressure because white has played f4, so this means कि attack आएगा अब तगड़ा. And it doesn't mean कि he's losing. It just means कि game थोड़ी complicate होने वाली है and black really needs to control the e5 square. It's really important. Right now he would love to have this knight on d7 but it's not really possible and bishop control कर रहा है वो square. So it's like an awkward bishop. So if knight was on d7 he could play queen e7 and be happy but right now it's not possible. So he probably has to take and hope for the best. This was a short roundup for all the games chat. So let's go back to the master section. So far games are still in their infancy and काफी कुछ बाकी है अभी गेम्स में. We go back to Vidit's game and we are waiting for black to play and black plays d5. So finally the symmetry has been broken. Black ने rook e8 नहीं खेला. उसने कहा भाई थक गया मैं सेम मूव खेल के, कॉपी कैट नहीं हूं मैं इनोवेटिव प्लेयर हूं and that's why he plays d5 and crazy position. Yeah, Vidit immediately takes on d5. Knight takes d5 will be followed very soon. Chat, I have a question for you. Let's say knight d5, knight d5, knight e5, okay, knight e5, rook e5. Is this a free pawn for white or what does black have any good move here? Does black have any good move here? Color your hair pink if Vidit wins Tata Steel. फिलहाल तो यार मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई, अभी तो कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा, देखते हैं भाई. MM means Mohamed Yaro, nice. Queen f6, queen f2, okay, bishop f2. Okay. Anish commenting, okay. Yeah, he might be there for a few minutes for sure. Yeah, so queen f6 is also possible, but in this case, white can probably come back with rook e2 or play d4. So the better move here is just directly capturing on f2 with check. And white is much worse here because king f2 के बाद comes queen f6 check, and I pick up your rook. So always keep forcing moves, chat. First of all, forcing moves बहुत जरूरी है. And yeah, so after ed5, knight d5, Vidit played d4. मुकुल कोविल टेस्ट करना है भाई. After d4, ed4, knight d4, this does feel kind of symmetrical, but I feel like white should be slightly better because I said so. So no, because it's like मतलब I don't know, in these positions with the rook on the e file, white जब symmetrical positions होती हैं, so हमेशा जिसकी first move होती है, he's always like a tiny bit better. And this is very symmetrical, yeah. You can see it's almost symmetrical. A black rook e8 खेल दे तो बिल्कुल copy paste हो जाएगा. So always the guy who moves first will have a slight edge. There's no doubt. Not much, but a slight edge. Draw की गारंटी नहीं है सात्विक. I think there was one game against Caruana जहाँ पे बहुत dead draw लग रही थी मुझे. But ये I am not so sure. This is still in only starting, yeah. Total number of rounds are 13. भाई आप एनालाइज करते टाइम वीडियो खोलने से बार देखते, अच्छा बार भाई वो तो बार होगा यार. जरा समोसे खाने से गैस नहीं होती क्या आपको भाई यार? यहाँ पे पता नहीं क्या क्या होगा भाई. अभी white has open file. Yes, he has the open file, but black does too. He can always play rook e8. But वहीं पे आएगी सिमेट्री की प्रॉब्लम कि मतलब let's say black plays rook e8, he's like मैं सिमेट्री करूंगा, then suddenly white can take on d8 and then take on d5 and he will have the better pawn structure. Then ये isolated pawn है. Black will have the bishop pair, but I feel white has enough compensation here. That's the issue. Bishop e6. Bishop e6 was lose, right? Bishop e6, I can just take on e6, right? I can just take, or I could also play. I could take, or I could play bishop c2, and now I'm threatening this and this. So it's always a bit risky because you give white so many options. He can like capture on e6 at any point he wants to. So इतने option मत दो opponent को. Like मतलब keep your bishop safe. As mentioned, bishop जनता को बचा कर रखो भाई, बहुत important है. But again, really both white today. Yeah, that's true, bhai. That's true. Same pawn is controlling both pieces. Exactly my point. So उसके it might get overloaded at some point and फंस जाओगे. If within Tata Steel, will he become Indian number 1? If he wins Tata Steel, he is guaranteed to become Indian number 1. Rasatak bhai, for sure. Okay, not guaranteed, but yeah, most likely he'll be like maybe like just below Anand sir or just above him, something like this. Sometimes symmetry can land you in the अरे भाई राहुल भाई ज़्यादा सीरियस हो गया भाई ये. How to learn the bishops in VD versus Esipenko? You don't have a good square for this bishop right now, and even this bishop does not have a good square. So probably D2 and D7 are the only squares. Now that's why you would rather move your remaining pieces first if you have good squares for them, and only then move this. But if you have no squares, then probably, yeah, I don't see a good square for the bishop though. This is not available, this is not available, this is not a good square, this is not a good square. So right now the bishops have to hold on somehow. That's the only way. Probably you can play something like queen d6 and bishop c7. That looks possible. Same for white, yeah. But yeah. If he wins, he'll be India number 1, no doubt, since only 14-point deficit is there between him and Answer. Yeah, for the entire event, yeah, that most likely he will go ahead. But of course, first आने के लिए बहुत अच्छी effort चाहिए यार. Can we say duo is today's Mikhail Tal? Nahin yaar. I mean, Mikhail Tal was like just a beauty. I mean, he was just so crazy, man. So I would not say he's. You cannot. I mean, it's unfair to Tal to compare him to anyone. I feel he was just so crazy, man. His style was so innovative. Like, it's insane. Of course, duo is innovative in his own right, but Tal was just one of a kind. Yeah, one of a kind. आपका फिट रेटिंग कितना हुआ भाई? 2200 है यार. In how many Grand Prix Vidit is playing? He's playing in 2, the first and the second. First and the second one, I think, if I'm not mistaken. बाकी मुझे first वाला तो खेल रहा है. How to play aggressively in most of the games? I open my king side launch attack. Satvik, attack when you have solid positional foundation to do so. Otherwise, you are kind of desperately attacking. That will always have drawbacks. Esipenko rating had 2714. So chat, we will check out other games now. Let's go to Pragg's game. We should also check out his game. Oh, by the way, he took on f6. Pragg has taken on f6, chat. He has taken on f6. Now bishop f6. Now, I think he will continue with h5. That makes most sense to me. She said, why you like chess? I said, because it have force. रांशु भाई कुछ ज़्यादा funny आपके दिमाग में रहा होगा, but actuality में इतना कुछ funny नहीं था भाई, unfortunately. Why do they give you 100 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes? Because it's like ऐसा ना हो कि प्लेयर स्टार्टिंग में ही बहुत टाइम यूज कर लें. अगर आपको जरूरत है उस टाइम की, तभी आपको टाइम मिलेगा. स्टार्टिंग में अगर दे देंगे उनको पूरा 160 में पूरा टाइम स्टार्टिंग में यूज कर लेंगे. सो दैट्स व्हाई दे कि गेम जल्दी खत्म हो. Tal will be top 50. I think Tal will be top 20, top 30 in today's days for sure. I mean, he'll be 2700, I feel. Around 2700 something. What's your Leech's ID? Chessassist. White say London, black say Queen's Gambit. Kevin, I would not recommend that. E4, E5, D4. It's good, but as a side weapon, not like the main repertoire. Not as the main repertoire. Not really. Tal will be top 5 blitz. That's true. That's true, Nathan. That's true. Tal versus Dubov. Okay, let's not go too hypothetical. I mean, my girlfriend versus your girlfriend. Let's not do that. Let's stick to the game. इतना hypothetical तो भाई फिर कुछ भी तुक्केबाजी करते रहेंगे हम. We go to the game of Carlsen now. He plays Queen E2, by the way. The idea is, of course, Rook D1, Rook C1. Normal development is most important. Opening में जब तक pieces develop नहीं है, कुछ और मत सोचो भाई. Anish promoting his chessable course on chess.com. Nice. Tal versus Carlsen. अरे भाई. I didn't realize, but I'm your regular viewer. Oh, Arin bhai, glad to have you, man. Virat Kohli versus Paul Murphy. Lakshay, Anub Lakshay versus Genius Lakshay. कौन जीतेगा भाई? Let's go to the game of Vidit. By the chat मैं तो चिल्ला नहीं रहा हूँ because मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है भाई कि कोविड है नहीं है, कल पता लगेगा, तो मैं चिल्ला नहीं रहा हूँ. I'm trying to keep it calm. तो एनर्जी शायद लो लगे, तो आज के लिए I apologize. पता लग जाएगा. Hadiban is like नोरताल. नोरताल क्या है भाई? इधर ही बोर्ड में मैग्नुस का फिक्स है. भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन होने के बेनिफिट है भाई, होते हैं भाई. By the way, he played rook e8, so I think this is time to take and take. I think Vidit can take this. There are a total number of 13 rounds, Stat, 13 rounds. How to play against aggressive gambits if you don't know theory? Akshay, kind of see what the logic of the move is, and remember you've not done anything wrong, and it's not winning by force. So psychological pressure ज़्यादा उसमें. Take your time to figure out the best move. Center में खेलो. How to play against aggressive gambit if you don't know theory? Okay, I just answered this. Do you think Vidit will win the tourney? Vedant, I'm hoping for it. I'm really hoping for it. I do think he can win this, but it's only the start right now. मोदी जी, अरे मोदी जी के आगे मैं कुछ नहीं पढ़ सकता भाई. शैंकलैंड्स आइड्स और विवेक देसाई का शक्ल. अरे भाई कृष्णिक भाई, आप कैसे सवाल पूछ रहे हो भाई? ये क्या मतलब ऐसे खतरनाक सवाल? प्रभु बेटर. अरे प्रभु कितना क्यूट नाम है यार. लेट मी चेक. ओह, हमने देखा था यार. या ही प्लेज h5. ही प्लेज h5 फाइनली. सो या ही इज स्लाइटली बेटर. चैट से साकेत भाई फोटो भेज रहे हैं यहाँ पे. बढ़िया भाई साकेत भाई, अगर ऐसे फोटो भेज सकते हैं चैट में. यूट्यूब को पता भी नहीं उनकी चैट में फोटो जा रही है. बढ़िया. या प्राइमरी सोर्स ऑफ इनकम ईटिंग. बचपन में हमेशा ओटीवी में ब्लैक चूज करता था क्योंकि मेरी दीदी को ठीक से पीस दिख. अरे यार ये क्या लिख रहे हो भाई? प्रभु का ओपोनेंट. अरे भाई ये क्या है भाई? आज क्या हो गया भाई? हर कोई पेल रहा है बस. एसिपेंको इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग. बोल दो एक बार भाई. क्यों बोलूं? इफ प्रग विन दिस हाउ बैड इट विल फील टू नीला. नीला नीला कौन है भाई यहाँ पे? अच्छा ग्रेंडेलियस. अरे भाई नीला क्या है भाई? ये नीला 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 पीला नीला है सावन. ये ग्रेंडेलियस के मजे ले रहे हो भाई तुम. Bishop b6 is not dangerous. I mean, Vidit has his own bishop on b3, so I don't see how it's so problematic. Is there a book on chess that I can learn chess in a bit more detail? I have no idea about chess theory and wanted to. Rohit, it depends on your rating, man. Do you have a rating? Like, what's your current rating? Do you know anything about chess? Do you know how the pieces move? It depends on that. There's no one answer there. Eating कैसे income? कुछ नहीं भाई, बस खा के income मिलती है भाई. मैं खाता हूँ और पैसे क्रेडिट आते हैं भाई. अहिताज लाइक भाई मैं भी देखो यार, स्कीम सही लग रही है भाई. खाना खाओ और पैसे कमाओ, बड़ी अच्छी स्कीम है यार. The position looking plain dry. I don't think so. We have an imbalance on the board, chat. We have an imbalance. Bishop takes d5, and that means it's going to be a solid structure against two bishops. So we have an imbalance. As long as there's an imbalance, I feel it's always a chance. And if it can play bishop e3, exchange these two bishops. If he can exchange these two bishops, he is really better here. So because two bishops की advantage चली जाएगी black की, then he will be left with this bad bishop जो pawn के same color पे है. And I feel कि ये दोनों bishop with को exchange करना है. Shadow, but he's slightly better, man. I think he's slightly better. कुछ भी करके बस ये दोनों bishop exchange जाए, बस मजे आ जाए. Oh, he plays bishop e3. He plays bishop e3. Idea वही है to go knight f5 या knight c2. How is King's Gambit for white? Really bad, Himanshu bhai. I would not recommend going for it. Do you remember the day you got 100 plus super chats? Yeah, Priyanka, that was crazy भाई. उस दिन तो भाई मतलब सांस लेने की फुर्सत नहीं थी भाई. Crazy था वो दिन. आप कमेटिव ईटर हो क्या? Exactly देव भाई. Yes, that's my profession. Yes, exactly. ये सिक्स पैक एप्स का वही कारण है. You think VD can win this kind of position like position wise? Totally he can, भाई. Totally he can. The only question is Esipenko is like a very interesting player. His style, he doesn't have like ऐसे मतलब कोई particular weakness, so it's like मतलब उसको हराना बड़ा मुश्किल है. That's the only issue. साहिल टिक्कू making stonks नहीं भाई. कोविड हो रहा है अपन को. हम भी फंस गए भाई. आर्यन भाई कंपेटिटिव ड्रिंकर भी होता है क्या भाई? ये पता नहीं यार मुझे. इस फील्ड में कभी घुसे नहीं जाना था तो इग्नोर करो. ऐसे आंसर या तो ईटिंग वाला. अच्छा नहीं था तो इग्नोर कर दूंगा. ठीक है, इग्नोर करते हैं. भाई प्रग गेम प्लीज. हाँ प्रग गेम देखते हैं. लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट प्रग गेम. प्रग गेम में कुछ हुआ नहीं यार. h5. ओ बिशप g4 प्लेड, सो ही वांट्स टू ऑफ कोर्स कैप्चर दिस. इंग्लिश ओपनिंग कोर्स आई एम नॉट श्योर मैन. इंग्लिश कौन सा अच्छा है? मेरे पास लंदन का भाई. सो एंड्रे आइसक्रीम एंको. व्हाट? आइसक्रीम एंको क्या है? Please look at Arjun game. Yeah, so we look at all the games, chat, one by one. First of all, bishop g4 by black. And I have a question for you, chat. So, should we capture on g6? Question. Should we capture on g6, chat? Question for you. Yes or no? Yes or no? Please show Magnus. I will show after this position, Ankit. I'll go there. 2500 रुपए भाई देव भाई. लौट आओ समय ट्रेंड करा दे क्या ट्विटर पे करवा दो भाई, because honestly I don't I mean what I felt was like he loves chess but he's not going to stream for a while, at least a long while, so probably it makes sense. टैग करो ट्विटर पे, उसको बोलो यार कि यार स्ट्रीमिंग पे वापस आए, like we want to do stream. Pawn to h6 is of course possible, but it's like आपने इतना मेहनत करा and then you block the h file, and because you don't have the dark square bishop, I feel कि इन squares का इस्तेमाल हम कर नहीं पाएंगे, and black has it, so h6 would be a mistake. Now you can take out g6, but now again the issue is after, let's say, even f takes g6, it's not easy to use this somehow, and this is similar to what we are going to see in Vidit's game. Yeah, so here the best move, can anybody guess the best move? If it's not this and not this, then what is it? Similar to what you saw in the Vidit's game, yeah? And he played it. He played the best move, but first of all, I want chat to find it. Yeah, Akshay bhai, I saw it. Yes, it's not 95. 95, I think queen e5, bishop g4, and queen c3 would lose. So knight to d2, and that's what Pragg has played. So Vidit में भी क्या था? His opponent has two bishops, and we try to exchange one bishop. And यहाँ पे same है. It does not matter if our king comes to e2, because this king is very safe with the close center. And now we will try to play with the good knight against the bad bishop. That's very important. And now we have the open h file as well. So this is what he is trying to do. बाकी अभी black is thinking, of course. So let's go to the Carlsen game once and see क्या चल रहा है. So Carlsen game is simple है. He played, we saw it till here. Bishop e4 is a very good move, by the way. I said knight to first. That's amazing, Arun bhai. By the way, he plays bishop e4 ताकि जब भी ये knight हिले तो मैं exchange कर दूं. That's a very good move. And now we need to play it, e6, and white is still thinking. So we go to the game of Duda now. Yeah, this is in the end game, roughly balanced. I think this is in a draw. We go to Pragg's game, nothing spectacular happening. We go to Arjun's game now. Yeah, Arjun has taken on f4 finally. He thought for a long while, and finally he has captured. And now the question is, how can he prevent e5? He cannot allow white to go e5. That's really important. So maybe he can somehow play queen e7, then knight c5, and try to, exchange a few pieces. This knight especially, because this knight is supporting e5. If you can't control e5, you can kind of take off the pieces which are supporting e5. So एक ही तरह का, it's like बोलते ना, मतलब indirectly e5 prevent हो रहा है. जब गेम्स हो जाते हैं तो सीबीआई स्ट्रीम करने आ जाती है. अरे नहीं सत्यम, वैसा नहीं यार, कुछ उनका काम होगा यार. एंड ऑफ कोर्स these games can last really long. पहले दिन तो मुझे याद है 1 बजे आई थिंक स्ट्रीम खत्म करी थी हमने. That's an issue. You're maintaining good watching, especially background music is good when you're not speaking that good. हार्दिक थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई. आज भाई मेरी तबीयत खराब नहीं है, बट आई थिंक साइकोलॉजिकली अब मुझे ऐसे अजीब फील हो रहा है, बिकॉज स्ट्रीम से जस्ट 5 मिनट पहले डैड पॉजिटिव टेस्ट से मतलब थोड़ा वियर्ड पोजीशन है. आई डोंट नो हाउ टू रिएक्ट, क्योंकि 2 साल से कोविड हुआ नहीं, सो इसलिए थोड़ी एनर्जी मेरी लो है. चैट कम पढ़ भाई, वी आर हियर फॉर आंसर्स. अरे प्रसाद भाई, आपकी चैट पढ़ूंगा तभी तो मजा आएगा यार. So anyways, let's go to the game of Masters now. And we go to the game of Vidit once more. So, see, black avoids this. Black plays bishop to c7. Really important. He does not want this bishop trade. And now the threat is bishop takes g3 followed by queen takes e3. So, Vidit has to, of course, defend his bishop. And this is not a huge problem, because iske agar maan lo, let's say queen to d2, bishop g3, fg3. This is perfectly fine for Vidit, because king h2 पे must safe रहेगा, and you can then play rook f1, maybe bishop f4, and you will have like a weak pawn on d5 to attack, and also the knight coming to f5 at some moment, of course. So I feel this will be really good for Vidit. So this is not what black wants. Black wants to keep his bishop paired. That's his only compensation. So अब Vidit सोचेगा भाई, I think he will develop the queen somewhere. Maybe to d2 feels very logical to me. Queen f3, there's knight h4, which is very mildly irritating, so I would say queen d3 makes most sense. बाकी there could be queen d3 as well, queen c2, queen c2 not, of course not, queen d3 or queen d2. Knight on d4 is like bolder. Yeah, this is a very strong piece. Controlling the center, controlling the king side, controlling the queen side. So very important kingdom to knight b5 as well. Bishop h6 is too quick. I mean, you don't have enough pieces there. If you had queen d2, you had rook on f3, then maybe. Otherwise, this is not enough. Black can always play bishop d6 and bishop f8, or even just queen f8 and then queen g7. Dhanu Sailbhai, it's all okay, especially this variant is extremely mild. Don't worry. Yeah, Kush, I'm not. Thank you for the kind words, bhai. I'm not like that worried, but थोड़ा अजीब है, like, because the first time you catch it, you're like, अच्छा यार, ये थोड़ा सा अजीब लग रहा है. I don't know what to do. Now it's like okay, and अभी guarantee भी नहीं है कि लगा है मुझे, but it feels a bit weird. That's the main thing. Players like Dubov makes chess even more beautiful game. That's true, Piyush bhai. That's true. Knight gf5, yes, but एक चीज याद रखना chat. This bishop is a terrible bishop. Okay. So if you play knight f5, I think, for example, let's say right now, so I think it does not take 2 second guesses to say कि वो क्या करने वाला है. He will capture it immediately. So we do not give our good knight for this bad bishop. We want this bishop. This is the good bishop. Chat मुझे बताओ, why is this good? This is a good bishop and this is a bad bishop. Why do you think this is the bad bishop? बताओ भाई chat. It will be all okay, bhai. You're not alone. Hey, thanks a lot, Akshat bhai. Thanks a lot for the kind words. बताओ why the bishop on c8 is bad and automatically the bishop on c7 is good. बताओ chat. Being a full piece down can hurt the chances of the game, right? Yeah, but he's not a piece down. h2 square is weak near the king. Yes, but that's a very small element of it. Yes, I think the pawn on d5 kind of sums it up. Because of the pawn on d5, this pawn is permanently going to be on d5, and then obviously this pawn will also be on f7 mostly, because if you push it, then you are living with all these weak squares. That means the bishop is kind of stuck defending this pawn, because this pawn is not easy to defend. And I think the bishop का most natural square is on e6, and यहाँ पे ये सिर्फ एक बड़ा सा pawn है और कुछ नहीं है. So थोड़ा like prospect नहीं है bishop के. So I think that's why this bishop is a strong bishop, because ये bishop pawn को complement कर रहा है. You can play, you know, queen e5, start checkmating, the point you mentioned, Akshat, and so on. I think overall, pawn structure decides what is the good bishop, and because of this pawn and less prospects for this bishop, this is a bad bishop. And we would not want to give the knight for this one. We want this one. ये वाला चाहिए हमें, समझो? Are you cold positive? I am not positive. My dad is positive, and that's why I'm getting a test done tomorrow. But I might be, I think. What about b4? B4 I don't recommend, because you have, after b4, you are kind of first of all, bishop g3 is losing on the spot because of the hanging bishop. But even if black captures, I mean, it's not like so great. And you can play it, but I would rather have the security of having the knight on d4 well stabilized with the pawn for now. आगे जाके जब pawn push करना होगा तब कर सकते हैं. By the way, he played my move queen d2. He played the move queen d2, and it also controls f4. So that was the additional benefit. And now he'll of course play rook e1 next. So black has to decide. Knight, yes, that's always on the mind, Laksh bhai. But we first of all develop all our pieces. By the way, queen f4 is also tacked up, you know, hanging pawn. So it has to be careful. ऐसा ना हो कि rook e1 खेल दे और a4 चला जाए. Free का pawn नहीं देना, चाहे कुछ भी हो. Yeah, I know he's commentating for a while, bhai. I know. He's totally free today and kal rest day hai. So let's go to the game of Pragg now. After h5, black played bishop to d7, and he's not exchanging this bishop. But I think that means this structure, when black has only the bishops, is really good, because ये pawns ना, like मतलब यहाँ पे knight is what black needs, because knight can jump around. वो d6 जाएगा, यहाँ पे थोड़ी ऐसे उंगली करेगा दोनों pawns को, वो f4 आएगा, यहाँ पे उंगली करेगा बिशप पॉन को. बट बिशप्स कांट डू. बिशप लाइक मैं जाऊं तो जाऊं कहाँ, हर जगह भाई रोड़े लगे हैं रास्ते में. गेट वेट सून टिक्कू हेल्थ फंड. भाई पहले बीमार तो डिक्लेयर होने तो पहले ही हेल्थ फंड. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई फॉर द काइंड वर्ड्स एंड द सुपर चैट भाई. पहले थोड़ा बीमार डिक्लेयर हो जाए भाई कल, फिर देखेंगे. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई. Anish versus Vidit, who are you supporting? I can't, both भाई, I'm supporting both. कोविड रिपोर्ट नेगेटिव आने के बाद कि क्या करें टू कोविड, ऑल्सो अबाउट माइंडसेट. दैट्स ट्रू यश भाई, बट आई थिंक वो मेंटल थोड़ा रिलैक्स होता है बंदा. बट आई थिंक जब पता आता है कि यार अभी अभी फैमिली में किसी को हुआ है एंड तुम उनके साथ ही थे, एंड उनके लिए भी अपनी थोड़ा सा वो लाइक थोड़ा हैंडल करना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट होता है, कुछ नहीं है. क्योंकि स्ट्रीम से 5 मिनट पहले पता लगा, लिटरली 5 मिनट पहले आई सैट डाउन हियर फॉर ओपनिंग द स्ट्रीम एंड मैंने मैसेज देखा तो भाई पॉजिटिव था, ज्यादा क्रेजी पार्ट। क्या लगे हैं रास्ते में? रोडे भाई, रोडे। रोडे मीन्स लाइक ऐसे रोड ब्लॉक्स, एटलीस्ट दैट्स माई अंडरस्टैंडिंग। कोई गड़बड़ मतलब तो नहीं है इसका। ही इज इन द अदर रूम, रैंडम नूब। Black needs to make something from the queen side. Yes, that's what he needs to do, but I think right now he can't push these pawns because a5 would lead to c4, b5 would lose this pawn, and c4 would just lose the pawn. So right now he can't do much. Background music का नाम Ben Sound Music पे मैंने song लिया यार। What are the specialties of your courses? भाई they are made by me. That's the specialty भाई। कोविड होने से चांस मैं स्ट्रीम करूंगा भाई, unless I fall sick I will definitely stream भाई, regardless of COVID or not. Bishop d3 works. Let's check out Vidit's game. By the way, many people saying Bishop d3 works or not. It does not, because honestly, giving up the bishop, the strong bishop, as he mentioned, the good bishop, it's definitely in White's favor. White will put the king on h2, where it is very safe. कोई उसका बाल बाका नहीं कर सकता. And then he will play rook e1 or rook f1. Of course, you can support it with b3 first to defend this pawn. And of course, at some point, you can play knight f5 or even sack this bishop at some moment. You never know. So I think this would be in White's favor. And if this happens, then Vidit has great chances to win. So I don't think this is what Duda will do. Sorry, Esipenko will do. King h2 is possible, by true. Can you beat Magnus in a 100-game match? Divyam, of course not. आज तक स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रहे, क्या बात कर रहे हो? Has he not scheduled a stream for till now? क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम? करी हो गया स्केड्यूल? वाओ, वो लेट करेंगे। ही विल ऑफ कोर्स स्ट्रीम भाई, आई थिंक ही विल स्ट्रीम। क्या हो गया भाई, पैसे क्यों दे रहे हैं आपको हेल्थ के लिए? भाई यार मेरे, अरे यार मैं क्या, डायरेक्ट कोविड पॉजिटिव टेस्ट हुए हैं तो मेरे भी चांसेस हैं। नाउ क्वीन d3, क्वीन b5। नो अश्विनी, आई डोंट वांट टू ट्रेड क्वींस नेसेसरली. I am not sure because honestly I see my play on the king side. For example, even this can be a move sometimes followed by knight h5. So honestly I'm like, yeah, let's not trade queens, let's keep queen on the board and let me try to attack you first. So queen d3 queen is too kind of, you know, it sounds like कि आप जबरदस्ती queen exchange करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो and black will be really happy for that. That ठीक है अक्षय भाई, he's fine. थोड़ा फीवर है 99.5 but बिकॉज स्ट्रीम से 5 मिनट पहले मुझे पता लगा, सो इट वॉज काइंड ऑफ अ शॉक यार. तो आई हैव नॉट काइंड ऑफ, क्योंकि अब तक किसी को फैमिली में हुआ नहीं है इसलिए. टिकू जी टेक केयर, थैंक्स लॉट भाई. गेट वेल सून टिकू, थैंक्स फॉर स्ट्रीमिंग. भाई मैं बीमार नहीं हूँ भाई, मैं फाइन. रुको भाई, कोविड टेस्ट करके दिखाता हूँ, रुको. आई डू द कोविड, नकली कोविड टेस्ट. ईयरफोन देखो भाई, ईयरफोन डाला नाक में, टेस्ट किया, नो कोविड भाई. एटलीस्ट फॉर नाउ. थैंक्स लॉट फॉर सुपर चैट भाई. Can you beat Nancy extra rook in the starting position? Of course, bhai. Of course. That's like a given. Why not sack the bad bishop? भाई हर bad चीज को sack नहीं करते. Just because आपके relationships अभी थोड़े से पिछले 1 महीने से गर्लफ्रेंड से फाइट हो रही है, does not mean कि आपको डंप कर दोगे. You have to have patience. Hope करो कि फ्यूचर में things better होंगी भाई. भले RIP वालों को टाइम आउट मिलेंगे तगड़े भाई. So let's go to the game of Carlsen now. Oh, by the way, he plays bishop f1. Now, can anyone let me know what's the idea of bishop f1? Chat में कोई बताएगा मुझे? बताओ chat. What do you think? What do you think? Wait कर दो, क्या पता. अच्छा, okay, interesting. Does puzzle help in improving? Surely, Arun. They help a lot. Puzzles are the number one way to improve your skills. जिस फील्ड में वीक हो उसमें पजल सॉल्व करो. दैट इज द नंबर वन वे टू इंप्रूव अ गेम, अपार्ट फ्रॉम लेट्स से एनालाइजिंग योर ओन गेम्स. इंजन स्ट्रेसिंग -50 फॉर बैड एक्टिंग. एक्टिंग किस चीज में भाई? डू नॉट ट्रेड बिशप्स. एग्जैक्टली रितेश भाई, एग्जैक्टली. आई थिंक यू आर यूजिंग अ चेसको मेंबरशिप रियली वेल, जो पवन भाई तुम्हें दी थी. द थिंग इज दिस बिशप इज ट्राइंग टू गेट एक्सचेंज फॉर द बिशप ऑन g2 एंड अगर हम नाइट लाते तो मार देता. हमने बिशप हटा लिया और अब हम इस नाइट से बिशप को अटैक करेंगे, चाहे वो नाइट d2 खेले हम और फिर g4 से ट्रैप कर दे बिशप को. एंड दैट्स द प्लान. सो दैट्स द प्लान ऑफ बिशप f1 टू ट्राई टू विन द बिशप पेयर. देखो बिशप पेयर के लिए कितने टंटे करते हैं लोग. लाइक ही प्लेड बिशप टू f1 व्हिच लुक्स सो स्टूपिड जस्ट टू गेट द बिशप पेयर. सो बिशप पेयर इज रियली इंपॉर्टेंट चैट एंड इट कैन मीन द डिफरेंस बिटवीन अ स्लाइटली बेटर पोजीशन एंड अ डेड ड्रॉ. बिशप डर गया, बिशप डर गया. नाइस क्रैशअप भाई, नाइस. यूट्यूब फंड का नॉमिनेशन फॉर्म भरा हुआ है, ये क्या है भाई यूट्यूब फंड? ये वाला वेरिएंट माइट है, डोंट वरी यू विल गेट इट सून। थैंक्स लॉट भाई। साहिल भाई क्या ही थंबनेल है यार, थैंक्स फॉर टेक्नो वर्ल्ड। What happened in VD game? So VD game is going on right now, chat. By the way, let's have a look at Pragg's game once. I want to check it out if something happened. No, they have not played yet. So let's go to VD's game. VD is thinking right now. So after Queen D2, Black played Bishop to D7 and he attacks the pawn on A4 once more. So he played B3. That makes perfect sense. And now you can see clearly White has 2 pawn islands and Black has 3. So automatically that's a plus for White. White also has, connected pawns, active pieces, so all good for White. But then Black has the bishop pair, so he also has his own edge. Should be roughly balanced. And now it's Black to play. Probably Queen E5 does feel tempting to kind of create this battery followed by H5, H4, so on. So Black has his own play. Anish was on Chess.com stream. It was awesome. Of course, wherever Anish is, it's always awesome. Why not give 3.5 points to Bishop? Because it depends on the position, bhai. It's not always that Bishops are better, but mostly. So yeah, wishing a further speedy recovery. Thanks a lot, bhai. Thanks a lot. What is VD performance rating? Performance rating right now must be about 3000, but I think that's not accurate. Levy scored 1.5 by 9. What? Oh my god. Really? It can happen, man. It can happen. I do empathize with him because it's difficult. It's difficult because as a streamer, he's putting out content every day. And I can totally understand the people who are practicing every day. It's totally difficult. But he can. I mean, he will get more chances, of course. आप कहाँ रहते हो? फरीदाबाद यार. फरीदाबाद next to Delhi. कोई कह रहा है 2 by 9, कोई कह रहा है 1.5 by 9. He tilted in GM down tournament. Yeah, I saw that he was like, I think 1.5 by 6. Did he lose like last 3? Really? I'm surprised by that. I may be wrong, but I like Black position more in video game. Yes, you're not wrong there because Black ke paas, I think Black is the guy who can attack. Queen E5, pushing this pawn. Black has the attacking chances here. White does not anymore. I feel Bishop case. At one point this was possible, but now Black will play Queen E5, and then he has proper control over all these squares. So even though both sides have chances, but I do feel with this bishop, Black has some chances as well. But the main issue is, if White can possibly exchange this bishop with any of his pieces, कोई भी piece ले लो उसके बदले, and you exchange this bishop, then White will suddenly become really better. So potential है White की position for sure. Why bishop pair is much talked than knight pair? Navneet, imagine 2 bishops on d4 and e4. They will cover the entire board. It will be insane. They will cover the entire board, and you can imagine the devastation they can cause. ये देखो कितना strong होगा. Imagine 2 knights. They are very limited in their scope. They are good, but not so amazing. That's the only issue. Queen e5, knight f3, yes, but then I can just go back, and yeah, I mean, I feel it's just balanced still. ऋषभ भाई मेरे डैड को आया, मोस्ट मुझे भी सकता है, मोस्ट लाइकली मुझे भी होगा. What is the biggest upset in chess history ever that you recall? Kumar, I'm not sure about this. I do remember there was this guy who was like 2200 and he gained like 400 points in 1 month. So that was a pretty huge upset. Are you a guy who believes in engines? Surely, bhai, surely. Knight f5 I would not recommend, very because black ki move hai, so he cannot play knight f5. Second, if for example after knight f5 you allow black to exchange his bad bishop, which I'm not in the favor of overall, you can play it, but not the best move clearly. In Vidit's game, move the king side knight, then bishop sack, then check with the knight to capture queen. I think you mean like this move. Okay, let's say black plays a random move, rook d8. You want to play this, but black will play queen e5. And now it's like I control all of this, and I'm also threatening mate, or not mate, but yeah, some threats here. So it does not feel like very comfortable for white, to be honest. You have to be careful here. Yeah, yeah, stay in quarantine, man. Stay in quarantine. Very important. कहाँ हो आप? पीपीटीपी एस्कॉर्ट सेक्टर 45 यार. आपकी फीडर रेटिंग क्या है? 2201 कृष्णा. सो कहाँ थे हम? सॉरी यार, थोड़ा मैसेज था. Pratik Kumar, thanks for subscribing, bhai. 40.0 for that's a unique number. Thanks a lot, bhai. Means a lot. Do you think practicing chess is a good way to improve? Practicing with chess, of course, bhai. Of course. I mean, if you want to get better at chess, to practice chess ही करोगे. Van Forest sack piece, really? Let me check. Van Forest तो भाई कसम खा के है. अरे sack नहीं है यार. This is not a sack, chat. I mean, if you capture this, I capture the bishop. It's not a sack. It's just normal tactics. So yeah, this is fine for black, of course. By the way, he took on f3, so Carlsen does have the bishop pair, and now after knight c5 he wants to go to e4. That's his plan. So Carlsen probably can go queen e2, then knight e4 pair, he can just drop the bishop back, and I feel it should be fine. He can also go here, by the way, bishop e1, and then push the knight back with f3. So I do feel white is slightly better with the two bishops. ये bishop बहुत passive लग रहे हैं, but at some point they will come back with full force. Sam game, okay. Sam Shankland. Okay, this is a draw, right? Dead draw. I mean, this is a dead draw because rook endgames, all rook endgames are drawn. White's these 3 pawns are weak. Black also has a weak d5 pawn, so I feel this should be a draw roughly. Yeah, white will probably play attack this pawn somehow, one of these ways, and this should be a draw, chat. Will Magnus reach 100? I think it's possible, but he will have to play at the top of his peak. Will Jordan throw away? I don't know, bhai. Jordan क्या throw away करेगा? Yeah, he lost all his edge. What happened here, though? But why e6? This looks so... Okay, I was about to say stupid, but e6 is such a lame move, to be honest. I am not liking Shankland's play. Okay, I am not criticizing a 2700 player here. That's not my intention, but I'm not like his play here has been disappointing, to be honest, because e6 is such a move. Matlab is just trying to draw. Yeah, I don't like e6. I think rook d4, f4 feels so much more, threatening. But e6 is just a draw. I don't like this move at all. Yeah, if anything, black should be better here. So I don't like Shankland's move. I think this should end in a draw. Let's go to Caruana's game now. Caruana is a complicated game. This pawn is an extra pawn, but I do like his central edge. So yeah, roughly balanced, I would say. Let's go to the game of Duda now. Yeah, this has been a draws forever. Yeah, starting से ही draw रहा है, कुछ crazy हुआ नहीं यहाँ पे. So I expect, chat, let's do a roundup. So in Carlsen's game, I think Carlsen is slightly better. I do expect him to grind down Van Forest from this position. You might say, bhai, kya hi hai Carlsen ke edge, but I think these two bishops are a decent edge for Carlsen to kind of outplay his lower rated opponent. I think Carlsen will end up winning, and if Vidit draws, he will end up joining Vidit at the top of the table. Then we come to Vidit. So far, I do like his position, but I think it's also balanced. I would also rather be white here, though. I do like the structure rather than the two bishops, because these can be exchanged at any moment, and once this bishop is exchanged, then suddenly white is much, much better. So I do have hope from Vidit, but so far pretty balanced. Let's go to Duda. This game is going to end in a draw, most likely. This game will most likely end in a draw as well. This game is very complicated. I'm not sure about this game. This game can go any way, because either way, because बहुत imbalances हैं. The a4 pawn is an extra pawn, and I do feel that somehow there are some pressure on e5 as well. So I'm not really sure who will win this. Very complicated. Now we go to the game of Anish Giri. Now I think this will end in a draw, chat. किसी को अगर 1000 रुपए की bet लगानी है, कितनी की bet लगानी है, 50-100 करोड़ की bet लगानी है, मैं तैयार हूं करने के लिए. This game will end in a draw. Oh, it ended in a draw, so I won the bet. Awesome. We go to the game of Pragg now. And by the way, after bishop to d7, he played the move c4. So now he has such a strong center, as you can see. ये center को हटाना is very difficult. What black needs is a knight on d4 or on f4, but that's not really happening. And white should be better. So after queen e7, correcting his rooks. Now queen c3 played. And the idea is, of course, to go a4, a5. Although I feel यहाँ पे कुछ better रहा होगा उसके पास. Queen c3 does not feel like the best move, but it's also a good move as well. So let's see what happens. Thanks a lot, Piyush bhai. क्या cheap setup है साहिल भाई? Cheap setup क्या होता है भाई? Cheap setup. साहित्य में यार है कि समझ नहीं आया मुझे यार. What's Vidit doing? What's his score and his rank? Vidit is doing really well. Why? He's ranking number 1 on the table, and I think if he continues like this, he will of course keep leading, because all he needs is a draw to continue leading. But I think he can also try to push in this game. Do playing as Esipenko engine helps to build defensive skills? Rishabh, yes, but I don't like playing as an engine. It's so depressing, man. Even Carlsen does not like it. So yeah, I would not recommend doing it. I would rather I would say कि तुम अपना किसी दोस्त के साथ खेलो. चीफ सेटा मतलब वो ये गेम ड्रॉ होगा उस जो की बात कर रहा था. अच्छा, हिकारू परेशान हो गया है, लोग उसकी चैट में विदित ओपी गेम लेकर भाई कोई बात नहीं. हिकारू भी यार, अब उसने खुद इतनी तारीफ करी वीडी की कल. वीडी ब्लंडर व्हाट? अरे यार स्कैम मत करो यार. आज नो स्कैम भाई. आज हम स्कैम नहीं झेल सकते भाई. नो स्कैम टुडे. सो वी गो टू द गेम ऑफ प्रग नाउ. And his plan is, first of all, chat, the A2 pawn is an isolated pawn. यहाँ पे Pragg has one long structure, like सारे pawn साथ में connected हैं, and एक अकेला pawn तन्हा है. So इस तन्हा को या तो गर्लफ्रेंड लाओ, मतलब उसको यहाँ पे ले आओ, पार्टनर ले आओ, या फिर इसको हम उड़ा दो. दो ही ऑप्शन है, अकेला कोई खुश नहीं रहता. So I think that's why you want to play A4, A5, and उसका चाहे ओपोनेंट के खाने से ही हो, बट उसको मिलाप होना जरूरी है. So I think A4 would be, A5 would be good idea. 1-0 कर लो बेटे, कर लो. कार्लसन लॉस सिनिस्टर. ओहो खतरनाक इमोजी है. ओह डर गया मैं. इंडियन एनर्जी ने कारू स्टैट कुछ भी. What's VD's rating is 2727. Live is I think 2743 something like this. अरे उनके जो थैंक फॉर सब्सक्राइब भाई 201.69. अरे थैंक्स अ लॉट. बट आज 69 का जादू क्या चल रहा है? आज कौन सा दिन है यार? आई एम जस्ट क्यूरियस. टुडे इज ट्यूसडे को ही चैट. इतना क्रेज ट्यूसडे को ही. कार्लसन ब्रेन फैट. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई, मींस अ लॉट द मैन. थैंक्स अ लॉट. VD slapped his opponent. भाई आप ही थे क्या ओपोनेंट? सागर शाह ड्रू 2737. ओके. Max is world champion. Duda is world champion. Vidit is people's champion. अरे वाह. आज भी 1000 वाला गेम करो भैया. नहीं यार आज नहीं. 917 तो हो चुके हैं. इसमें क्या गेम हुआ? चल कम रैपिड 1800 हूँ. यूसुफ की सीरीज से कहाँ पढ़ूंगा? पहुंचूंगा. ओ भाई मुझे क्या बताया, वो तो आपके पर कैसे सॉल्व करते हो? जॉर्डन ब्लंडर भाई पक्का स्कैम है. By the way, let's go to Scam Shankland. Hi Ram. Let's go to Sam Shankland. So he played F3, but to be honest, black के पास एक weakness है, that is the pawn on D5, and white के पास 3 है, as you can see 1, 2, 3. So I do feel like Shankland का कुछ चक्कर हो सकता है. Ignore भाई, ये कोई clip मत करते हैं. Let's move on. So let's go to the Vidit game now. सोच रहा है Esipenko is thinking. That's like he is taking it very seriously. Hikaru appreciating Sahil Tikku. Thank you, bye. Say Sam Shankland 5 times fast. Okay, I can do it. Okay. Sam Shankland. Oh, अच्छा, it turns into scam, yeah. अरे interesting है. Try to speak Sam Shankland fast 5 times. It automatically turns to scam for some reason. ऐसा मुझे लगा. I'll retire as 696 rating. भाई अगर if we could self assigned ratings, that would be very awesome. No slip of Magnus. अरे भाई भानु भाई come on यार, ऐसे काम मत करो यार. That is too dark. क्या था मिस्टर मी? Who is your favorite chess player? Chess GM Anish गिरी. मेरा JEE एडवांस रैंक 16969. अरे ऑसम भाई, अब घंटा कुछ नहीं मिलेगा आपको. आज भी 1000 लाइक वाला गेम करो भैया. अरे भाई लिटरली 60 लाइक दूर तो है, उसमें क्या गेम. एनीवेज चैट, लेट्स चेक आउट चैलेंजर्स. कंट्रोवर्सी इनकमिंग. भाई यार ऐसे बीमार आदमी से तुम कंट्रोवर्सी कर रहे हो, शर्म नहीं आती तुम्हें. एनीवेज बाय द वे, E4, Rook F4, Queen E7, Rook F1. I mean, it looks very threatening on paper, but I think black is doing fine. Let's go Rook E8. Let's move the knight back at some moment. and let's just chill and party. I think this is fine for black. Although white should have some attacking chances, but ध्यान रखना है. Surya Ganguly. Oh. I am not sure who's better here, because white has the bishop, so technically he should be better, but then he also has the weak pawn, so probably balanced, probably a draw, I think. Anish or Vidit, both here. I can't choose, man. I can't choose. Yeah, probably a draw, I feel. Yeah, the draw. By the way, Carlsen is fully focused chat. I must show you, if I can show it in time. ये क्या है भाई? What is the obsession with crotch? Okay, anyways, let's move on. We go to the Carlsen game. ऐसा कुछ हुआ क्या यहाँ पे? So after Queen F3, Knight C5, Bishop E1 was played actually, and Knight E4, and he plays Bishop D3 attacking the Knight, and now Black played F5. Okay, F5 is very risky. Now, honestly, I don't like this move from Jordan. Okay, maybe I don't understand it. Maybe I'm not good enough as a chess player, but I do feel it's a bit. I mean, it's a bit risky, because at some point after F5, Carlsen would go Queen E2, he would go F3, and he would push E4. Of course, right now D4 is hanging, but in the future, if E4 happens, it will be completely lost for black. Like, he will be struggling. So I hope he has calculated very deeply. Hopefully he would have. Anish, thanks for super chat spending from yesterday. Thoroughly enjoyed this game with your commentary yesterday. Great will soon, bro. Thanks a lot, bhai. Although I am right now not sick, bhai. I'm right now fine. I think it's more the psychological aspect right now, but kal pata laga. But thanks a lot, Harshal bhai. Thanks a lot. Sagar Shah YouTube channel hacked, bhai. Kuch nahi, bhai. I don't think it's hacked. Let me confirm that. Yes, it's not hacked, bhai. I don't see it being hacked. Not really. Magnus or Kasparov? I would say Magnus right now, but Kasparov was right there, right up there. I don't have any money to give as I am a kid. I reached 1600 to 1200 in 1 year just because of. Acha, 16 from 1200. Just because I watch your stream every day, I'm very happy. Reached 1600. Arey, congratulations, yaar. Really happy कि आपके 400 पॉइंट बढ़े. Really happy, भाई. Chill करो यार. Thanks a lot. It feels nice to hear that. Congrats, भाई. ऊंट ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची. चैट कुछ बड़े बड़े शब्द. ऊंट ऊंचा, ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची. ऊंची पूंछ नहीं. ऊंट ऊंचा, ऊंट ऊंचा, ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची. ऊंची ऊंट ऊंचा, ऊंट की पीठ. ऊंट ऊंचा, ऊंट की पीठ ऊंची. ऊंची पूंछ ऊंट की. Yes, done it. I'm a genius. Anyway, so Tanya, अरे भाई रोहित भाई क्या है भाई. Anyway, so Rook is by Carlsen. Let's go to Pragg's game. Oh, by the way, he played Bishop to G7, and yeah, he's trying to probably at some moment go F5. That sounds like that child struggling to speak meme. Okay, I have not seen that meme. कहना क्या चाहते हो? अरे भाई 50 येलो बढ़ गया. Congo, thanks a lot, bhai. I defeated Alpha Zero in Ludo. Kamlesh, bhai, if Alpha Zero learned Ludo, you would have like a 0.00 chance of winning it, because वहाँ पे it's pure luck and it can probably calculate probabilities really well. So you would struggle quite a bit. Arey, thanks a lot. Continuing the trend, and next month we'll sponsor official chess database to one winner. Oh, that's crazy fun, bhai. Thanks a lot for the kind words and the super chat. आज तो भाई सब 69 के मूड में है. Thanks a lot, bhai. Means a lot. And chessbase would really help somebody for sure. Thanks a lot, bhai. Means a lot, man. मैं तो मजाक कर रहा था, तो अनरेटेड हूँ. सपने तोड़ दिए. एक बंदा बोलता है मैं पहुंचा 1200 से 1600 आपकी स्ट्रीम देख के, फिर कहता है मैं तो मजाक कर रहा हूं. अबे मतलब highest rated opponent you have faced, Hikaru thrice online. से टूटे का सपना. हाँ यार, आई थिंक गाना बजाना चाहिए मुझे. Can you get a title online? Yes. It's called Mr. or Mrs. Esipenko inaccuracy VD better. Really? Let me see. ये स्कैम हो सकता है क्योंकि ये रोहित, अच्छा वो कोई और रोहित है, रुको भाई, चैट में कोई ढंग की मुंह लिख भी रहा है कि सब स्कैम ही कर रहे हैं आज। मतलब टिश्यू पेपर्स पार्सल कर रहा हूं, अच्छा नाइस, ट्राई दिस वन अल्फा, अच्छा चैम्प टीवी, नाइस। You might not believe it, but I do watch Sagar Shah streams, so I have seen it happen भाई। 600 से 1500 पहुंचा सीओबी मेंटर स्ट्रीम। हाँ बेटा इनसेन माफिया, तुम तो स्कैम के लिए कुछ लिखते ही नहीं हो चैट में, तुम्हारा तो मुझे पहले से ही पता है सब। 30 रोहित, तुम्हारा तो हमने पहले ही पकड़ लिया था यार, तुम्हारे नाम में मुझे स्कैम दिख गया था। बिगेस्ट टूर्नामेंट Vidit has won, this one he will win, I hope. I reached 1700 seeing your streams. Oh wait, this isn't CBI. रुको, it can be, रुको यार, it can be, रुको यार, let me try यार। व्हाइट बैकग्राउंड चाहिए, इमेजिन करो पीछे व्हाइट बैकग्राउंड, ठीक है, दिस इज नॉट द स्टार्स, इज व्हाइट बैकग्राउंड, ठीक है। Okay, Amruta, so do you think white should play rook e1? I think he can definitely play rook to e1, and then, oh my, queen is definitely hanging. Sagar, rook e1 looks stupid. I mean, you can just move queen to f8. That's very common. What are you doing, Sagar? How even I am? Sorry bhai, I did not mean to make fun of anybody, मजाक था भाई। I love Sagar भाई, he's literally my inspiration। So वर्स्ट एक्टिंग भाई यार, मैं तभी तो यार करण जोहर मुझे मूवी में ले नहीं रहा, वही तो प्रॉब्लम है भाई। वही तो प्रॉब्लम है। एनीवेज, इट्स ब्लैक मूव, अरे सॉरी उल्ट गलत हो गया भाई। Why not to have 3 points for win and 1 for draw? This will make players play for win. Yeah, they have tried it many times, Anshul bhai, they have tried many times, but sometimes it doesn't work। Unsubscribe। भैया देखो यार, मैं एक्टर नहीं है, आई ट्राई माय बेस्ट। वाइट ऐसी व्हाइट बैकग्राउंड नहीं है यार, वो प्रॉब्लम हो रह गई। भाईजान तो अजहर भाई। भाई सागर भाई की कमेंट्री भाई, आई थिंक दिस इज लाइक, I think before I started streaming, like he was at the peak तब, so imagine like he started YouTube from 2016, जब लोगों को पता भी नहीं था कंसेप्ट, तब से वो कर रहे हैं भाई, मतलब इट्स insane, इतना आगे की विजन है भाई। So I really appreciate it and I've learned a lot from him, so take it as a joke भाई। चैट कोई ट्रिगर मारा, पागल भाई को कैसे बोला तुमने, एक्टिंग कैसे करी, ये मत करना प्लीज यार। So it was just a joke। जीएम कब बनोगे भाई? आई थिंक अगले जन्म में ही चांसेस लग रहे हैं भाई, कोविड भी हो चुका है अब तो अगले जन्म के ही चांसेस लग रहे हैं मुझे ज्यादा। I reached 100 from 2000 watching your stream. Thanks भाई। बाबू रेड भाई, बाबू कहाँ से रेड कर रहे हैं? बाबू स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं क्या? ऐसी पेन। Anyways, let's go to the game chat. We go to Pragg's game now. अच्छा कुछ हुआ ही नहीं है भाई। Oh हुआ है, he played Queen E3. So let's try to understand the idea behind Queen E3. So maybe the idea is to prevent bishop at 6. So let's say I play a move like rook b1, or let's say I continue with a4. Does black... Oh, bishop is not possible. Then what's the plan? Queen e3. Queen e3 is a mysterious move. Because you can't go... Unless you want to go h6, but that looks like a bit ridiculous to me. You kind of close the h file. You want to get out of this diagonal, that definitely makes sense, but f4 would be the worst move on the planet. I mean, if you want to, याद है वो समय की वीडियो थी, like the worst move of the like find the worst move. I think white की worst move f4 होगी। Tiku, please conduct official tournament next month so I can sponsor database of the winner. Surely, but I'll do it for sure next month. I think Tata Steel ends on 30th, तो first, second, third में कभी कर लेंगे for sure भाई, for sure. I have become an IM by watching your streams. अरे भाई congratulations भाई, फिर तो अगर अकाउंट भी होगा वेरीफाइड, congrats भाई। इसका मतलब आपको कभी मेंबरशिप की जरूरत नहीं होगी. सो कभी कोई आप मेंबरशिप जीते तो आई विल पास ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट गाय अरुण भाई, बिकॉज यू ऑलरेडी हैव अ वेरीफाइड टाइटल अकाउंट, सो यू डोंट नीड इट राइट. आपको चाहिए नहीं अब. वर्स्ट मूव क्वीन h6 होगा. या बट वो उसके बराबर ही है भाई, ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है फॉर क्वीन h6 में. आई थिंक ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है भाई. कैन अ प्लेयर विन अ गेम विद 0.5 एडवांटेज? नो नो, यू नीड मोर. स्लो मोड चला हुआ है अश्विनी, इट्स ऑलरेडी देयर. ताने सेड शी, अरे यार. Oh, by the way, let's refresh and see if he's played something. He's not played anything. Very interesting position. I feel like playing this over the board. बहुत interesting position है because black has two bishops. He wants to play f5 probably, and yeah, it's looking very interesting. What is the main difference between blunder and a mistake? A blunder is something which probably leads to a lost position, or maybe completely draws a completely winning position. So mistake is like, okay, it's a slight error and you can probably come back from that, but a blunder is something which is very difficult to come back from. That's the difference. Someone is live on Instagram and he's crying. क्या बात कर रहे हो? रुको भाई, let me check. ये भी स्कैम होगा. कौन था ये बंदा? कमल शर्मा. कमल I have not seen before. तो क्या पता सच बोल रहे हो? ऑफकोर्स झूठ है भाई, ऑफकोर्स झूठ है. सच्चाई हमारी स्ट्रीम में चलती नहीं ज्यादा. 4-0 ओपी. अरे भैया स्पैम वालों को कुछ करो. बंदन जी को इरिटेशन हो रही है चैट, इसलिए रुक जाओ अब. मेरे लिए तो बंदन जी के लिए रुक जाओ. बेस्ट मूव फॉर वाइट 24. नहीं भाई. सो लेट्स गो टू द विदित गेम अगेन भाई. ओके, कुछ नहीं खेला भाई ब्लैक ने अभी. अर्जुन गेम, अरे हाँ अर्जुन गेम वी हैव नॉट सीन फॉर अ व्हाइल. लेट्स चेक इट आउट. I have reached to 459. Thank you साहिल भाई. अरे देखिए भाई, congratulations भाई, आप सब बैटल सारी खेल पाओगे. That's the best part. So अर्जुन की गेम में but why did he play this is not looking good anymore. He played g5 which I don't like honestly, because that means अगर knight e3 पे कोई आ गया तो that's game over basically, and now bishop g5 is also possible at some moment, and e5 also becomes more deadly. I don't like this g5 move for sure. And now rook e8 played, and now let's see. e5, de5. Now do I crazy भाई. ये देखो मूव है e5 d5 नाउ d6 भाई. एक पॉन सैक, दो पॉन सैक, और अगर मारा तो रुक टेक्स f6 भाई. क्या आइडिया यार. दैट्स सो क्रेजी. knight e4 एंड ही इज लॉस्ट. सो d6 के बाद यू हैव टू प्ले queen e6 which is already so awkward. I don't like this. So yeah, I mean Arjun under pressure for sure. I mean I don't like this move g5. It opens the king unfortunately. I don't like this. विवेक पार्ले भाई, आपका नाम विवेक है, इसका मतलब नहीं कि भाई आप वाई फैलाओगे. ब्लैक बिशप इज ट्रैप्ड. एग्जैक्टली. इट्स कंप्लीटली ट्रैप्ड एंड द किंग इज आल्सो लाइक, जो ओपन होना चाहिए वो क्लोज्ड है, जो क्लोज होना चाहिए वो ओपन है. सो उल्टा हो रहा है भाई यहाँ पे. सो लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ सूर्या नाउ. सूर्य गेम में क्या हो रहा है भाई? सूर्य गेम में चल रहा है ड्रॉ. आई थिंक दिस शुड एंड इन अ ड्रॉ. बैलेंस्ड है बहुत. So let's go to the Masters again. Is we not streaming today? I think they will stream. Maybe they have not scheduled the stream. Bhai karenge bhai for sure. Does it matter if Arjun loses one game today? Yeah, it matters, Bandhan bhai. It matters a lot. Loss is really hard. हेलो डॉक्टर, आई का टेस्ट करवाना था मुझे. फालतू के बिशप दिख रहा है कि प्लेयर्स बिशप दे रहे हैं फालतू के, तो आई थिंक सम नंबर बढ़ गया है. हाँ, नो आई माइट बी कोविड पॉजिटिव. सर नहीं आ सकते क्या? अच्छा ओह सैड यार. सो दैट्स नॉट पॉसिबल. सो आई टेस्ट ही करवाना. सो आई थिंक नाउ आई थिंक वाइट इज बेटर फॉर श्योर. White is better for sure because I think he gave away his strong bishop. I don't know why exactly, because Even if I just play king h2, ये knight h4 white h4 भी काम नहीं कर रहा because of bishop f4. So I don't know what he's trying to do here exactly. I do think Vidit is better, chat. I think he's better. Let me refresh and confirm this. Saw Drew. Saw कौन है भाई? Who's Saw? अच्छा, Sam Shankland. Oh, so Sam Shankland has drawn as expected. Anish has drawn, and we are on Vidit's game now. Why did he give away the bishop for a useless knight? Why वही तो समझ नहीं आ रहा है मुझे. I don't know exactly why he gave this away. Because that was his pride and joy, and he gave it away for no reason. He thought for 35 minutes. Yeah, I don't know what he thought that. VSS, thanks for super chat, bhai. So VD is positional, safe, non-innovative, and boring player. I feel it brings the whole game down and fail to innovative players. Your thoughts? VSS, I'll tell you one thing. The higher you go up, I appreciate that you put it in a very constructive way, and it's not like, hey, video vlogger. I don't like those people. Thanks a lot for putting it in a constructive way. Now I'll answer your question. Most players at the top are indeed boring because most of the games do end in draws. If you and I play, what happens is we know that I know you will make mistakes and you know I will make mistakes, so we can take risks. Can you show Excel sheet? I will show that, Pravan bhai. So we know the other guy will make mistakes, okay? But in top level chess, they know if they make a slight mistake, that could be game over. That could be just game over. That's why most players at the top are just, very conservative and they don't take too many risks because they're happy where they are. They are earning a lot of invitations. Their livelihood depends on it, and that's the main reason. Now VD's style has always been that way, and that has got him so far. So I don't see why he will change that. That's the only issue I have there. I do agree he could be more aggressive, but I think his style suits him really well. He has always played really well. So I don't see why there should be any issues. I mean, he's India number 1 right now. There are other players who are doing really well. I agree with you. But until they reach 2700, VD will be India number 1. And it's not about that they're not talented. I mean, VD is just much older than they are. So he has time on his side. There will be a time when VD will be 35 and they'll be 25, and in those times there'll be some kid who will be 15 years old and will be leading the the Indian franchise. But at that point, that 15-year-old will get the benefit. So it always works like that, and I think VD deserves every bit of success he has achieved, and he can probably do a lot more. And ironically enough, he's the only guy who can qualify for the candidates this year. So this year we give him full support. Indian number 2, of course. What I mean is that Vishy sir is, of course, not trying to be world champion. So among the people who are trying to be world champion right now, I think VD is the number 1. So that's the only difference. अब कोई पे हो जाएगा, विशी सर को नंबर 1 कैसे नहीं बोला? मतलब समझो बात को यार. विदित गुजराती जीतेगा. That bishop is what gave you black counter. Yeah, I don't understand it, to be honest. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe he feels that he will probably end up having some counterplay, maybe like this. Maybe he will, but I don't see it. Like maybe knight e7, knight f5 is his plan. That could be one more plan because you try to exchange the strong knight. But even if you exchange the strong knight, what black ideally wants is to exchange these two knights, then plonk his bishop on e4, and yes, I think he's fine. In that case, he's absolutely fine. In fact, he might be even better because the pawn on g2 cannot be defended with another pawn, while the pawn on g7 can be defended with f6. So that's very important. However, it's not so easy to achieve that. ये इतना लंबा प्रोसीजर, बिकॉज व्हाइट विल ऑफ कोर्स गो, जैसे 97 खेलोगे, आई विल गो बिशप f4, rook e1, rook f1, and I can also move the knight back whenever I want to. So I will not exchange these knights easily. And your queen side is, you have one extra pawn island. The bishop is stupid. This knight is also having no squares right now. So I do think white is slightly better. G4 would be okay, but I would rather avoid it right now. Until I have a particular reason to do so, because g4 ke baad this diagonal is open again, so I can't go king h2, and then knight can come to h4. So why kind of go for this? Yeah, Harikesh's performance is a bit down, so that's why I said VD is number 1 chance. Oh, I had to show the Excel sheet. The chess player personality reflects on chessboard or the other way around? It's always both ways. Yeah, I think it kind of complements each other a little bit. So there's no one answer there. The personality reflects on the chessboard. The chessboard reflects on the personality. I think it's a bit mix of both. So these are the pairings so far. We have had 4 draws, 2 in the challengers, 2 in the masters, and as we can see, we don't have a result yet. So let's see who wins, who will be the first guy to win. I do expect Carlsen to win here, and I do expect Vidit to put up a fight now. It's definitely possible for him to win. So let's see, chat, what happens. So let me close that. Do you know Dhruv Tikku? I don't. Pragg, yeah, let's check out Pragg's game. Magnus winning. Okay, let me check. I did predict that though. I'm not surprised by that the Magnus is winning. Then he plays G5, so that's even worse because I told you whenever you manage E4 or some sort of whenever the center opens, then it's really bad for black. So Queen E2 played, and now he played G4. Wow. But now, so he played Bishop E4 and F4. So I have a question, chat. So is there something wrong with this? Like, what's wrong with this move? I'm trying to understand. I think D5 is the only move. ED5, CD5, CD5, and now Rook C5. And white is like putting a lot of pressure on black. And that's why I think he gave away a pawn like this. But then I think black just missed Bishop E4. I think black just completely missed Bishop E4. I think he just missed Bishop E4. He thought this is just a stupid move. And he completely missed this because otherwise you cannot allow this. And now Bishop E4 happened, and now Fe4 and Queen G4 and Carlsen just a pawn up. By the way, this is not completely clear yet because the rook can sometimes come to F3 after all. And he has played Queen E8, and next move is obviously going to be Rook F3. So it's not like a one-way street yet because this bishop is really bad now. Like what he has done is he's given up a pawn like yesterday when he did against Pragg. And he has gained some counterplay. So now Rook F3 will come. He will play Queen E7. He will play Rook F8. Of course, after B6 maybe. But the issue for Jordan Van Forest is white has the chance to create an open file. So he can always go CD5 and then try to play A3, B4, B5 very quickly. And he might not have enough time to put some pressure on the queen side, king side, and also not enough pieces because pieces बहुत कम है. ये bishop का attack करने के chances तो minimal है. तो खाली rook और queen ही है इनके पास. और that I can just defend with the bishop. So I do think Carlsen is going to win this chat. GM Mr. PH की एक ही को मैं नहीं जानता हूँ यार. भाई, can an engine beat another engine having point advantage? I don't think so. It depends, man. It depends. कौन से engine है? So how can he miss it? It is straightforward to take the piece. Pawan, yes, but the thing is, first of all, it might be a conscious sacrifice because Jordan Van Forest is very notorious for sacrificing pawns. He won against Pragg yesterday. Second, because this bishop is such a strong piece, and usually this is such a bad move because takes. Let's say d5 is not possible. Let's say this pawn is here for now. I think black is just much better because white's bishop is bad, stuck on e1, and black has the better bishop. He has more space. He can play h5, h4, take here, king f7, rook here, and then he can try to mate on the h5. And that's why he might have neglected this move. It often happens. Some obvious moves are neglected because you feel, okay, this is such a bad move. Why would he play it? You don't consider these things. So now, this is the position. Let's go to the game of Pragg now. We saw it till h5 and black did play my move f5. And now we kind of understand what was the point of this. I think it was to kind of get out of this diagonal. So not such a, like not a move with a full idea, I guess, but yeah, kind of a prophylactic move. And now I think if he follows his plan, he would probably play rook b1. जब queen को हटा दिया तो rook, why should the queen have all the fun? Let's move the rook as well. And बाद में कैसल कर सकते हैं आगे जाके, फिलहाल तो ठीक है. And if he plays f4, then the center is permanent. Center can never be moved. And if you capture, I capture with the knight, and the knight on e4 is permanent. So black should probably keep it like this, keep the tension, neither push f4 and neither capture on e4. He should keep it like this, ताकि white हमेशा suspense में रहे क्या होने वाला है. मेरा नाम याद कर लो, जरूरत पड़ेगी. देवमान भाई, ठीक है भाई, याद कर लिया यार. आपका नाम है देव, पता नहीं यार, भूल गया. Your husband Daniel Nelsky, isn't he the best online? He's one of the best, bhai. He's surely one of the best. The problem by watching chess is that we look for the supporting side moves and we forget about opponent's best defense. I get that's what we of course. Yeah, exactly. We are more focused on what we are doing in life. हमें दूसरों की पता उतनी पड़ी नहीं होती in general, and that just translates to the over the board. We think कि हम सोच रहे हैं तो यार हम तो जीतेंगे, but we forget कि opponent के भी अपने सपने हैं and he's also trying to win. So कई बार हम neglect कर देते हैं. That's very common for chess players actually. Seeing 3 streams simultaneously, everyone's yelling Carlsen versus Jordan position. Nice. मैं तो नहीं कर रहा है लेकिन अभी. So, अच्छा मैं भी वही कर रहा था अभी थोड़ी बार. My bad. It's Jordan, not Jordan. हाँ ठीक है भाई, कोई बात नहीं. Jordan, potato, whatever it is. Pragg has captured on g6 now, and now queen h3 will always be on his mind at some moment. But the thing is, after king f7, the king is actually safe. So I would not recommend going for this, but dimag mein rakh sakte ho. You can keep this in mind though. So let's check out Carlsen's game once. What has happened? Okay, nothing happened since then. Queen 8 khela hua hai to defend this pawn, and next would of course be rook f3 or something, I guess. Makes a lot of sense. King h8 can also be played, and also h5, by the way, makes a lot of sense. So let's go to the game of Vidit now. And now it's time for Vidit to think here. मतलब यहाँ सोचना पड़ेगा, because he must be surprised by this. This is not the best move, and he was thinking क्यों दिया इसने. So he has to calculate all the lines and see कि भाई ऐसा क्या हो रहा है position में, क्यों दिया इसने ये bishop. Why all matches of Shankar on board number 1? Why are all the matches? There's no board number 1 here, Anshuman. It's just kind of random. इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता actually कि board 1 है, board 5 है. It's not so important actually. Tikku speaking English course. No, yeah, इतनी अच्छी नहीं है English, unfortunately. Arjun game जाएंगे एक second. So if I was white, I would of course play king h2, and that's the first target. King को पहले save करो, बाकी सब बाद में. पहले king, बाकी सब बाद में. So it's time to check out other games. Let's go to the game of Caruana once. Okay, he has won back the pawn, so now it's roughly balanced because black also has good pieces. Knight coming to f4. The bishop is a really good piece on c6, although a bit loose. There can be some tactics, of course, although white also has a good bishop. Roughly balanced. We go to the game of Duda. ये गेम तो स्टार्टिंग से ही ड्रॉ रही है और ब्लैक अब थोड़ी एज गेन करने लगा है. So Duda definitely trying to push. And we go to the game of Carlsen. After queen e8, Carlsen has taken on d5. That makes a lot of sense because, as I mentioned, you want to open up files. Black captures with the e pawn, really important. C takes मारोगे तो rook c7, and suddenly white is breaking through. So you play e takes d5, trying to keeping it close, and he plays rook c5 to kind of attack this pawn, ताकि अगर वो rook खेले तो I can just capture this. भाई sexy chess रख लो चैनल का नाम. नहीं यार, chess is not sexy. Chess is awesome but not sexy. Which city? भाई फरीदाबाद. We thinking for a long time. I think सोचना चाहिए यार, सोचना चाहिए because critical moment है, सोचना बहुत जरूरी है, हमें बहुत जरूरी है. अगर 3 प्लेट टाई होंगे तो टाई ब्रेक होगा और तीनों लोग खेलेंगे भाई. देयर इज नो लाइक ऐसे 2 लोग खाली घर बैठेंगे. टाई ब्रेक में सब लोग खेलेंगे. I often wonder about pre-air commentary. Seems way more exciting since chess seems quite predictable with Stockfish telling you the best motivation every moment. But the thing is, Stockfish can tell you one move, but the plans you have to figure out on your own. Like for example, let's say I'll tell you the best move by Stockfish. Oh, he played queen f2, by the way. The best move by Stockfish is rook e8, okay? But the thing is, you need to understand what the plan is, because right now the rook cannot come to the e file. You need to understand the rook needs to go to the open file always in the endgame. I need to have a response ready for white's rook e1. They need to have a response ready for, let's say, white's simple bishop d2. And you cannot do it until you understand the game really well. So I do feel Stockfish brings a net positive because लोग time बचा सकते हैं. They can use Stockfish to find the correct ideas and not spend 50 minutes just to analyze one position. It does help, but overall, when you're preparing opening, sometimes time does matter a lot. Missed your previous comments. Copy paste मार लो भाई. How many rounds? 13 rounds. This is move number 23 with this game, by the way. He did not play king h2. He first developed his queen, but that does mean now the c3 pawn is a bit loose. So rook c8 also comes to mind, of course, at some moment. But then the a5 pawn is also weak. So very interesting position. टिकू भाई केम छो भाई, मजा में बोल नहीं सकते आज, लेकिन let's rate CBI. Raid Tycoon, it sounds so ऐसे, you know, छोटा चैनल जब बड़े चैनल को रेड करता है ना, it sounds so ऐसे, मतलब ऐसे वो क्रिंजी लगता है देखने में मुझे. इट्स लाइक मतलब ऐसे लगता है कि तुम खुद को फुटेज दे रहे हो, नथिंग एल्स. It always feels that way. Which sector in Faridabad? 45 यार. I am back. Seems like I didn't miss much. Yeah, I did not miss much. Bhai. You did not miss much, I think. Definitely did not. Dinner हो गया भाई, dinner तो हो गया. 17 moves in 30 minutes for Esipenko. Yeah, he is running low on the clocks, but that's only plus of Vidit. And considering he has a better position as well, that's only plus. Thanks a lot, Midul bhai. Thanks a lot. Queen f2 is not a mistake, bhai. It's not a mistake, trust me, because it does feel like यार engine आपको बता रहा है it's a bad move, but honestly, it is very logical. You defend the weakness. You bring the queen closer to black's king and also control e1, e3 and so on. So I do like this move, man. आप हैसका कमेंट्री के लिए बुलाओ तो आप जाओगे? Of course जाऊंगा अक्षर भाई, but I don't think they will call me. They have enough people there on chess.com. You have loads of energy. Hats off, man. आज energy बहुत low है श्रीकांत भाई, because as mentioned I probably have COVID right now, so I'm not sure. कल टेस्ट है, so इसलिए. क्या खाया सर डिनर में भाई? मार खाई यार, मार. 21 को पैसा ही अरे उतर भाई. Opposite color bishop endgame is a draw. Kajendra, yeah, it is usually a draw, but you also have knights here. So the knights kind of complicate matters right now. And if only these two pieces are there, then yes, it would be slightly drawish. But right now with these knights, the white knight is stronger than the black knight, and this bishop is stronger than this bishop. So let's go to the game of the challengers. Erigaisi Arjun game dekhte hain. He has played rook e8, white has played bishop f3, which is not the best move. He should have struck with e5. He missed that move, and now black can actually play knight g4 and try to win one of the bishops. That is definitely in Arjun's favor. I think he has somehow managed to crawl back in this game. So uska plan kaam kar gaya. And in Surya's game, I think we should end in a draw very soon. Bishop f6, king f6, rook takes c3, rook takes d5, okay, bishop f6, king f6, rook takes d5, rook takes c3. Maybe rook d7, rook c2 check, king d3, rook takes c2, rook takes h7 should most likely be a draw because white will have two passed pawns, black will have two passed pawns, although it could be a race, but most likely a draw. So we go to the game of Pragg now, and Pragg game mein he had captured on g6 when he last saw sabse kuch hua nahi hai. But again, black should keep it flexible, not push f4 and neither capture on e4. That would be really horrible. You can buy self-test kit in rupees 250. Yeah, but they are not really effective. You might get a false sense of security. कल सुबह टेस्ट मैंने रखा ही है, so that will be much better. Congrats for 20k subscribers in advance. अरे भाई अभी बहुत दूर है अर्षित भाई. What do these players? Thanks a lot though. What do these players opponent think for so long? Like what does it? So if your opponent is thinking for so long, you of course think about the position a bit. You try to calculate it like in rough terms कि okay ये हो रहा है, ये pieces मैं यहाँ जाऊँगा, ये piece यहाँ जाएगा and so on. But you also take some rest. You move around, look at other games, go to the washroom, drink water, relax a bit. That's your moment to kind of catch a breath, I think. Symptoms कोई है नहीं यार, but actually मेरे dad को COVID हुआ यार, तो that's why I was in close contact, so that's why. एक बार VD game पे चलते हैं. Oh, he played rook c8. Yeah, I told you he will probably play rook c8. Attacking this pawn because the queen went to f2, and now Vidit has two ways to play this. He could first of all try to attack f7. That's one plan, or he could try to defend c3 with, for example, rook c1 and so on. So he has two ways to do it, but I think either way he's a tiny bit better. Yes, Vidit is on top of the table right now, chat. Boy Fisher once said that there will be a time when chess will be a complete memory. What do you think? Players memorizing lines and computers and engines taking over the field. Shika, I think that's of course a part and parcel of the game, but I feel with all of this, engines only in the end improve the standard of the game, and we are human, we'll always make mistakes, and you always have the chance of just playing rapid and blitz. So if you feel classical is getting a bit too theoretical, just play rapid and blitz and you will always have blunders ready. Magnus drawing, really? Yeah, we saw rook c5. It was a slight mistake after b6. Although, yeah, he played h5 now, attacking the queen, now queen h3, and now b5 or b6, I think, is holding for black. But yeah, I mean, I told you, like rook f3 is always a good try to kind of, gain complete control of the light squares. White is an extra pawn. इसका extra pawn तो है, ये extra pawn है h2 पे, but ये pawn कर क्या रहा है गेम में? कुछ नहीं कर रहा. And जब तक ये pawn गेम में आएगा तब तक हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं. So we can play rook f3, we can play queen e7, we can double up sometimes, put some pressure, play h4 as well after rook f6, rook h6, and there can be some attacking chances. Yeah, let's hope so, bye. So Vidit will play like a master among masters. That's true, bhai. That's true. That's true. That's perfectly true. Boy did not know about internet. Yes, but he knew about engines for sure. And I think he knew about internet because he died, I think, in 2000. I don't know, but he was alive, I think, in 2000. So I think he knew about the internet in his last days. Which is your second favorite game? Second favorite, I'm not sure. Favorite is probably Vishyant against Aronian. Why can't it on 13? 14 years ago, yeah, exactly. No volume have I. Yes, Magnus has made a mistake, chat, so I think Magnus is probably not winning anymore. Let's go to the game of... by the way, chat, Anish has drawn his game already, and Shankland has also drawn. We go to the game of Duda now, who has made a mistake just now, but white has to play rook d5 and put pressure here. Not an obvious move, to be honest, because I think the idea is to play rook d5 and f4 and then, capture on f5. I think that's the idea. But okay, anyways. Let's go to the game of Pragg now. Has something happened? Nothing happened here yet. Let's go to Vidit. वैन फिर बड़ा स्नीकी बंदा है, कम रेटिंग वालों को हराता है और ज्यादा वालों से ड्रॉ करता है. हाँ भाई, वही चीज है ना यार, वही तो बात है. That's how you gain rating. अगर आप अपने से स्ट्रॉन्गर प्लेयर्स को ड्रॉ भी कर पाओ और वीकर को हर बार हरा पाओ, तो ये नेवर लूज रेटिंग. दैट्स अ वेरी फेयर स्ट्रेटजी टू हैव, आई थिंक. Can any Indian player reach Vishesh level? Nankishore, not everyone can. I think to reach that level, you probably need some incredible level of talent. Everybody can become a grandmaster, I feel, if they put enough time. But to reach 2780, become a world champion, I don't think everybody can do it. You require some extra skills, some extra, you need to be God gifted for chess, I think. So Arjun better. Okay, let me check it out. Okay, Surya is going to draw, of course. So let's go to Arjun's game. Arjun has played knight g4 chat, so I do feel white will lose one of his bishops, and with that the advantage. So I think Arjun should be fine now. If white does not take, he will simply take on e3 or even come back to e5. Both look really good for Arjun, and most probably white will end up taking. But that means जो light square weak हुए थे, वो अब use नहीं कर पाएगा वो, because he loses his light square bishop. So I feel, yeah, this is going to be good for black. Vishy is 2000 right. Vishy, yes, he's 2751 or something right now. Yeah, in the top, 15 in the world roughly. मुझे mod बनने के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? बहुत रेगुलर होना पड़ेगा यार, बहुत रेगुलर. Can a player win a game with point for advantage? Not really. 1.5 at least चाहिए. If Mans keeps drawing, he won't reach 2000 right. Yeah, Chika, but I think as long as he's drawing, he's not losing a lot of rating. So he can always strike back with a couple of wins. But he should not lose at any cost. That's really, if he loses, then it's almost impossible. If with this stays on top, if he draws today, yes. If he draws today, he'll be at least tied first. Thanks, Ashit bhai. How to play top players? Bot. Chess.com पे मिल जाएगा तुम्हें यार, बहुत सारे का bot. Let's go to the game of Vidit now. Masters में. I'm really interested about Vidit's game, chat, because I think he's leading the tournament, and it's like, I really want him to win this, because if he wins this, तो बड़ा मजा आ जाएगा यार. समस्या का नाम मत लो, अरे. Sergey and Giri had a quick draw. What they must be doing right now? आलू ले लो कांद. नहीं, they must be resting. Yeah, they must be resting, because this is a very strenuous tournament. यहाँ गेम बहुत लंबी चलती है, so he wants that rest. टिक्कू बहुत घपले कर चुका समोसे के. अरे भाई, क्या घपले भाई, अपनी लाइफ में घपले हो रहे भाई. बलिदान देना पड़ेगा पूरा भाई एक समोसे का. Hikaru is missing from Tata Steel. Mihir, it's okay, man. I don't think it's such a big deal if Hikaru doesn't play. He's anyway really good at actually rapid and blitz. So classical is not his forte anyway, and I would love to see him streaming rather than, let's say, doing this. No, single round robin. Vidit's game looks drawish, Divyam, but there are some imbalances. First of all, I think White's king is a bit safer right now. His minor pieces are a bit better. This bishop is absolutely stupid, has no good squares. This knight has no good squares, so his pieces are a bit better. On the other hand, he has double pawns, but this is not so important right now. And if long term he somehow holds on, he will always have a slight edge, because this, if for example, if you exchange these two, then this is a good knight versus bad bishop that's already in White's favor. So there are potential endgames which could possibly be really good for White. So for example, bishop, let's say you play rook c1, bishop f4, knight f4, queen f4, queen f4, gf4. That endgame with rook and knight against rook and bishop is really good for White. So you could bring the king to e3, and then you can try to win that. So because you have one less pawn island, you have 2 pawn islands, and black has 3. Means Hikaru can't be the world champion classical. He can, but it would require him to literally give up streaming, which he would of course not do, I feel, and it's a correct decision not to give up streaming. He has a much better job there, to kind of spread the game than try to become world champion, and it's almost impossible to do it anyway. People are saying Nepo Caruana as next challenger. What if VD from nowhere becomes the challenger? What will the odds of becoming world champion? I don't know, because the thing is, if he becomes the challenger, he wins the candidates. Then he is good enough to challenge Magnus. But to do that, he needs to play really, really well. But what we saw yesterday was a great sign. So if he plays like yesterday in all the games, well, he is guaranteed to become the challenger, to be honest. So let's see. 100k subscribers, Sahil bhai, अरे भाई, that's the dream भाई, that's the dream for this year. Let's hope so. हिकारू की वीडियो का थंबनेल देखा by the way, बाहुबली वाला मैंने नहीं देखा यार अभी. Leela shows +1 for white in VD game. Okay, I don't trust that +1, but I feel it should be +0.5 or so, +0.4, +0.3, +0.5, something like this. Anish or Vidit, choose one. I will choose Anish over Vidit. अच्छा, हमने विदित नहीं पूछा. What do you want to say about Virat leaving test captain position? I would want to say that I don't care, honestly, because I have not seen cricket for a long while, honestly. I do love the game, but I've not seen for a long while, and captaincy is not the most important element. As long as he's playing, it's all fine. Vidit played around 3,000 in this tournament. Yes, but only for 3 rounds. Just to continue this. ये बोलते हैं कि मतलब I don't care about the captaincy, 50 की watching कम हो गई, not surprised. 18-17 week waiting for Anand sir. Okay, that's good. धोनी और कोहली, अरे बहुत difficult to choose यार, very difficult to choose. I think both are really good. Very hard to compare, man. Pragg game. Okay, let's go to Pragg's game. So nothing is. Okay, he played A4 finally, but the question is, once you play A5, you need your king's castle. I think you need this castling. Otherwise, you can never really capture on B6. So I'm not sure how long he can defer castling here. Let's see. As captain, probably, I don't know, man. I think I did like Dhoni, and I've not seen too much of Virat as captain because I've not watched cricket for the past 2 years. How can Vidit qualify for candidates? So for qualify for the candidates, Vidit has to first of all come in top 2. पहले top 2 में आना है उसको Grand Prix में. अगर top 2 में आएगा, तो then he will directly qualify for candidates. और कैंडिडेट्स में इसको फर्स्ट आना पड़ेगा भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन खेलने के लिए, या फिर सेकंड अगर कार्लसन गिव अप मारता है वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप तो. In these games, see Rook F1 first. Okay. Rook F1. Yeah, Rook F1 is possible. That's, I think, one move to attack F7. And Pragg should probably defend. Now, F6 feels very logical because you're also kind of blocking the bishop. And then I do like the move something like... What can I play? So I want to play bishop F4 because I want to exchange these 2 pieces. But I actually want to capture with the queen, but then c3 is hanging, so maybe I can capture with the pawn. Yeah, queen d6, and now maybe rook e1 and so on. I think this is really looking good for white. Good knight against bad bishop as usual. This is hanging, so you have to defend it somehow. Maybe queen g3 now. Looks good. And as long as you control this square, the bishop can never be activated like this. You cannot allow the bishop to come to e4. That's really important. So let's see. By the way, he played rook f1, so the rook has come to f1, attacking f7 now. Is streaming more profitable than playing chess? Quark, it depends, man. Like, if you have enough subscribers, of course, streaming is more profitable. But if you are, let's say, world top 10, then of course, being that is more profitable. That's the only thing. पिछले 20 स्ट्रीम्स लगातार रह रहा हूँ, मॉड क्यों नहीं बना अब तक? नॉट रूड भाई, 20 दिन की बात नहीं है यार, कनेक्शन फॉर्म होना चाहिए ना यार. आई शुड नो यू पर्सनली भाई. कैप्टनसी की वजह से नहीं, सीबीआई लाइव आ गए रजा, इसलिए नहीं. आई थिंक कैप्टनसी की वजह से 50 तो गए होंगे, पक्का आज था, पक्का 50 तो गए होंगे. आई डोंट थिंक इट विल बी थ्रोन फॉर नेक्स्ट 5 years. भाई हो सकता है यार, इट्स पॉसिबल. आई थिंक कार्लसन को कंसिडरिंग कि उसको ही इज अ बिट लाइक, यू नो, अरे यार हर बार जीत चुका, कंपटीशन ही नहीं है, क्या है भाई ये. सो इट्स लाइक वो उस मोमेंट में ही कैन प्रॉब्ली एंड अप लूजिंग 1 game, एंड एक गेम हार गए तो प्रेशर में आ जाते हैं, एंड देन ही कैन लूज मोर. 6 year anniversary, that's nice, yeah, Shakes bhai. Next possible black move. Yeah, I feel f6 is probably logical because bishop e6 feels very passive. Queen e7 feels passive. You want to keep the queen active. You could also play queen e7, of course, but I think bishop f6 feels very logical. You know me, Amit. I do know you, but I mean, for mod, I think people definitely have to join Discord. थोड़ा वो connection बनना चाहिए. By the way, he has played f6. He's really stronger than Nihal Sareen. Parth, yes, I think so. Right now in classical, yes. Maybe not in blitz and rapid, but in classical, I think so. Yes, he's definitely stronger. Nihal has not proved himself in classical chess to be like 2700 yet. He's like a beast at online chess, but थोड़ा सा improve करना जरूरी है over the board. विदे जीतेगा हारेगा या draw? What's your prediction? I cannot predict, but I think he has chances to win. That's all. It's not like a dull position जहाँ पे कोई chance ही नहीं है. Now bishop f4 is a very good move because you want to exchange these two pieces as white. You really want to exchange these because जैसे ही करोगे तो good knight versus bad bishop आएगा. उसमें white can play forever. He can play forever. So bishop f4 also allows him to unstraighten his pawn. That's the important element. C pawn is weak, but after bishop f4, knight f4, g f4, you attack the queen. Let's say queen d6, and now maybe queen g3 or something, and you defend this pawn, and you also start attacking. Yeah, that's very important. So you can next you can go f5 even. After of course you save the queen. Maybe that's a queen f3 is a bit better. Attacking d5, and let's say he plays rook e8. You play maybe king h1, trying to get off any tactics. Rook e4. And so on. I do think white should be slightly better, not spectacularly, but slightly better, purely because of this knight against this bishop. That's the entire element. And of course, this slight weak pawn. Bad bishop because he has the pawn on e6. So this pawn is kind of, this bishop is always blocked by its own pawns. And the knight controls all these squares. So it's like the bishop has less scope. That's the issue. So let's go back to this. And f6 played. Now rook e1 played by Vidit. He did not play bishop f4. He played rook e1. Almost 19k subs, really? 18 points, I think. अभी तो 18.8 है, अभी तो बहुत दूर है. 150 subs is a lot, by the way. It's not easy to cover that up, for sure. Vidit will either win or win. हो सकता है भाई. VD will either win, draw or lose. That's my prediction. It's for everyone asking. Sriran bhai, definitely. I hope you go to the casinos and spend a lot of money, bhai. I think you will do really well. आपके skills are awesome. Plus game, please. So I think he has played rook e1. His next move is of course bishop f4. That is almost trapping the queen because queen के पास h5 square आएगा. Then you can also play g4. So queen has to probably go to d6 now. साइड के चैनल पे कर दो 1k. अरे हाँ भाई, do subscribe भाई वहाँ पे भी. If you want to watch videos only then भाई लेकिन. So let's go to the game of Carlsen now. So we saw till queen h3, I think, and he played queen f7. I think the idea is to, bring the queen here and play h4 at some moment. And Carlsen played queen to g2. In fact, rook to b1 was really strong here. That was the best move. So, but he played queen g2. Now it's not so clear. Black and now try to play a4 and open up his own file on the queen side. So very complicated. Both players making a lot of mistakes in this game. Not the best game by both players, but it's very difficult to understand this position because it does feel like, black has some attacking chances, but on the other hand, you see this bishop, you're like, कैसे attack करेगा? कुछ guarantee नहीं है. Your poker face is OP. अच्छा, thanks a lot, bye. Let's go to the game of the challengers now. We check out the game of Erigaisi Arjun. यहाँ पे after bishop knight g4, he did take on g4, played h3, you played bishop h5, e5 now, and now knight to b4 is a crazy move by black. If black plays knight b4, which would let go of the control on the e5 pawn, because what white wants is for black to take like this, block his bishop, then he can go knight e4 and try to, control the light squares. But if you kind of play knight b4 and trade this knight off, let's say like this and this, then suddenly after knight b5, bishop takes e5. I do feel black is much, much better, and Arjun might just win this. And if he wins this, he will be leading the event again. If you make more videos, you will gain subs. Just streaming is not enough. Anuj, yes, but I'm making videos on the second channel now. I think that is kind of a better way to do it because the videos can get lost among the streams. And I think that's the better way to do it. So let's go to the game of Surya now. Surya game, okay, should be a draw. They can play for a while. By the way, I am sorry if my energy is a bit low. कुछ कोविड के चांसेस हैं तो इसलिए if somebody has just joined in, आज थोड़ी एनर्जी मेरी लो है तो I'm a bit stressed out. भाई कमांड्स क्या है चैट में डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिख दिया करो. चेस को भाई you can use the, I think this is the command. I think so. This is the link to find commands. I am not sure. You look like Rian Nilon, sorry. Thanks a lot, भाई. That's a huge compliment. By the way, A4 played by black. कोई और कमांड होगी, I think वो कोई मोड बता देगा. Oh, मिल गई बढ़िया. So a4 player black exactly wants to open up the a file, ऐसे खोल के रुक a2 जा जाता है वो, ताकि वो यहाँ से भी अटैक करे और यहाँ से भी अटैक करे. That's the plan. Do you watch travel vlogs? They are really good. I used to at some point. There was this mountain trekker I used to follow on YouTube, but then I've not followed travel vlogs for the past year, I think, in 2021. So let's go to the game of Vidit once more. Oh, black plays queen d6. He's very cautious. Does not, allow any tactics whatsoever here. And now I think white has to choose because this pawn is hanging. Does he play bishop d2? Does he play rook c1? Does he play queen d2? But queen d2 loses the g3 pawn, so that's not really possible. So now time to choose. CBN Meltracha, you should also invite Gary Kasparov bhai for watching. No, bhai, I think I enjoy seeing myself. And I think it's fun anyway. कोई आएगा तो they are always welcome भाई. जो भी stream देखा always welcome भाई. If you are a streamer, you are welcome. Vidit is ruled he drink water by castling. ये क्या है भाई? छोले भटूरे हजारमा चावल favorite street food. Oh, that's so difficult to choose. राजमा चावल छोले भटूरे. So close man. Very difficult. I can't choose भाई. So difficult. Came for Tade White to summon to Saga to chessassist. भाई लेवल गिरता आ रहा है लाइक बॉस भाई. बहुत नीचे जा रहे हो सब्सक्राइबर काउंट में. बट होपफुली सब ऊपर ही जाएंगे सब्सक्राइबर काउंट में. What do you think of venture capital in India starting funding in chess startup? I find startups for a living. Tata bhai, there might be some. For example, even I have an idea in mind, but okay, it's not such a huge idea. But the thing is, the funding in the money in chess is very limited because it's not a sport that can be seen on TV. That's the only issue there. So if somebody can find a way to make it watchable on TV, I think chess will boom like insane. But let's see. There are many ideas, but right now I am not aware of anything. Bishop d2 is best, right? Rook c1, knight e5 is threatening a fork. Yes, bishop d2 is also possible, but knight e5 will come anyway and the fork is still being threatened. So you have to choose कि भाई मतलब कैसे जाना है? Like, what is your plan? Like, do you want to play on the e file? Then probably bishop d2 is better. If you want to play with the bishop, then I think rook c1 is better because your bishop is free now. So if knight d5, you can always defend this, like queen e2 or queen d2 and so on. So totally depends on what your plan is, and there is no better plan here because बहुत सारे plan है सब बराबर value के. I know he's trying to make a cheap alternate GT chessboards. Akshat, yes, but the thing is, how many people are actually going to buy GT chessboards regardless of how cheap it is? I have personally never bought one. That's the crazy part, and I have a wooden chessboard. I have not bought a GT one ever. So unless it's like less than 2-3k, I don't think many will actually buy it. So that's the issue. None of my friends are interested in chess. Should I block them? नहीं भाई. फिर को गाना गाना पड़ेगा. दोस्त दोस्त ना रहा वो. एंड उनके सिंगिंग स्किल से बहुत लोग टॉर्चर होंगे. सारा कोल्ड वायरस भी पागल हो गया. कितनी बकबक करता है बकता. अमोल भाई कुछ भी. I bought from Sagar Shah. Bought मतलब अच्छा वो chessboard. Yeah, that's good. The chessboard India of Sagar, the board is pretty good. The mat one is good. You can probably find it, I think, a bit cheaper on Amazon, but I think the quality must be better for chessboard India. I have not bought it myself. But what I mean is like GT boards and they are a bit more expensive, I feel. 10,000 के 50,000 के आते हैं in fact I think खरीदो. So let's do a roundup chat. Let's do a roundup. सारे games देखते हैं करके. So first game is Carlsen against Jordan. So Carlsen has played b4. He has closed the queen side now. But that does mean that it's going to be very speculative. There's no guarantee कौन जीतेगा. Black is preparing this and this, or even this. So it's very double-edged. One person on chess was working computer vision software for automatic move from live feed from board. But समझ नहीं आया actually, like what's the utility of it? I'm not sure about the utility. मुंडी वाला डांस करेंगे भाई. So this is like very complicated chat. I feel this is going to be balanced. So let's go to this game. This is slightly better, I still feel, but the only question is how does he break through? I don't see a plan clearly, but I do think he's better for sure. His structure is better, his knight is better, his bishop is better, his king is safer, but still not a clear way to break through because he has some weaknesses. So Duda against Hamidiyarov. Now this game is a mess, complete mess. Both, it was a dead draw for so many moves. At some point here, white was better with rook d5, but he played rook d8 instead, and black just took a pawn on h4. White played rook e8, but now knight g6 is much better for black, and Duda would be almost winning. So let's go to Rapport drew against Shankland here. Then we go to Dubov against Caruana. This game is turning out to be very interesting. Symmetrical structure, but still some chances of both sides because white has landed up all its major pieces in excellent positions. बस बैक रैंक का चक्कर है, वो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना है बस. But still balanced still. And Anish has drawn his game very quickly. Now we go to Pragg's game. We saw it till a4 and black has played bishop to f6. I don't like this move honestly because it kind of allows white more chances because now king f7 is no longer possible. It is more open now. The bishop on g7, the king on f7 was very safe, but now it's a bit more open. Now we go to the game of the challengers. दो challengers हैं. Surya game I think will end in a draw very soon because equal number of pawns, and this should be a draw. We go to Arjun's game now. Arjun was slightly better when we last saw it. After okay, let me refresh this actually once. So he sacked an exchange. So after the move e5, rook bishop g6 was played by Arjun, and now white played rook to f5. What? Wow, did he just blunder? So I think Arjun's opponent has just blundered, chat, because bishop f5 is still kind of, a bit interesting after rook f5. It's not so clear, but Arjun has the move knight to b4 here, and that's just winning on the spot because if you capture on b4, I capture, now you have two pieces hanging, and if you try to move the rook back, then I just capture on d3, and that's why I think it's losing. White needed the knight on d3, and now Arjun should win this game if he finds knight b4. So Arjun in full form, if he wins, he'll be on, I think, 3.5 out of 4. That will be a great score. He'll have the sole lead most likely. Now we come to Vidit's game once more, and we refresh. Dida lost. Dida कौन है भाई? CVI ने राजा को बुलाया. Time for you to bring समय. अरे नहीं यार, ऐसे नहीं होता यार. It's not like कोई battle नहीं है. हम भी हैं जोश में, बातें कर होश में, यू ना राजा को बुला. ये बैटल नहीं है भाई. मुन्नी बदनाम हुई पे डांस करो. धनंजय भाई यार अपनी फैंटेसीज दूसरों पे ना प्रोजेक्ट करें. नाइट f5 नहीं यार. This is a very good knight. This is a really bad bishop. We don't want to exchange these two pieces. We want to exchange this and this. That's very important. This is a very good knight, the best piece on the board. We don't exchange this. Siler. सब बैटल नहीं है, बट समय चाहिए ना भाई. समय यार, समय लेफ्ट स्ट्रीमिंग चैट. मैं पहले बोल चुका हूँ. समय से मेरी कल ही बात हुई है, एंड ही मेंशन कि ही इज लेफ्ट स्ट्रीमिंग फॉर नाउ. सो फिलहाल के लिए यू हैव टू कॉम्प्रोमाइज चैट. देयर इज नथिंग यू कैन डू. Just kidding, bro. Of course I know, bhai. Of course I know. Now, let's wait for Vidit. By the way, they are running low on time now. They have 15 moves to play in 35 minutes. Not so tough, but yeah, it's coming closer. Bishop f4 नहीं खेल सकते यार, because rook takes c3 is hanging. So if bishop f4, I take with the knight, and then once you take back with the pawn or the queen, I just capture on c3, and black is much better. So you have to sort of save the pawn. So you have to choose either rook c1 or queen or bishop d2. I think these two moves are possible. Effing Omicron cancelled all his shows. Naman bhai, I think मेरी बॉडी में भी अभी ओमिक्रॉन हो सकता है. सो ऐसा ना पिस ऑफ हो जाए वो भाई और मेरे को अटैक करे, तो प्लीज भाई थोड़ा सा काम, गाली ना दे उसको. भाई समोसा पार्टी करो. भाई समोसा पार्टी करेंगे यार. आई थिंक वंस अ मंथ वील डू समोसा पार्टी एट द एंड ऑफ द मंथ. हमने 31 दिसंबर को करा था, अब करेंगे आई थिंक मंथ के एंड पे. Digital board below 1.5k. What is the market chances? Not much, Pro Malaysia. I think there are wooden boards available for 200-300 rupees. I have seen them on Amazon, so I don't think so there'll be much demand there. Arjun has played it, kya? Let me check. Arjun played. Arjun played. So Arjun is winning, chat. Arjun is winning. So I think Arjun is going to take the sole lead now, unless Morozin Vuladar wins, which I'm not sure about. Let's check it out. Yeah, his position is looking very drawish, so I think Arjun might just take the sole lead in the challengers. Arjun crushing it, chat, crushing it. बहुत पेल रहा है अर्जुन यार, बहुत बढ़िया यार, बहुत बढ़िया. So let's go to the game of white now. Knight f5, what? But why? Why give this knight? Okay, I'm a bit surprised by that. I don't like this move, honestly. Not a big fan. Maybe I'm missing something, but overall I think after bishop f5, Yeah, this should be a draw now. This should be a draw. Don't know why I feel like chess players show a lot of attitude. They be like, हमसे बड़ा कोई नहीं दुनिया में. It happens, जो I mean, I think जब rating बढ़ जाती है तो थोड़ा ego कई प्लेस में आता है. But I think वो ego कम करने का तरीका बहुत अच्छा है. उनको हरा दो, and then it's all fine. Which side is good for solving puzzles? Chess.com and Leeches both are really good. Queen c2 was also possible, but I think the pawn on g3 was the issue there. It would be hanging. That's why you could not play queen c2. What should I have best move? I think this is not like a bad move. All I'm saying is I don't know how he'll try to win after this. I'm not sure. Maybe bishop d2 is the move I would have probably played. But then I would have also played bishop f4 earlier before rook e1. So I am not sure. I think bishop d2 would have been more appropriate according to me. But hard to say. I mean, with it we are talking about. So knight f5. Let's see how he plays this though. Because his idea is of course to go with the bishop to d4. And then the queenside pawn majority is... Not majority, the queenside chain is kind of safe. Because you can't go queen b6, the bishop controls this. And there's no way to attack the b3 pawn, no way to attack the c3 pawn. And a4 is by this pawn. So that's a very solid fight to play. But then less chances of winning also. Leeches is good but has inflated rating. Exactly, Shubhai. True. Arjun won, really? I saw that. He was winning. We saw that chat. He's completely winning now. The engine valuation is -5. So I think that should be pretty much over. And yeah, these two pieces will be exchanged. Then he will take the exchange and then he will take this as well. So with that, I think Arjun would win the game. His opponent has not resigned yet, chat. It's still going on. How many candidate spots are left? 2 spots are left. जो Grand Prix से select होंगे. Isn't really losing a pawn. Not really, Rakshit Bhai. Not really. Because once you capture this, I attack your knight. So you have to first move the knight. And when you move the knight, I will defend the pawn with the queen, either queen d3 or queen f4 and so on. So I do defend my pawn. Who is better endgame player, Anand or Kramnik? I don't know, man. Like both were really good, but I think Kramnik was the better endgame player and Anand was the better attacker. Maybe Kramnik a little bit. Like the stream, where's my samosa? Aega bhai. FIDE should introduce Royal Dream title for those who have played World Championship candidates. Thoughts? It's kind of unfair to people who came second in the candidates, I feel. Maybe Super GM at 2700 is more appropriate. Full piece blunder? भाई कौन सा किसने blunder किया भाई? Any decisive game yet? अभी नहीं रशिद भाई, अभी नहीं. We have had a lot of draws. By the way, Caruana has drawn his game, chat. Caruana has also drawn his game. So that means we have one more draw. Let me add that to the list. We have one more draw here. So Caruana also draws. Sort of draws today so far. Arjun is winning though. Arjun is completely winning. So let's hope so he can continue his run. Although Caruana has drawn. So let's go to Carlsen's. Girlfriend blunder by me. Ankur bhai, वो तो हर कोई करता है life में. Were any world champions positional players? I think every world champion is a positional player. There's no doubt. Lag nahi hai bhai, theek hai. Now it's fine. So by the way, rook f6 played. I think the idea is very obvious. You want to double up rooks at some moment. Also can try to take. Also rook h6 is also a move to keep in mind. So I feel ki black is still trying to attack and white is trying to open up the queen side. This also defends c6. So he's trying to hold the queen side and then play on the king side. But maybe he will not have enough time and energy to do this. Wow, bhai, Anish is an Indian. Gaurav bhai, yes. हमने उसको ऐसे वो citizenship दिया है online. So he's an Indian now. Is a candidate being selected from this tournament? Not really. Candidates कौन qualify कर चुका है? So far, I think Rajabov has qualified. Then it is Karyakin. Then it is Duda. Then it is Nepo. Then it is और तो कौन थे जो भी qualify किए थे? Surprise Rapport didn't push against Sam consider. Yeah, but okay, they reached a drawn position. Rook and game was just drawn, so not much they can do. Yeah, Firouzja and Caruana. Yes, Firouzja and Caruana. By the way, now black is even better somehow. It does feel like black is trying to attack and white's rooks are not pushing through. Chat, I'll be back in just 10 seconds. सॉरी माय बैड। सो मैं कह रहा था कि यार in 95% of the games the accuracy will be more than 95% because the level is so high in classical chess, they barely make any mistakes, so that's very common to have. And इसी के साथ let me shift it. And कोल्ड का रिजल्ट कहाँ से भाई, कोल्ड का टेस्ट देना है मैंने, so अभी रिजल्ट कहाँ से आएगा? Let me change battery stat. अरे रिजल्ट नहीं भाई, टेस्ट तो देने दो. Anish lives in Sahil's heart, which is in Faridabad. Therefore, Anish is Indian. Yes, that is also true. That is also true, bhai. That can also be an argument. आधार कैम नहीं भाई, नॉर्मल कैमरा आ रहा है भाई, नॉर्मल कैमरा आ रहा है. ओके, आई ऐड दिस. लैग ओपी नहीं है भाई, लैग ओपी नहीं है भाई, कैमरा चेंज हो रहा है भाई, कैमरा चेंज हो रहा है भाई, कैमरा चेंज. ओके. Yes, the camera is back, chat. The camera is back. Yes, I am back. भाई वो लैग नहीं थी यार, कैमरा की बैटरी खत्म हो गई थी तो इसलिए था. Okay, so let's go. So chat, let's do a roundup. So in Carlsen's game, as we can see, Carlsen is definitely struggling right now. He has played g4. The idea is probably to go h3, but I do feel कि it's not something which is going to be very comfortable for him. कुछ lag है क्या? अब हो रहा है क्या? रुको भाई, रुको. Let me check. Lag क्यों हो रहा है भाई? It should not lag, honestly. रुको. Let me check it out. Now it's fine, right? क्यों लैग हो रहा है मेरी माँ? चल जा भाई, कंप्यूटर काहे कर रहे हो भाई? लैग हो रहा है क्या? अरे यार, हेलो. Now it's fine, right? नहीं, अभी भी लैग है भाई. क्या हो रहा है ये भाई? My internet connection is like no. Ruko bhai, let me check. Let me do one thing. Let's check the speed. Am I back? Or am I not back? Hello. Am I back? Chat. सागर भाई पैसे देखिए, इंटरनेट डाउन करो. वो पता नहीं यार क्यों स्पीड क्यों नहीं आ रही. मैंने अब 5G वाले से नॉर्मल वाले पे आ गया. आई डोंट नो व्हाई, लाइक इट्स शोइंग की स्पीड ही नहीं है. आई डोंट नो, लाइक 1 Mbps दिखा रहा था भाई उसमें. आई डोंट नो व्हाट हैपेंड. तो ये भी लगा होगा तो मुझे बताना, बट फिलहाल के लिए तो आई एम बैक. बाय द वे, आफ्टर g4 h3 वाज प्लेड. एक और सैक पॉन का, तो यहाँ पे तो पॉन जा रहे हैं. वॉचिंग ऑन, कोई बात नहीं यार, हम अपना चिल करते हैं. अगर आ जाएंगे वापस तो आ जाएंगे. सो बाय द वे, क्वीन h3 प्लेड. सो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. 5G किसका बाप लाया इंडिया में? अरे 5G मतलब यार 5 गीगाहर्ट्ज वाला कह रहा हूं मैं. रिचार्ज भाई यार, ऑफ कोर्स भाई यार, बिल पे कर चुके हैं यार. आई डोंट नो व्हाट्स हैपनिंग देयर. एयरटेल के नाटक है भाई, एयरटेल के नाटक. सो लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ विदित नाउ. क्या हुआ भाई? एज ही कैप्चर्ड. ही कैप्चर्ड ऑन f5, क्वीन f5, 97 नाउ. Oh, interesting. So I'm not sure exactly what's happening now, but I feel कि in this position it should be a draw, chat. It's similar to what's happening in Surya's game. We saw Surya's game exactly. I'll show you the game once more. This game, you can see it was like this position, bishop against knight and rook, और c pawn weak था. This is also very similar. c pawn weak है, bishop versus knight है, and queen trade हो जाएगा बहुत जल्दी queen f4 के बाद. This should be roughly drawn. So I do think ये game draw में end होगी. Yeah, I don't like. Knight f5 was kind of a draw for I feel, and this should end in a draw. Queen f4, maybe bishop f4, knight f5. I don't know. Like this looks like a draw to me. Normal intent speed is like 200 Mbps, 150 Mbps. Damon, I think there's something wrong with the net today. It's happening since yesterday actually, so I'm not sure. So let's check out. Let's do a roundup, chat, because I think important है. Carlsen की गेम में Carlsen is suffering, to be honest. I think Carlsen is worse practically because his king is a bit weak and his bishop is kind of absolutely like a dump piece. क्यों है बोर्ड पता नहीं मुझे. Definitely what Jordan went for is putting a lot of pressure. Vidit's game looks like a roughly balanced game to me. I think this should end in a draw, I feel. Queen d4 possible नहीं है, queen d4 यहाँ पे है. I think queen f4 is possible though. So this should be a draw, or queen d3 is also possible. Duda आगे से मेरी तरफ भाई क्या crazy position है. I think Duda is completely winning because ये सारे pawns h4 आने वाला है. Knight has to go back. Then I think with the extra pawn, he has 5 pawns as compared to 4 for white. I think black will end up winning and Duda will win, and that will mean he will be back. He'll back in the lead. So Duda having a great score. Then Rapport is of course already drawn against Shankland. Caruana has drawn against Dubov. Anish has drawn against Karyakin. And Pragg की game देखते हैं कैसी चल रही है. We saw it till I think a4, bishop 6 and a5. Now bishop g5 was played, trying to attack the queen. Queen h3 played, threatening some ideas here. Queen g7, queen c3. Queen f6, and now white is thinking. So Pragg is definitely better here, no doubt about it, but not like much better, a bit better. But yeah, this bishop is a strong piece though. At some point you want to of course try to get rid of it, and black also wants to spoil your structure. So I think दोनों के interest में है कि bishop d2 मार दो. In terms of the candidate challengers, Surya's game will soon end in a draw. This is in this position, so we should see a draw very soon. And in Arjun's game, I think he's completely winning. He played the brilliant move knight to b4, and after knight to b4, knight takes b4, it takes b4. Unfortunately for Arjun, this for his opponent, this is hanging, this is hanging, this is hanging, and he can't defend all three. He played knight e4. Arjun simply chopped off the rook. Rook takes f5, and now bishop takes e5. Now even though white has a bind on the light squares, unfortunately he's too much material down, and the problem. Oh, what? Wait a second, let me refresh. Yeah, so he did not capture on e5. But now the problem is, if he could maintain this structure, he would still be fine. But black can simply move the bishop back, and these pieces will be absolutely just hanging like crazy, and they will be captured one by one, or at least the queen will enter the position, and that should be game over. What white basically needs is a pawn on d3. That would really help him, but that's not available. The knight is not stable, and that means black is winning. So we go back to the master section now. So Arjun will of course take the sole lead in the challenger section very soon. Pragg is also trying to fight back to get to equal score, and if Vidit can find out a way to win this, he will of course have sole lead. If he draws, he will have tied lead along with Duda. And now the move Vidit played knight to f5 was, I think, kind of a draw for accepting that he's not better anymore. Black chopped this knight off, queen f5, knight e7, and now Vidit is thinking whether he can play queen d3 or does he play queen f4. Both depending on whether he wants to keep some attacking chances. So let's see chat क्या होता है. Pragg वैसे ही better है, opponent time पे blunder कर सकता है. Yeah, that's true, but I think even he can blunder. The position is very complicated for Pragg, as you can see here. Even he has some chances like this. So he plays bishop d3, by the way, very important move. So now if fe4, I can take knight takes fe4 and I can defend f2. If bishop d2, I play queen d2 and this defends the pawn. पहले bishop था तो वो कट रहा था यहाँ पे connection. Now it's fine, मेरे वाईफाई की तरह. Now it's fine. And now to be honest, Carlsen is also struggling here. मतलब यहाँ पे देखो rook f8 आ चुका है, and his pieces are absolutely stupid. I mean, he's 1 2 3 4 5 6 pawns he has. Black has 1 2 3 4, so he's 2 pawns up as white. But as you can see clearly, the bar is saying it's roughly balanced. But to be honest, I would rather be black here. तुम खुद देखो यार, rook f3 आने वाला है, rook f6, rook g6 आने वाला है. It looks so scary, so scary. How do you keep your energy up doing such strong games, long streams? Navid bhai, it's the magic of coffee, bit of enthusiasm about the game, and a bit of COVID, जो शायद मुझे most likely है. Okay, I think I should end with the COVID jokes now, वरना वो बुरा मान जाएगा भाई, फिर अटैक ना कर ले मुझे. So now I think as Carlsen, I am not sure what to do. I can see rook f3 coming up. So probably queen g2 is very likely. Then trying to play h3, but the issue again remains. I can never move this bishop because rook takes f2 will happen. And if I can't move this bishop, I can't get the rook into the game. And these rooks are just kind of stupid pieces looking at a pawn which is well defended right now. And I don't know how Carlsen holds this long term. I do think Carlsen can lose this chat. If Carlsen loses this, his dreams of reaching 2900 take a big hit and very difficult to come back from that. मैं सब को कोविड फील हो रहा है, तो अगर विल बनाने का टाइम आया तो मेरा नाम ऐड कर देना. तने भाई मेरे को कोविड फील नहीं हो रहा. बेसिकली मेरे डैड को कोविड है, सो मोस्ट लाइकली हैव इट. Can you beat Magnus if you have 2 pawns starting position? 2 extra pawns? maybe I think that should be really good. हाँ भाई पढ़ लिया उसने. Now stop trying. बढ़िया. Check Gujrathi status video regarding COVID after the stream really feel better. I'll check it out भाई. इसको बैन करो ना. इसको बैन करना है भाई. देखना है सब्स बढ़ते हैं. कॉफी रिप्लेस बाय एनर्जी ड्रिंक स्पॉन्सर. स्काइवॉकर का भाई हमारे 18,000 सब है भाई. सो आई रियली डाउट कि हमें कोई स्पॉन्सर करने वाला है. आई रियली डाउट. हमें स्विक्स ही स्पॉन्सर कर दे वही बड़ी बात होगी भाई, टू बी ऑनेस्ट. So now, so Carlsen is suffering, I feel. Vidit की गेम पे जाते हैं. Has he played something? He has not played anything yet. Who are you supporting in the Australian Open? I have not followed it too much here. I just followed the Djokovic thing, but I have not followed who all are playing right now. Because sports यार उतना follow मैंने किया नहीं पिछले 1 साल से. ये सब छोड़ो, बिटकॉइन इन्वेस्ट करो. बिल्कुल भाई, अभी करता हूँ. स्पॉन्सर बाय एंड ऑफ 2022. अरे यार कुछ भाई पहले 2021 पहले सबस तो बड़े यार. एंड किसने देखा 2022 का? Can you see why Carlsen is suffering because he's too full pawns up? Because the thing is, what do you do with these pieces, Parth? That's the issue. I don't know where do I place the pieces. I have 3 pieces, but they're not doing much. I don't know what do I do. I mean, I don't know what do I do. What it feels like is it's 2 rooks, queens versus a queen and king. I think that's what it looks like to me. That's the issue because these 3 pieces are absolutely stupid. If he could magically put this rook here, I would say Carlsen is fine. But with the rook on c1, and you can never move this bishop because of rook takes f2. I don't know how he, like, what is his move? Like, what is his plan? There is no plan. And that's why I'm worried about it. Because black can always play rook h6, he can play rook f3, he can start moving his queen to e6, queen to g6, and he will always have some moves. Maybe he can hold, but that's the best Carlsen can do. He cannot win this. As you can see, the bar is always jumping in black's favor sometimes, and then it finds some sort of miraculous defense for white. But overall, practically, even 2 pawns up, I think black is slightly better, practically at least. ओडिया क्या लग रहा है भाई? टेस्ट तो हार गए. ओडिया का देखते हैं भाई. Queen g3 would be not so effective because black can just play rook f3 and attack your queen. That's why queen g2, preempting rook f3. That's very important. अभी लैग नहीं है, अभी लैग नहीं है गंदर भाई. Carlsen chances, but he misplayed. Yeah, he misplayed for sure. So let's go check out the other game's chat. By the way, knight e7 played by black, and now we have to think what will happen here. कितना कमा लेते हो? हिंट दे दो. पढ़ाई से कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा. Now भाई, I'll give you a rough estimate. जितने सब्सक्राइबर होते हैं ना, उतना money you'll probably earn from YouTube. That's a rough estimate I can tell you. On average, of course, my chat इतनी awesome है भाई. इतने पिछले महीने काफी सुपर चैट्स मिले थे. But apart from that, if you put out one video / stream every day, the number of subscribers equal to the number of money you'll earn, I think. बाप रे बाप, सेकंड अकाउंट से आ गया स्पैम करने. भाई लोगों को स्पैम करके क्या ही पता नहीं यार आज भाई क्या मिलता है. पर डे नहीं, पर मंथ भाई. Following with its form in this tournament, do you think where is chances Grand Prix? I think he's playing really well, but it's very hard to judge based on 3 games. So I am hoping that he will continue playing like this. If that happens, then yeah, he will do really well. Magnus हारेगा जिसको खुद स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट इंजन हरा नहीं सकता. वहां के एवरेज लोग क्या हराएंगे? I do feel he's suffering right now. I'm not saying he will lose, but he's definitely suffering. Why is CPM low in India? Because the standard of living in India is low, and automatically the advertisers pay low. If you were in the US, you would probably earn 5 times more money based on ads. नहीं भाई, because views भी उतने होने चाहिए, subscribers इतने. Indian says Queen C2 is a way to continue the game. Queen C2, but isn't D4 happening? And isn't Queen G3 happening? I don't agree with this, I guess. D4, maybe you can just pin it, or you can just the knight is also, so D4 is not possible. Knight is also hanging at the end, but Queen G3 is possible. So I don't know how this is better for white. I don't see it at least. Not really. I don't want to give the pawn here. I don't want to give the pawn, but okay, pawn jayega here at some moment because Queen F4 is the only way to save this pawn, I feel. समय कितना कमाता होगा YouTube से? I don't know, bhai. Hard to say. How much moves ahead does a GM calculate? I think depends on the position. If it's a simple position, probably 1 move. If it's a very complicated position, maybe 10 moves, 15 moves is also possible. Which engine is used by Super GM? Stockfish, Alpha Lila? All. I think all of them. At some point or the other, all of them. Do you hear news of I did hear about the explosion, but I don't know if that's the name. Queen g3, bishop h6 works. Queen c2, queen g3, bishop h6. But this is also hanging by. This is also hanging by. I don't see how you can play with this. So not working. ये मॉड्स बैन क्यों नहीं करते? बैन मत करो यार किसी को, बट टाइम आउट दे दो. टिक्का जी, अरे टिक्कू जी एंड प्रणाली ताई, आपको कृत नाम का बंदा याद है आपको? अरे हाँ याद है भाई, ऑफ कोर्स याद है. आई हेट सॉल्टी किड्स. अरे भाई यार, ओके. Have you ever met a GM in real? Kushagra, of course, but I have played like tens of GMs. I have defeated many of them. So of course, Russian accent में players के नाम बोलो. विदित तो नहीं, आई तो कुछ साउथ इंडियन एक्सेंट हो गया. आई डोंट नो भाई, माय रशियन इज नॉट सो ग्रेट अभी. चेक हिकारू ट्वीट ऑन वर्ल्ड चेस. क्या लिखा है भाई उसने? रितेश भाई, तुम ऐसे ट्वीट्स, आई थिंक तुम पूरे दिन ट्विटर पे ही बैठ रहे थे हो. और किसने मसाला दिया ट्विटर का? हिकारू. ओहो, और कौन है मसालेदार आदमी? जिंक्स एसिपेंको. भाई यार कितना जिंक्स करे, मैं खुद जिंक्स हुआ अभी भाई यार. I think there's no way for I don't find any way he can possibly win this though. This is just equal, man. He might be liking sweet kids though. Yeah, I think that's possible. Your Russian is perfect. Thanks a lot, bhai. मसालेदार आदमी, मतलब यार controversy seeking, मतलब all Indians. ये क्या है भाई? bot mods. What the hell is this भाई? रुको भाई चैट, आई थिंक हमें करना पड़ेगा कुछ इसका. कुछ लोग भाई वेल रहे हैं, दादा बहुत वेल रहे हैं भाई. लाइफ में काम धाम नहीं है, तो उनको स्टॉप करने के लिए करना पड़ेगा. कल सबने मिलके डूबॉफ को जिंक्स कर दिया था. हमने जिंक्स नहीं किया भाई, हमने जिंक्स नहीं किया. आई थिंक वो उसने खुद ही अपने पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी मारी. पन्नाली दी को स्ट्रीम पे लाओ. आई ऑफ कोर्स वांट टू गेट, बट चक्कर है ना यार, एक तो चीज थोड़ा सा आदत नहीं रही अब लोगों स्ट्रीम करने की, दूसरी, और दूसरा कि मोर इम्पोर्टेंटली वो भी घर पे नहीं है. सो इट्स लाइक वो she does not have a mic or camera and so on. How many moves have been played? So far, they have played 27 moves in this game. But I think time is not a big issue because the position is very simple. अर्जुन की ओपनिंग का टाइम खत्म. Really? क्या चल रहा है भाई यहाँ पे? नहीं भाई, 5 मिनट है उसके पास. एंड अर्जुन सिंकिंग. फिलहाल रुक f5 के बाद बिशप f5 से क्वीन c2 खेला है. And he's trying for some tactics, of course. Rook e5, knight f6, but it doesn't work. I can just play bishop h2 check, king h2, queen takes e4, and I think white can resign. So I think Arjun will win very soon, chat. He's about to win the game. Arjun is going to win in the next couple of moves. His opponent will resign. So Arjun winning very soon, chat. Very soon he's going to win the game. Awesome. Dubov पानी में डूबो. अरे ये क्या है भाई? डूडा गेम इक्वल ना? Really? क्या बात कर रहे हो? Oh, he came back. Mamidyarov came back. So rook c2. Apparently, this was a brilliant move. Rook takes c2. Okay, king takes c2, and now he played bishop c5, which was a mistake. He apparently had to play rook h7, which is so awkward, so difficult to find. Crazy, yaar, crazy. Okay, this is so complicated, man. Knight f5, king f5, rook e4, rook c2. Okay, c2 makes a lot of sense, but rook h7. Okay, difficult to find rook h7 though, I feel. Let's check out Pragg's game. Esipenko is the best player in the world. Ikku OP. Thank you, Shan bhai. By the way, after bishop g5, queen g7, queen c3, queen f6, bishop d3 we saw, queen e7 played by black. But he should be better, yeah? He should be a bit better. I mean, सेंटर उसके पास है, पास पॉन है, एच फाइल है, किंग की थोड़ी नाटक जरूर है, टंटे थोड़े यहाँ पे, बट आई थिंक वाइट शुड बी बेटर. साहिल भाई नाश्ते में मसालेदार आदमी. अरे भाई क्या है भाई? Did you meet with him? Ever played OT with him? I have not played with him yet. कभी मिलूंगा भाई for sure. You cannot lose Esipenko. विष्णु भाई, why are you supporting Esipenko? I don't know. कर सकते हो वैसे. Esipenko को हरियाणा में जमीन दिला देंगे. अरे वाह वाह वाह, आप तो आयाम बन चुके हो, आपके पास बहुत सोर्सेज होंगे भाई. बार भी ऊपर है तो बेटर होगा. Yeah, I think ऐसे तो कमेंट्री करना बड़ा आसान है ना यार. Okay, Chad, I think white is slightly better because the bar is up. So this is of course drawish because the bar is right in the middle. एंड दिस इज ऑफ कोर्स वेरी ड्रॉइश बिकॉज द बार इज राइट इन द मिडल. कितना आसान जो है कमेंट्री करना भाई, करिए कितना अच्छा. एवरीबडी कैन बी अ कमेंटेटर देन. अबे रैंडम 4-4, अबे तुम क्या मतलब क्या पी के बैठे हो बे तुम. Anish should not be in candidates. He should be, bhai. He should be. I hope so. Chad jinxing Esipenko. अरे वाह वाह भाई, ईयरफोन क्यों लगा रखे हो? गेस्ट तो है नहीं यार. जो तुम गाने सुन रहे हो ना, मैं भी सुनता हूँ. सो इट काइंड ऑफ मेक्स इट अ बिट मोर ऐसे, मतलब अदरवाइज वो इट मेक्स बिट मोर फन. ये टाटा स्टील का इवेंट कहाँ हो रहा है? ये हो रहा है भाई टाटा स्टील की फैक्ट्री में. वहां पे उन सबसे स्टील बनवा रहे हैं और साथ में मैच कर रहे हैं. ओ विदित मेड अ मिस्टेक चैट. ही मेड अ मिस्टेक. I think he's banking on this move, but let's see. So rook takes c3, bishop takes h6, but there is rook takes g3. I feel rook takes g3, queen f4, queen c5 check, king h2, rook g6. भाई crazy पूछ रहा है. queen e3, bishop e3, and black is a pawn up. So although he has the bishop, so technically he should be holdable, but black should be a pawn up now. The rook is a bit awkward though. Queen g4 maybe has some ideas here, but let's see, because rook c3 feels like a very natural move. Esipenko pressing. Okay, not yet, but yeah, rook c3 is a good move, yeah. क्या यार चैट विदित पे जिंक्स हो गया? नहीं कोई जिंक्स नहीं हुआ भाई. Visit haters incoming. That is to hit them. आ रहे होंगे भाई, अभी आगे भाई. Isn't Vidit good at vlogging rather than streaming? Oh. एक एज का पोल कर दो. What age people watch you most? I think I can figure it out on the analytics actually. वो एज बता देता है. VD for vlog अभी आएंगे भाई लोग, मुझे पता है. So let's go to the game of Pragg now. ओके बहुत स्लो खेल रहे हैं ये लोग. 15 मूव खेल रहे हैं और ब्लैक के पास 8 मिनट है, व्हाइट के पास 18. So they have to be really careful not to. Yeah, VD is under pressure now. Chat, by the way, I must show you this. He's under pressure. As you can see. Thanks for super chat rumor. 30 speaking. Do you agree कि future में एक time आएगा when there will be no more novelty left and wins will depend on how good your memory is? I don't think so, rumor. I think the thing is, it will become more and more tougher to create novelties, but I don't think it's possible to ever run out of novelties because, it's just kind of going to move forward and forward again and again. So, अगर novelty अभी मूव 15 पे निकल रही है, फिर 17 पे निकलेगी, फिर 19 पे निकलेगी, फिर 20 पे निकलेगी, but technically it's possible to go on forever. So I think there will be more and more draws. That's true. So you will have more and more draws, but eventually at some point maybe 960 will become more popular. वाइसैक भाई, आपके पापा मम्मी ने आपको फोन क्यों दिया है भाई? उनको अपना नंबर दीजिए जरा, मैं उनको बताऊं कि भाई आपका बेटा क्या कर रहा है यहाँ पे नाटक. अरे हाइड नहीं हुआ. किसको हाइड कर दिया मैंने? हाँ हाइड हो गया भाई फाइनली. वीडी लूजिंग -0.2. मैग्नस भैया जीत रहे हैं लग रहा है. अरे मैग्नस भैया कभी हारते नहीं है, वही तो है ना. उसके ऑपोनेंट को कंफ्यूज कर दिया उसने. नाउ h4 एंड ही इज ट्राइंग टू से कि भाई ठीक है यार, मतलब अब मैं यहाँ पे वापस आ जाऊंगा और यहाँ से खेलूंगा और मैंने किंग साइड पे होल्ड कर लिया सब. बट ऑनेस्टली आई स्टिल फील कि ब्लैक शुड बी फाइन एंड ही स्टिल शुड हैव सम चांसेस फॉर श्योर. मैग्नस +2. आई डोंट थिंक सो मैन, आई डोंट थिंक सो +2 होगा. इंजन में मत जाओ बिकॉज प्रैक्टिकली आई फील ब्लैक्स प्ले स्टिल इजियर. ओनली मूव h4 ऑफ कोर्स भाई. VD losing -0.0001. डूडा ड्रॉइंग. देखो डूडा विल प्रॉब्ली एंड अप ड्रॉइंग. बाय द वे अर्जुन का देखते इसके ऊपर रिजाइन किया क्या? ओके अभी रिजाइन नहीं किया उसने. अर्जुन इज थिंकिंग लेट्स गो टू दिस गेम. सो वी गो टू विदित्स गेम नाउ. ओपोनेंट सोच रहा है, सो लेट्स रिफ्रेश. अरे हाँ वीडियो ऑफ. अरे थैंक्स फॉर लेटिंग मी नो भाई, मैं वीडियो ऑन करके बैठा हूँ. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई. आई लव सोपिको बट डैम मैग्नस एंड अनीश वुड लुक सो क्यूट टुगेदर. There is a video about it, Anisha. There's a video about that. Why Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri broke up. And Anish himself saw that video and commented on, I think commented, did not comment, but he saw that video. So I highly suggest you check it out. उसमें अर्नब गोस्वामी भी है by the way. Nihal or Pragg in classical chess. Nihal. Can Vidit win the tournament by drawing all upcoming matches? No, he can't. Very unlikely. He will need at least at least one more win. Magnus certainly better. Karthik, yeah, but I still don't think so. I mean, it's like Engine is saying white is better, but practically it's still not clear to me how white wins this, because he can never push h5 here. One thing is true, he has managed to stabilize a bit, because now it's very difficult for black to break through. He will have to sack a piece or something, and that maybe white can just play king f1 and can kind of escape. So it does feel like maybe white is escaping, but maybe he's objectively better, but practically black should still be fine. It would require at least a couple more mistakes for black to kind of win this, I feel, because his king is of course weak. Esipenko played, chalo dekhte hain. Oh, he took on c3. He took on c3 chat. So now it's up to Vidit to prove. Can he win this? Can he create some countable? Because Esipenko is a pawn up now. He has taken the pawn. Now let's see. Ask Sahil not to destroy my shipper dreams. Esipenko winning. I don't think he's winning chat yet. He's a pawn up, but not winning yet. Ask Sahil anything with Nihal as an option, and he will choose Nihal unless the other option is Anish. I don't think so, bhai. कुछ ना कुछ ऑप्शन तो आएगा. कैसे हो टिक्कू भाई, आपने जिंक्स मास्टर? अरे अभिषेक भाई तुम कैसे हो भाई? डूब मास्टर कैसे हो भाई? एनालाइज बिशप f4. लेट्स सी. सो बिशप f4 का आइडिया ये है, पहले तुम उसको क्वीन को धक्का लगाओ और फिर तुम h6 मारो. बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली देयर इज क्वीन c5 चेक एंड देन किंग h2 एंड ब्लैक कैन प्ले किंग h7 एंड आई थिंक ही इज टेक्निकली अ pawn up. So I don't see the compensation here. For example, one move that comes to mind is, let's say, queen e6. But now just knight g6, and I think black is just clear pawn up. So I am not sure what the plan is really here. Bishop d4 idea rook e6, but you have to understand कि यहाँ पे g3 hanging है. Black will take it like this, and there's no time for rook e6, and now black is 2 pawns up. So black is completely winning. So be very careful. I think Vidit spoiled it. He spoiled it a bit. He should have, knight f5 itself was the wrong direction, I feel. Bishop h6 पे भी again d3. That's the issue. The rook defends the mate indirectly, and I feel it should be still drawish here, but definitely black is the only one who can try to win. So I don't know why going into this was important. He could have just defended the pieces casually. Why he went for this? What is the idea? Maybe he's a bit over ambitious right now. I hope he does not make the same mistake Dubov made yesterday of being over ambitious, and he finds out a way to draw now. Carlsen is in Nihal and Blitz. Carlsen, I think. Online, I'm not sure. He plays bishop f4, by the way. Now queen c5 check. So let's see what Vidit's idea is. I don't like this too much, but let's see. Vidit tried for a win probably with queen g4. Yes, he tried for a win. That's clear. But कल उसने डुबोव ने भी यही किया था यार. Exactly यही किया था. उसने कहा भाई, अरे वीडी, तू जानता है मुझे, शक्ल देखिए मेरी है, मैं जीतने के लिए खेलता हूँ. बाद में बेचारा हार के चला गया. सो आई थिंक प्रॉब्ली टेकिंग द ड्रॉ वाज बेटर. आई थिंक सागर सनी नुबेर भाई की स्ट्रीम से, आपकी स्ट्रीम से बहुत सुनते आ रहा हूँ कि कंपनसेशन है, कंपनसेशन नहीं, ये क्या चक्कर है? आई डोंट नो भाई. ऑल आई वांट टू से कि I feel black should be better here. Bishop 4 is the engine suggestion though. Yeah, it is, but I mean the thing is, engines can find out the best move continuously, but it's practically impossible for humans to do so. I hope so he has kind of, figured this out really well. Otherwise it's difficult. Because white को सारे अच्छे move निकालने. Black's moves are very simple. Give a check. I mean the most obvious move. Play king h7. Get out of this. Most obvious move. But white को बड़े तगड़े move निकालने पड़ेंगे. Esipenko cannot win at least humanly. He can. He totally can, bhai. CBI lagged. Bhai, hamara bhi lag hua hai, bhai. I can totally feel it. Sahil Tikku, I would like to inform you that I saw your breakup video and disliked it very much. Breakup video kaun si hai, bhai? What? Breakup video? I am new here. Great lances by you, bro. Thanks for coming. Of course, thanks a lot, Rahul, bhai. Video is not human. This is not human. Then what is he? Is he a humanoid? Is he like a टर्मिनेटर? भाई कौन है वीडी भाई? क्या है भाई वो? सीवीआई लैग गाइस. अरे ये क्या है? एक बंदा यहाँ लिख रहा है सीवीआई लैग गाइस कम हियर. ये सब कहीं मत लिखा करो भाई यार. जो जहां बैठा है वहां बैठे रहो. यू वन व्हाट भाई? व्हाट डिड यू विन आर्यन भाई? ऐसे कैप्स में लिख रहे हो, क्या जीत गए? $1K? What? क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम? कहां जीते 1K भाई? तुम कैसे जीते? क्या बात कर रहे हो? No, King H7 played chat. There is no Bishop H6 now. ओ भाई congrats आर्यन भाई, 1 लाख 75-80 हज़ार रुपए भाई. Congrats भाई, congrats to Aryan, congratulations भाई, well done. Really happy for Aryan. Array, nice, yeah. By the way, King H7 played chat. Now the question is, why did we sack a pawn? We are not really clear because I don't see any clear compensation. As you can see, Queen F5 check is not possible right now. White's pawns are also doubled. Black is also threatening rook takes b3. And if your rook moves like up, then there is rook c1 at some point. Right now, it's not possible, of course, but rook b3 and rook b1 is possible, followed by queen g1 mate. So Black's moves are really more natural, and I hope VD has found out a plan here, because as of now, I feel Black is indeed better. But I hope he has a plan. He might have a plan. Let's see. Congrats, Aryan bhai. Well done, yaar. Really happy for you. बड़ा होगी पार्टी तो रो क्यों रहे हो भाई अब? Karu said VD played like a humanoid. Yeah, but it's like, it's very interesting. I mean, I do understand why he is doing this, but I hope he has seen deep, because when you sack a pawn, sometimes there'll be some intermediate move on move number 5. You might have missed it, and then it becomes very difficult, because you have no chance of coming back. Material is of course important, and especially in the end game, because middle game mein kya hai, if you lose a pawn, you sometimes can have some compensation. In the end game, you lose a pawn, it's over. So that's very important. Engine ko nahi dekhte yaar, because engine is saying rook e6. Let's say Black plays a random move b6. Let's see what the idea is. And now it's bishop d6. But what if I play knight g6? I don't see the problem here for Black. Queen f5 now, but d4, queen c5, rook c5, rook d6, and rook c3. But I think just Black should be better. Clearly, Black is better. He's a pawn up, man. He's a pawn up. If Black captures, then it's probably a draw. But Black is the guy who's pushing. So I don't know why we went for this. I mean, अगर queen exchange करनी है, then pawn देने का point ही नहीं है ना. The only way you can justify this is by, going for an attack, sacking on f6, sacking on f6, and going for some mate, but that's just not there. Arjun bhai using a line. Let me check Arjun ki game mein kya ho raha hai. By the way, he played king g8 first, and after knight f2, now he played bishop g7. And after knight g4, he played queen e4, trying to trade queens. And while it is kind of almost forced, luckily he has queen f2, by the way. And now h5, the knight has to move. It does not have many squares. Knight h2 already is very passive, and we take the bishop. So I think rook takes g5 has to come now. But that's another sacrifice. So I think Arjun is going to win very soon. He's going to be the sole leader of the challenger section. Balak Warren bhai. B3 is weak, by the way, chat. B3 is really weak here. Look at his time. Yeah, his time is, he's playing on seconds. That's also true, bhai. So Arjun will win for sure. Surya, I think, must have already drawn. I don't know why he has not drawn already. Yeah, this is a draw. So rook f8 is a draw. So Surya will draw this. And it's time for the Masters. Let's go to Pragg's game. Pragg's game is looking good for him. He's opened with the a file as well. So queen b3 would put pressure on the b6 pawn. And at some point, he will castle. Not right now. But he castled right now. Awesome. So let's see what happens slowly. Let's go to Vidit's game back. I am scared of this position here. Sometimes Vidit gets over ambitious. Yeah, Chaitanya, I hope so. He has calculated this really deeply, because I do feel he's slightly worse, if not much worse. Let's go to Carlsen's game once. We saw it till h4. He played rook 5 c2, bishop e7. I think the tactic is very obvious. He wants to sack here, so king f1 is kind of forced. King h1 will be very risky, because Black can try to, mate you like this once the rook comes to g5. So king f1 only move. So Carlsen is under pressure, but if he holds on, I think he should be... What? Oh my god, did he blunder? Oh my god, Carlsen blundered. Why not king f1? Now bishop g5, at g5, oh, not this way. What's the plan? Oh, beauty. Now king f1. Wow. 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 And now and I take the bishop. Wow, Carlsen is crazy, man. Carlsen is crazy. Carlsen is crazy. So Carlsen setting up a nice trap for black. But okay, you can capture with this rook. I think that's possible. H takes g5 and rook takes g5. And I feel this should be a draw. This should be a draw. The queen is of course going to be lost. Rook b6 check. King f7. Queen takes g5. Bishop takes g5. And to be honest, if I have to bet on anybody, I think I'll probably bet on black because he always will have a draw and maybe even more. So I don't like, maybe rook b2 is not so great after all. इसलिए वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 है भाई, इसलिए वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 है. गलती करी, रूक b2 इज नॉट द बेस्ट. रूक g5 इज स्टिल पॉसिबल. बिशप से मारना गलत है, पर रूक से मारना सही है. So let's go to Vidit's game now and let's see if he's played. He's still not played. I do feel कि Vidit has gone wrong because once you play such a sacrifice, I think the move should come really quickly. That is a sign you have calculated all of it. अगर slowly आ रहे हैं moves धीरे धीरे करके हनी सिंह की तरह, तो मतलब गड़बड़ हो चुकी है. अरे मेरे मैग्नस भैया पे डाउट करना बंद करें. अरे अनीशा जी भाई डाउट नहीं कर रहे यार, हमसे ये कह रहे कि विन का ऑप्शन छोड़ दिया उसने. आज मैग्नस जी थोड़े से टिल्टेड है. वैन फॉरेस्ट वांट्स टू डू सैक्स. यस, अरे नायर पार्टी करने गया शायद. हाँ हो सकता है भाई. आज तो वो पूरा दिल्ली खरीद लेगा भाई. आज दिल्ली में पैसा उड़ेगा भाई खूब. आज टिंडर पे सारे स्वाइप राइट होंगे भाई और डेट सबके साथ. वीडी का समय भी जल्दी बीत रहा है. अरे समय की मुझे इशू नहीं है. टाइम इज फाइन. 7 minutes is enough for 10 moves with increment. But I think the issue is the material. By the way, let me update the score because I think Arjun will soon win and Surya will soon draw. So let's update that. So let's give Surya a draw here. That takes him to I think 2.5 points maybe. And Arjun should end up winning. Let me check his position once, if he's actually won or not. Surya has drawn, by the way. Arjun has won, chat. His opponent has resigned. After rook g5, h4, Arjun's opponent has resigned because bishop d4, there is just f6 and it's lost. So Arjun has indeed won the game. So challenger section is over. So that's pretty much done. We come to the Masters. First win for anybody in this round is Arjun. Arjun crushing it, 3.5 out of 4. Let's close this now. And let's go to the Carlsen game. Okay, still not captured. We go to the Pragg game. Castled f4, rook a7. Does feel like Pragg is pushing on the queen side, but black will also try something. Maybe something like this, but difficult to pull it off. Let's go to Vidit's game now. लोल अनीश इंडियन फ्लैग. ऑफ कोर्स इज इंडियन भाई. डूडा लूजिंग, क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? ये डूडा का क्या प्रॉब्लम है भाई लाइफ में? ओह, व्हाइट मैनेज टू आउटप्ले ब्लैक नाउ. इस गेम में इतने उतार चढ़ाव हुए हैं, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई. सो आई थिंक डूडा इज लॉस्ट चैट. डूडा इज लॉस्ट. दैट मीन्स अगर इफ विदित ड्रॉस, ही मोस्ट लाइकली विल बी द सोल लीडर स्टिल आई थिंक. तो आई थिंक मम्मी दियारोव कितने, आई थिंक ही डज, मम्मी दियारोव के पॉइंट्स उतने अच्छे नहीं है. सो आई थिंक he'll be the sole leader so far. But okay, they're still fighting. The game is not over. Tikku citizenship mat bato. Kyun na bate bhai? How many moves ahead does a super GM can calculate in the game? As much as he wants to, Saga bhai. Their imagination is so strong. They can calculate as long. They can literally play the entire game blindfold. So it's totally dependent on how much time they have. ये कंपोजिशन क्या होता है शतरंज में? कंपोजिशन ये होता है कि आपने कुछ मटेरियल दिया. विदित ने यहाँ एक पॉन दिया. उसने कहा मुझे पॉन चाहिए नहीं भाई, तू ले ले अपने पास पॉन, मुझे चाहिए नहीं. उसने पॉन दे दिया, ठीक है. पॉन के बदले उसने कहा मेरे पास अटैक है, ठीक है. उसने कहा मैं अटैक करूंगा, तेरे को पॉन मारने के लिए यहाँ पे आना पड़ा, तो मैं यहाँ आ गया उसके बदले. एंड आई हैव सम कंपनसेशन की आई विल, मतलब either you will lose or you will have to give me the pawn back at some point. That's called compensation. But unfortunately यहाँ पे उतनी है नहीं. Rook e6, knight g6, and I don't see the issue here for black unfortunately. अक्षत भाई, आपके थंबनेल और सीधे थंबनेल में प्लेयर्स की सेम इमेजेस है. या बिकॉज वो इमेजेस उन्होंने उठाई हैं, सबने उठाई हैं उनकी ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट से, टाटा स्टील की वेबसाइट से. How many moves need for extra time? They need to play 10 more moves. Compensation is when you get to play the next candidates. अच्छा रजब को मैंने नहीं बुलाया भाई अक्षत भाई, थैंकफुली. Queen d7, rook e8. क्वीन d7, नाइट g6, रूक e8, बट थोड़ा स्लो लग रहा है यार. आई थिंक इट लुक्स अ बिट स्लो टू मी. थ्रेट क्या है यहाँ पे? व्हाट इज द थ्रेट? देयर इज नो थ्रेट. ओ ही प्लेड h4. Okay, I was thinking of this move honestly, but the idea is of course कि knight g6 पे you play h5 and that would be really good. But I think black can just start pushing his pawns. I don't know if it's enough compensation. And VD has 4 minutes on the clock with 9 minutes to go. Very interesting. राजा भाई सिर्फ कैंडिडेट्स ही खेलेंगे, बड़े आदमी नहीं है यार, बड़े आदमी नहीं है. What is a table based draw? तो टेबल बेसिस आर बेसिकली जैसे एक होते हैं इंजन, ठीक है. इंजन होते हैं फॉर एग्जांपल हम मूव डालते हैं, टेल अस की बेस्ट मूव ये है. दे बेसिकली कैलकुलेट मूव्स लाइक वन बाय वन ब्रूट फोर्स से, एंड दे टेल अस कि ये मूव बेस्ट हो सकती है. बट टेबल बेस होते हैं, दे हैव ऑलरेडी बीन फॉर्मुलेटेड, मतलब टिल 7 pieces they have accumulated all the possible positions in the entirety of chess and given you the valuation. So table basis में क्या होता है, you don't need internet, they will not formulate the moves. आप table basis position डालो, they will tell you the valuation without any calculation whatsoever. It's like किसी इंजन ने 7 pieces तक की सारी moves रट ली, सारी positions रट ली, उसको सब valuation पता है. It's basically that. Duda losing. Duda we know is losing. Let's go to Magnus. Oh, he blundered bishop g5. उसने मेरी वाली मूव खेल दी भाई, उसने मेरी वाली मूव खेल दी. Yeah, so apparently Jordan went forest and मेरा level same ही है. That's good to know. So rook g5 was the move chat. He has blundered, I feel, and although it might not be a complete blunder, because after let's say king f1, let's say queen d6, at g5, रुको भाई. Yeah, it's not a blunder still, chat. It's still a draw. Even I thought so. Draw सकता है. रुको, let's see. Takes. Let's see. Queen h3. Rook g1 check. King e2. Not sure. Let's see. Okay, let's go back for a second. Queen d6. Is that queen e6 for example? H takes g5. Rook takes g5. Queen h2 now. Yeah, probably he's losing because rook b8 check is coming up. If this rook was here, then maybe black had chances. With rook b8 check coming up, queen h8 mate, it's probably not enough. So probably Van Forest blundered, but we'll get to know. Didn't you beat Van Forest? Yes, but I bet his younger brother, जो challenges में खेल रहा है. This is Jordan Van Forest. I bet Lucas Van Forest. He's his younger brother playing in the challengers. Magnus trap OP. Yeah, this trap was really nice. King f1 played. Although the engine is also drunk a bit, but we'll get to know the exact valuation. We'll get to know very soon. Let's go to the Vidit game. 4 minutes for Vidit, 7 minutes for Esipenko. एक चीज है chat. One thing is there. With 7 minutes on the clock, Esipenko could totally blunder. It is a possibility, rare one, but हमने कल Dubov का देखा. So I think it is possible कि वो कुछ गलती कर दे. हो सकता है. Just saying. Did I not tell you to never doubt him? Yes, Anisha, I'm so sorry. ये लो भाई, कान पकड़ के पुशअप्स करता, बट कुर्सी है. प्लीज बच्चे ब्लंडर कर दे. बच्चे, ये बच्चा है क्या बेचारा? एसिपेंको प्लीज ब्लंडर भाई, समोसा दूंगा. अरे ऑसम भाई. साहिल इज हाई नहीं भाई, मुझे फीवर होने लगा है, मुझे लग रहा है. वीडी माइट लूज, सो कैन एसिपेंको. टोटली राजवीर, एग्री विद यू. माय रेटिंग इज 2201. यू जिंक्सिंग एसिपेंको? नहीं भाई, नॉट जिंक्सिंग. अरे मेरे से छोटा. हाउ ओल्ड आर यू अनीशा? ओके, ऐसे लड़कियों से एज नहीं पूछनी, सो आई टेक दैट बैक. किंग सैक्रिफाइस बाय एसिपेंको. Yeah, I would definitely prefer it. By the way, d4 played by Esipenko. Now let's see what Vidit plan is, because h5 के बाद black can already, I think, play. Okay, not queen f. Yeah, queen f5 is also possible actually. प्रगु ने कर दिया हगू. अरे ये क्या है भाई? Let me check. क्यों भाई? Pragg is winning. Pragg is completely winning. Bishop g4 is coming up. The knight will come to g4. He'll play f3 and then rook fa1. So Pragg is winning, chat. Pragg is winning. So I do expect Pragg to win this, but I don't know what will happen with this game now, because he is the only one who has to, somehow win. आपकी कितनी अच्छी स्ट्रीम है, बिल्कुल अनबायस्ड. थैंक्स लॉट सात्विक भाई, थैंक्स. व्हाट इज एज ऑफ एसिपेंको? पूरा का पूरा 1.5 करोड़ साल. Chessassist is best. Thank you, Vanshu bhai. Carlsen, best competition right now. Can someone like Rajabov give a good challenge? He can. He can surely. He can surely. I think Rajabov is really strong. Rajabov, Ding, Anish, Caruana are really good challengers. आयुष भाई समोसे मत दिखाओ यार, मुंह में पानी आ जाएगा यार. आपकी कितनी अच्छी स्ट्रीम है, बिल्कुल अनबायस्ड. थैंक यू भाई. Unbiased. Don't ask Esipenko to blunder. Hope Vidit to play the best moves. Dhananjay, I'm not wishing for anything. I'm just wishing for Vidit to find out the best moves and, if possibly, some blunders, because I'm wishing for both. Because without blunder, Vidit cannot win this. Lom you. Hare, thank you, yaar. Lom you, bhai. Which move best for VD now? So let's try to figure it out. So I want to, of course, get the rook into the game. So let's try Queen E6 first. But yahan pe I think Knight G6 is the issue. And H5 pe he will of course just take and then take one H5. So that doesn't work. So let's say I try a move like Bishop to D2, attacking the rook. Let's say Rook takes B3, Queen to D7, Knight G6. But again, it doesn't feel like much is happening. Let's say I play a move like H5 now, preventing Knight G6. But now comes Queen F5. And this is again going to be winning for black, I feel. So I don't know what white's move is actually, honestly. I have no clue, chat. This is very difficult. Queen D7 fork नहीं है. Queen D7 का issue ये है यार कि I can play the move Knight G6 and I don't think, I mean, Queen B7, Knight F4, G4, Queen to H5 feels like VD might just lose this because you can't go G3 because आएगा फिर check वह कुछ Rook C2 check, I don't know, King G1, D3 maybe, या Queen G4, all looks lost. So let's see what happens. VD under huge pressure now. And he's very low on time as well. Bishop D2 is the engine station, by the way, chat. But once I play Bishop D2, it starts to go down after Rook takes B3. So I think engine is kind of drunk as well. Yeah, he has 1 minute on the clock, chat. Very close. Very close. Oh, he plays Queen E6. He plays Queen E6. Okay, let's see, chat. Let's see. He can still draw this. He can still draw this, chat. He can draw this, but very interesting. Let's see. He bet all the young and upcoming surprise players. Nice, bye. Is there any increment at the end? Yes, there's 30 seconds increment. The Caprio breaks up with women as soon as they turn 25. I'm 24, hence the joke. Ah, nice. Oh, so 1 year is good enough, right? I mean, with the Caprio, I guess. Magnus blundered. Really? Let me check. Okay, so after Bishop G5, King F1, he played Queen A7. And he played Queen G4 and blundered. Awesome. So he had to play King E2 here. He played Queen G4. Now Queen A6, King G2 and Rook G7. भाई ये crazy position है भाई. इसमें कुछ भी हो सकता है. कुछ भी हो सकता है chat. सागर शाह यहाँ भी. सागर शाह कहाँ है भाई? Hey Ashish, how are you, man? King E2 was really difficult, भाई. Really difficult. Anisha, what will you say now? Your idol blundered. By low on time, yes, VD is low on time, and he still has, I think, 8 moves to play. 38 moves have happened. हाँ, 1 year with Bakri is great. और अगर गलती से शादी कर ली तो एलिमनी भी मिलेगा. ये तो बहुत लंबी प्लानिंग करके बैठे हैं यार. सागर शाह, मैं यहाँ हूँ यार. बड़े डिफरेंट लग रहे हो यार सागर भाई. ये असली सागर शाह नहीं लग रहा है, स्कैम लग रहा है मुझे यार. ओके, सो thinking Esipenko thinking. जी भाई, let's not joke चल रहा है भाई. let's not go there. कल के वीडी को जगाओ भाई. वीडी जगा हुआ है भाई, मैं ही सोया हुआ. मेरी गलती है भाई. Obviously only because Lucas known his prep, it is technically cheap. Nice. Saga will have a full head of hair. What a time to be alive. Arey, I wish everybody had a full head of hair, man. I totally feel it. 32 moves, 38 नहीं, 32 हो चुके हैं. हाँ, 8 मूव पेंडिंग है भाई. भाई कल मैंने सस्ता साहिल चिक्कू देखा कॉफी विद करण में. वो होते हैं impersonators. What can we do, chat? I mean, what can we do? असली है बस दूसरे WL क्या है भाई? Sorry, I meant Jordan. Jordan. आंखें कहीं निशाना कहीं, क्या था होता ना, तीर कहीं नहीं आंखें, क्या बोलते हैं कुछ है ना, कोट है ना, क्या कोट है भाई, मैं कोर्ट्स में थोड़ा सा पीछे छूट रहा हूँ लाइफ में. बिग क्रिटिकल मूव एंड मैच ऑफ द मोमेंट. यस, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. कहीं पे निगाहें कहीं पे निशाना. थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू भाई. चैट तो पेलू है यार. थैंक्स अ लॉट. Knight is the bishop. So if knight g6, you don't want to allow this because that will open up your king. So you can play bishop d6, but then queen h5 puts some pressure here because knight h4 can be a threat. And looks very scary, man. This is just a clear extra pawn. I don't know how he saves this. Queen f7, queen g4. I wanted to play bishop f4 and rook e7, but it's not really possible anymore. Rook e8. Okay, we are getting somewhere now. Knight e5. Oh, is it a draw like this? Wow. Is it a draw like... Oh, king g6 पे loss हो रही है. Wow. ये क्या है भाई? Holy fuck. Chat. I have to tell you something. I hope the engine is drunk. Can you find the only move जो engine कह रहा है, मैं नहीं कह रहा. The only move here which draws. Can you find the only move, chat, which draws for white? Can you find the only move in this position जो draw दे रहा है white को? If you find it, भाई हाथ जोड़ता भाई. क्या crazy खिलाड़ी हो तुम भाई. Find the move for white. Queen f5 of course नहीं. Rook h8. Yes, तन्मय भाई. It is king to h1. King to h1, insane. King to h1 is the only move to draw. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. So there is a draw. There is a draw for Vidit. And King h1 idea ये है कि मतलब, but I don't think he'll be able to find it. He has 1 minute on the clock. Impossible to find it actually, I feel. King h1 idea, I'll tell you. So basically knight g6, bishop d6, queen h5, queen f7, queen g4, and now, I mean, क्या draw? They drew? What? He offered a draw. अरे क्या ही epic draw ऑफर किया यार. Nice one. तो मतलब बहुत सही टाइम पे draw ऑफर किया वीडी ने. Nice. I like it. Nice draw ऑफर. अरे nice. So they drew the game. That's a nice draw offer, भाई. Yeah, so I think Esipenko under-evaluated the position a bit. But yeah, so that is a draw for VD chat. And that means he maintains the lead, at least a tied lead, most probably a complete lead. So now let's go to the games of Carlsen and Pragg. Carlsen game में draw हो रहा है, but he has to play rook g7, which is very difficult to play. So let's go to the game of Pragg. Bhai, good save there. Pragg is completely winning, chat. Pragg is completely winning. Let's update the results now. So VD draws, thankfully. Barely, but thankfully he draws. So well done, VDY. You held on. 2 amazing draws. And now it's time for Pragg's game. Let's follow it. XY is like, what? प्रभु पेल. ये अच्छा है, प्रभु पेल रहा है. वो ऐसे मुझे वो याद आया इससे. वो मूवी का डायलॉग था ना, कौन सी मूवी थी? मार रहा है, नहीं क्या था वो, कौन सी थी? धोनी का था ना क्या वो? समथिंग मार रहा है, समथिंग वैसी पेल रहा है. नाइस. बोथ है लेस टाइम. इट्स अ गुड डिसीजन. या ट्रू अश्विनी, आई एग्री. धोनी मार रहा है, हाँ एग्जैक्टली. प्रभु पेल रहा है. नाइस. I think he was not sure about his position. I think Esipenko felt there was enough compensation. Esipenko, after analyzing game, no, it's not. It wasn't winning for Esipenko. It was better, but not winning. So I think it's fine. I don't want to sound rude or something, but जॉर्डन और कार्लसन ने जितने मिनट किए उतने सीओ भी नहीं होते. नहीं यार, बट वो सीओ की पोजीशन बहुत सिंपल होती है. सो आई थिंक धोनी मार रहा है. धोनी की तो मत उड़ाओ भाई. Feeling sad for Niels. Last time top of the table, this time bottom of the table. क्या चल रहा है भाई? Niels की गेम ही नहीं खुल रही भाई. They're like Niels. अच्छा यही गेम है Niels की. Oh my bad. He did what Nepo did to Arjun in World Bits. Nice. बस करो भाई. VD still sole leader. Yes, it depends on Carlsen's game, of course. Yes, exactly. धोनी मार. अरे यार ये तुम सीरियस हो गए. So now it all depends on this game chat. I think Pragg is completely winning. Queen b5, queen c6, and it should be over. The white king is very safe. It can even come to e2. The h2 square is controlled. There is no way for the queen to come here. It is too long. If you play queen e7 and try to come here, white can simply take on c7, queen takes c7, and play knight takes e5. This rook is hanging. This discover attack is coming up, and black can resign. So I think with that, we're going to see a win very soon. Karthik, yes, in the Masters, yes. Although Carlsen can also win, and also in the Challengers, Arjun won. So very good day for Indians overall, because Surya drew his game, Arjun won his game, Vidit drew his game, and now Pragg will most likely win. Rook h5 played by black, so defending the e5 pawn, but now queen b5 entering into black's camp with the queen e8 or queen e6, both look very strong. कल रेस्ट डे है. yes, chat कल रेस्ट डे है, and परसों guess कर सकते हो किसका मैच है? Can you guess परसों किसका मैच है chat? Can you guess? अनीश का तो बहुत जल्दी ड्रॉ हुआ यार. Yes, AG versus VD भाई बहुत मजा आएगा. AG versus VD है, and it will be a lot of fun to watch. I think AG has the white pieces maybe, so बड़ा मजा आएगा देखने में. How does Vidit defend against AG, because will not be easy. AG knows a lot about him, and let's see. Celtics versus Lakers, nice. Draw कर लेंगे दोनों. Possible है. They might draw. They might take the draw actually. It is very much possible. It is very much possible. कि जल्दी ड्रॉ ले ले. हो सकता है क्योंकि प्रिपरेशन सेम हो सकती है दोनों की. VD most probably gonna try to draw. My heart was beating crazy, man. Yeah. Who is the leader in champions? It is Vidit, sole leader so far. Who will you supporting videos? I support a draw by. दोनों का नुकसान ना हो. Aryan Tari is in Vaikense. But why is he there? He's not playing, right? Carlsen के second के तौर पे है क्या? VD and AG, because Carlsen second is also playing this. Dubov is playing, and Jordan also playing. So it's like उसके दोनों second खेल रहे हैं, तो किसकी help लेगा वो? अनीश ने कहा है he will push after rest day. वो बोलेगा यार, of course वो तो बोलेगा ही. My heart was beating crazy, man. Are you in love, Sohail bhai? Are you in love? It's okay. It happens. It happens. बहुत चीजें धड़केंगी तुम्हारी अब. अरे अर्षित भाई, थैंक्स फॉर भाई इस टाइम पूरे 0-0 के साथ. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई, मींस अ लॉट भाई. थैंक्स अ लॉट. As a fan of both, I wanted to draw. Even I wanted. Thanks a lot, Arshit bhai. Means a lot, bhai. Means a lot. Anish ने कहा इंटरव्यू में he will push after the SJ. Okay, I doubt it, bhai. I think they will take the draw. Pragg down to less than 1 minute. But yeah, his position is very simple. I think just an opponent के पास भी 2 ही मिनट है. He is Anish's second now. Tiku, please don't spread false news. Anisha, I think I have to counter that, because you know you want to talk about Jordan, you're focusing on Lucas. Then you want to say Magnus is unbeatable, but then he blunders. So you know, like, your facts are a bit sketchy there, I think. Aryan Tari is Anish's second. Oh, Anish's second है क्या? Oh, उसका काम है, मतलब I think उसका काम है, I think स्मगल करना अनीश के सीक्रेट्स कार्लसन को. बाय द वे कार्लसन की गेम बहुत क्रेजी हो रही है भाई. Oh, Carlsen is slightly worse. Carlsen is slightly worse. What happened? Oh my god. नहीं, हाँ मैं बोला तो यकीन नहीं हुआ. अनीशा रॉय रोस्टेड. अरे अब असली रोस्ट तो अभी होगा, बिकॉज Carlsen is not going to win this. Because queen जा चुकी है Carlsen की. ड्रॉ तो हाथ में है ब्लैक के. Just joined. What happened to VD's game? VD drew. Whoever is Anish's second improves a lot. For example, VD AD went for us. That's true. Carlsen ने समोसा नहीं खाया. Exactly यार, हमारी बात नहीं सुनता वो. Let's go to the game of Praggu. By the way, rook b7 played by Pragg, trying to double up the rooks here. He plays queen to d8. I think the idea is very obvious. It's queen h4. But unfortunately, there is no serious threat here. I could just double up here. Rook a to a7, queen to h4. And now I just play... Okay, what do I play though? One second. Yeah, he played rook a7. Yeah, but there is only one threat, right? Can I just capture here? Just checking. Oh. Okay. I will delete this part of the stream. So chat, यहाँ पे queen e1 mate हो रही है. So probably we can play queen d2. That's important. And then we can of course bring the king here if he gives a check. So now it's winning. So Pragg has played rook a7. Let's refresh this. इस चेस नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक्स नहीं यार, नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक्स में नहीं है वो. हेलो अम्बरीश भाई, क्या हाल है? प्रगन्नंदन कर रहा है, क्या है भाई ये? कैन आई जस्ट कैप्चर हियर मोमेंट्स रिपोर्ट्स? वाह टिकू, वाह मेरी गेम देखी क्या? अरे यार रेटिंग कितनी है भाई अनिश तुम्हारी? इतना तुम प्लॉन मार रहे हो भाई, तो इतना चेस अंडरस्टैंडिंग की रेटिंग तो अच्छी होनी चाहिए यार. It's like Shark Tank में लोग आ रहे हैं. We have 5 million in sales. और प्रॉफिट कितना है? -5 million. Reason behind name, mood swings. 200. अरे. Please check out our beginners course. You will get to 800 direct. Best move I did today, draw offer. That's true Ritesh भाई, that's true. VD के गेम में क्या हुआ? VD गेम में ड्रॉ हुआ भाई. उन्होंने दे शुक हैंड्स. शार्क टाइम मेरे स्कूल के सीनियर्स गए थे. ऑल्टर हेलमेट्स. ओ भाई वीडी के लगा दो, रुको. वीडी के लगा दो मतलब. ओ ही प्लेड किंग f2 बाय द वे. नाउ इट्स नॉट सो क्लियर, स्टिल विनिंग बट नॉट द बेस्ट मूव देयर. 800 डायरेक्ट. हाँ भाई वही जादू है भाई हमारे कोर्स का. ये जो 200 को 800 बनाऊंगा मैं. हीरो सड़क से उठा के 800 बना दूंगा. I feel both chess players and chess challengers, both Indians can finish top 3. बिल्कुल भाई. PD is still leading, yes, and Carlsen is going to draw most likely. So I think he will still be the sole leader. मेरे कॉलेज के सीनियर्स भी गए शार्क टैंक पे. IIT दिल्ली वाले बॉलिंग एनालिसिस सूट लेकर. नाइस. Today draw was greatest move than rook f6 yesterday. नहीं इतना भी नहीं. Rook f6 was the awesome, like the best move I've seen. So King f2 played and now queen h4 check. I think, oh, rook h1. Tricky. Now rook a1 has to be played. Roundup of Indian games. So Indian games mein chat, first of all, Virat Kohli has stepped down from the captaincy. That's game 1. Game 2 mein Surya has drawn his game. Game 3 mein Arjun has won his game and he maintains a sole lead in the challenger section. In game 4, Vidit has drawn his game with a perfect draw offer, and Pragg is winning right now, but it's still of course going on. Duda game, let's have a look at Duda's game. क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पे? Duda की game में भाई थोड़ा complicated है. White is winning, but there's a pawn on h2, so White just has to be a bit careful, and he would end up winning. Carlsen की game में I think this is looking slightly better for Black, to be honest, because the c6 pawn is well defended, and White has no play whatsoever. Black can try to bring the king slowly, and he can have some mating ideas. So if the black king gets here, I think Black is winning. So let's see what happens here. Carlsen cannot win this at any cost. Let's go to the game of Pragg now. Pragg lost on time. Not really. He must have played by. Nobody loses on time in classical apart from me. That's very rare. VD drew. Yes. Zodiac, not really, not right now. हमें लास्ट मंथ के एंड में करा था. Not really after a few months. पुश में तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं. I don't think draw is good for Anish. Duda went for dead draw to winning to losing. Yeah, exactly. बहुत क्रेजी पोजीशन थी भाई. Pragg time 0-0. या वो अपोनेंट को थोड़ा होप दे रहा है बस. Trust me, he has moved for sure. अपनी न्यू वेबसाइट, सॉरी ब्यूटीफुल वेबसाइट chess.com के ड्रामे होते रहते हैं. प्रगु, यार प्रगु कितना क्यूट नाम है, प्रगु कुछ कुछ। Today all sharks offered for draw in VD Esipenko game. Why is Carlsen playing so fast? Didn't they get time after 40 moves? Okay, now he'll play slowly, I'm sure. They reached time control. Yes, they did. अच्छा हाँ 40 moves ऐड हो गए, exactly 40 moves हो गए, हाँ that's why, exactly. प्रभु बोला मैग्नस नहीं तो मैं किंग E2 खेलूंगा, ठीक। रिफ्रेश्ड है भाई, रिफ्रेश्ड है, पूरा सब कुछ रिफ्रेश्ड है भाई। Esipenko accepting a draw is the proof game is so different with and without engines as reference and also under time pressure, Harshal. Time pressure complicates things. प्रभु समय से तो नहीं हार गया, नहीं भाई। I really like your sense of humor. Thank you, yaar. You should see me at midnight. So now I'm not sure भाई क्या चलेगा, प्रग क्या करेगा। To be honest, he could because Queen H4 is coming up, he could play King E2 and try to get away from this check, or he could play Rook A1, पहले ही exchange करने की कोशिश करो। 40 मूव हो गए प्रग के गेम में, हाँ हो गए भाई, एग्जैक्टली। I really hate your sense of humor. Of course भाई, जिनके नाम में नूब लिखा है वो तो वही है। See me at midnight, subtle flirt भाई। Take back my comment. What happened in V's game? VD offered a draw and he took it. अरे मैं सो रहा हूँ ना यार, मतलब लाइक मैं सो रहा हूँ ना उस टाइम पे, इसलिए भाई। Why no नेहाल? Because ये मिडनाइट वाला जोक मार के बता दिया कि मैकेनिकल भाई सिविल वाले हैं यार। Don't branch us into mechanicals. We had like one girl in our class, okay? ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं था। It was not like all guys. E5 pawn hanging. रितेश भाई मारो भाई E5। तुम E5 मारो और जब यहां से जब मेटे लग जाएंगी ना, यहाँ पे Queen H4, King E1, Queen E1, Queen D3, Queen E3, King here and Bishop E5 check and then you can resign the game. So I would not recommend this. I would say कि भाई Rook A1 या फिर King E2 खेल दो। Carlsen गेम प्लीज भाई, Carlsen गेम देखते हैं भाई। Oh, that's a nice move by Carlsen यार। Rook H1, जैसे किंग आएगा तो धक्का लगा देंगे भाई कुत्तों की तरह। So that kind of limits black's options and now I think it should be a draw. Carlsen ने बहुत बढ़िया खेला है। He kept it like बिशप से सारे पॉन रोक दिए, यहां से कुछ रुक गया, किंग को यहां से रोक दिया and king cannot come to h3. So there are still tries like Queen E2 खेल सकते हो, then King G4 you can try for a win, but mostly it should be a draw now. 40 मूव हो गए, अब क्या होगा? अब वो पिलो फाइट करेंगे सूरज भाई। Effect on VD rating, I think not much. I think कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा उस पे। He'll still be world number 18 unless Karakin has won, which he has not, I think. Yeah, he drew. धक्का लगा देंगे कुत्तों की तरह। अरे sorry भाई। When is Ishan's next OTB game? I am not sure भाई। Draw will be good for Anish and it might be good for VD, so I think Anish will fight. He might fight Stanley. I agree with that. Pillow fight, damn, I would love to see that in a chess game. Anisha, that's how I feel how they should solve tie breaks, because Armageddon is kind of biased. Let them go for a pillow fight and let's see who wins. Why VD went for draw? Because he was worse, he was a pawn down. Did you see yesterday Vidit's post game interview? I did not see that भाई। पिलो फाइट में तो अरे प्रगु हार जाएगा भाई। अरे प्रगु को हम बच्चों से खिलाएंगे ना यार। ही विल बी इन द चिल्ड्रन सेक्शन, जैसे मतलब वो स्विमिंग पूल होता है ना बच्चों के लिए, वैसे उसको अलग से खिलाएंगे। Petition to replace world championship with a chess boxing match. भाई चेस बॉक्सिंग में who would win chat? क्या लगता है? If you have these 14 players, who do you think would win in chess boxing? What do you think? Like we have Carlsen, Karyakin, Jordan, Vidit, Esipenko, Mamidyarov, Duda, Shankland, Rapport, Caruana, Giri and Dubov and Pragg and Grandelius. नेपो यहाँ पे है नहीं यार। डूडा तो मुश्किल है। हिकारू वर्सेस एरिक रोजन, अरे वो मस्त गेम था यार। Now will you please resign, Eric? Please be kind. मोहम्मद यारूफ के काफी सारे वो हैं। I don't like where this conversation is going. Okay, so I can see मोहम्मद यारूफ पे बहुत सारे वो हैं, मैग्नस या मोहम्मद यारूफ। So and what happens if it's a pillow fight? So okay, chess boxing में let's say मोहम्मद यारूफ या फिर कार्लसन, ठीक है, it's a tie. But अब पिल्लो फाइट में कौन जीतेगा? पिल्लो फाइट में कौन जीतेगा? पिल्लो फाइट में by the way, let's go to Carlsen's game once. Yeah, this should be a draw. प्रगु का कम चांस है यार. आई अंडरस्टैंड सिचुएशन. ओके प्रगु डूडा मेक अ पोल. अरे यार पोल नहीं करना इस पे. कोई आगे कहेगा भाई कितना बेशरम लौंडा है भाई, पिल्लो फाइट करवा रहा है वो हमारे टॉप प्लेयर से. मैग्नस, प्रगु, जॉर्डन, साहिल टिक्कू, परम मकसूदलू कहाँ से आ गया भाई. डूबो. Okay, I do think pillow fight में I think the agile people might win. So I think I don't know, Carlsen might be the favorite there as well. हर जगह Carlsen ही favorite है भाई. Big challenge for VD will do that. True. So let's go to the VD game. Was a draw, chat. It was a draw. Carlsen will also end in a draw, I feel. So we come to the Duda game now. Let's check it out. I think White is winning there. Mamidaro is winning. And now we come to Pragg. पिल्लो फाइट. पिल्लो कौन समय मतलब मैग्नस वॉन्ट प्ले. ही विल बी लाइक व्हाट डू यू वांट मी टू डू. व्हाट डू यू वांट मी टू डू. नाइस भाई. वो वीडियो के इंटरव्यू कितना ऑकवर्ड था यार. वन ऑफ द मोस्ट ऑकवर्ड इंटरव्यूज एवर. लाइक मॉरिस हैंडल्ड इट रियली वेल बट क्वेश्चंस थोड़े अजीब थे. या सो कार्लसन हैज ड्रॉन, चैट. कार्लसन हैज आल्सो ड्रॉन. That means we have had 5 draws in the master section. That's like, okay, not surprising to be honest. So with that, 5 draws. So that means Vidit maintains his top lead, sole lead. And now it's all about whether Pragg can win. So let's check it out. Attendance lagao. Year 1 bhai. Do all the best. Check his physical training video. Okay, I've not seen that one. Man, this Carlsen guy is good at everything. Exactly. Nehal is not playing this. प्रज्ञू क्या कर रहा है भाई. बहुत सोच रहा है प्रज्ञू. What if 40 moves are not completed in time? Then one guy loses. One guy loses. वो घर जाएंगे खाली हाथ और वो लोग मुंबई नहीं आ सकते. If Magnus won, it would be shared lead, right? Yes, shared lead होती फिर. What would be preparation for VD against AG? Lot of content, I think, because we need at least 5 videos. If AG or VD are watching, please, we need some content right now. Some tweet, something. Just imagine after every move you slap your opponent. But this is chess here. I don't know what chess you are playing. I don't like that chess. But I'm not able to find win. I mean, this is complicated, man. This is complicated. He has all time in the world. 40 मूव हो चुके हैं तो पूरा कैलकुलेट कर रहा है भाई. इज मेकिंग श्योर कि कोई ब्लंडर ना मार दे भाई विनिंग पोजीशन में. Why are you continuously answering Anisha? Because she has a good sense of humor, अमोल भाई. और आप तो सिर्फ पता नहीं वो कमेंट क्या था. Jesse Shak Duda. What is Shak Duda? Duda lost, really? Oh, Shak Duda. Okay, I'm like, what the hell is Shak Duda? Oh, so Mami Taraf has one chat. That means कि भाई ये वाला खत्म हो चुका है गेम. And that means कि भाई चलो भाई अब एक विन तो आई. तो Shaq has won. So Shaq is given his opponent the final Shaq. And we are going to focus on Pragg's game now. Oh, ये क्या हो गया भाई. ये क्या हो गया. Twitch क्यों खुल गया भाई. प्रज्ञू यार. प्रज्ञू की तो सही नाम है. Is Nehal playing any tournament? Not right now. Not right now. VD is sole leader again. Yes, VD is a sole leader. VD Indians ने पर्सन कह रहा है VD Indians ने किया होगा पिल्लो फाइट. ये कर सकते हैं. we can have a petition to have like a pillow fight between Anish and Vidit. दोनों बिल्कुल like similar है physically built, so nobody will have an edge. I think that's definitely fair. Shankland drew against Rapport भाई. So समय game. I think I'm sure जब इंडियन क्रिकेट का कमेंट्री चल रही होगी ना, लाइक शाशा बोले लाइक सो वी हैव टू टेक सम व्यूअर कॉल्स नाउ. हेलो, कौन बोल रहे हैं आप, कहाँ से हैं? मैं बोल रहा हूँ, क्या नाम था इनका? मैं बोल रहा हूँ विश्वास साई बैंगलोर से. मुझे पूछना था समय रैना का क्या हुआ. कोई ना कोई तो पक्का ये होगा जो करेगा क्रिकेट की कमेंट्री है, पक्का गारंटेड. रिफ्रेश कर दो भाई. रिफ्रेश दे भाई. एवरीथिंग इज रिफ्रेश्ड. Can Forrest win today? He will also reach 3.7. No, Forrest is already drawn by. He's already drawn against Carlsen. VD game draw, okay, bhai. VD game draw. Do you think it's fair to invite Magnus tournament which is for candidates? I don't think so. I think it's kind of unfair to do that. So yeah, let's say. But yeah, I don't decide it, so that's the issue. Why did Vidit allow the pawn sacrifice? Because he loves the movie Pawn Sacrifice and he's like, मैं भी करूँगा. Simp. हल पार्टी जी पहली बार देख रहा हूँ आपको. आई डोंट नो आपकी डिक्शनरी में एक ही वर्ड है क्या? भाई प्रभु विन करना है आजकल, उसके साथ बुरा हुआ. भाई जीतेगा, पक्का जीतेगा भाई. 18.8 किलो के साथ पिटिशन यहाँ बोर्ड के लिए 1 लाख पर लोगों ने किया था पिटिशन, घंटा कुछ हुआ. भाई बोर्ड की ऑडियंस में कितनी है, कितने लोग पेपर देते हैं एक साल में? इन्फिनिट. उसमें 1 लाख क्या होता है भाई? कैन वीडी क्वालिफाई कैंडिडेट्स? यस ही कैन. हैशटैग मामा. So, Pragg is thinking too much. Come on, Pragg, bhai. Thoda fast. By the way, Pragg is still wearing his mask. Let me show you. Yeah, he's wearing his mask. भगवान करे मुझे कोविड ना हो भाई. अरे यार, बड़ी स्ट्रेस हो गई यार, स्ट्रेस. Checking leeches if there is time for Praggu Kutti. यार Anirudh, I know Kutti means I think bhai or something in I think Telugu or something, but in Hindi it means something else. So most people might not get it, and it might feel like a abuse. Pragg टेबल पर आ गया. हाँ, टेबल पर ही है भाई. Who is stronger, Nodibek or Esipenko? I think Esipenko. यहाँ पे I think the thing is Queen H4 and Queen E1 is the threat. So I feel you have to either play King E2 and get out of the check, or you have to play Rook A1 ताकि तुम रुक को यहाँ पे Queen E1 prevent कर सको. Basically that's the idea. Kutti story with Ashwin is correct. King E4. Acha, okay. So you want to play King to E4. Okay. So I will definitely upgrade the King with the powers of the Knight. Let me do that. Praggu. Kutti means small in Tamil. Small. Okay, my bad. Magnus draw. हाँ भाई, सबकी कीमत बची है, सिर्फ Pragg की बची है. सिर्फ Pragg की बची है भाई. Come on, Pragg, थोड़ा फास्ट. Pragg is राइम बन गया ये तो. काफी क्रास हो गया ये गैल्स. अच्छे. काशे आहा टिकू सर. मौजा मा शशांक भाई, मौजा मा. अब मुझे पता है तुम मराठी बोल रहे हो, मैं गुजराती, बट एनीवेज. F6 working or not? भाई F6 क्या? Surya Ganguly has drawn. By the way, Surya Ganguly has drawn his game. This is the final position. They have drawn his game. Arjun has won his game. Vidit has drawn his game. Carlsen has drawn his game. Anish has drawn his game. Only Mamidorov won. And we have Pragg who's playing right now. कुत्ती स्टोरी स्ट्रॉन्ग अच्छा है, कभी सुना नहीं है मैंने. Pragg wants आधार कार्ड कैम. Knight F6 कैसे काम करेगा यार? Isn't it a free knight? I mean, can't I just take this Queen F6? What's the issue? Free piece. I don't see the issue here. The knight is required to control these squares. Thanks for Meet भाई. आज का स्कोर देखो भाई, आज का स्कोर देखो यार. पहले मैं चैलेंज का स्कोर देख लेता हूँ. सो Morozin drew and Zujiner won. So Morozin drew. Oh, Zujiner won. Okay. Zujiner won and Morozin drew. So these are the pairings, chat. The standings for today so far. ये सब है. Yeah, so these are the standings. Results, sorry. So Shankland drew against Rapport, Carlsen drew against Jordan, Kraken drew against Anish, Vidit drew against Esipenko, Caruana drew against Dubov, Shak won against Duda, and Arjun against Rowan, Daniel and Surya drew, Lucas Bajar drew, and so on. So almost all the results ready. We have one game remaining in each. This is the most important one, जो Pragg वाली है. That's what we are waiting for. Rook E1 played Pragg. By the way, Rook E1 has been played, so Pragg plays the good move there. Yeah, Zujiner won. Nice. Do you know like her play, bhai? Like what is why? Or only because she's a female player? I think because Shuvalova bhi hai. She's another female player there, and she's actually I think stronger than Zujiner. If I'm not mistaken, let me check that. Zujiner is 2478 and Shuvalova is 2516. Yes, she's stronger. Firuza blundered, okay, by not playing kya? It was Marathi, but you replied correctly, okay. Then it's fine. Is Drew's first win? Oh, nice. I think it's kind of good, yeah, because कोई अगर female play जीत जाए तो मजा आ जाएगा. Next time you can see her play in the Masters, but it's of course very difficult. What chances Magnus reaching candidates? Minus 50-50. No, because they're in open section, so I feel happy when they win. Yeah, I mean, I understand totally. Queen b6 played in Queen b6, but can't I just take the queen by Queen b6 play? Queen b6 I just take with the bishop. आनंद ब्लंडर, फ्रीजर ब्लंडर, समय ब्लंडर, बढ़िया है भाई. सब ब्लंडर कर रहे हैं लाइफ में. बस तुम ही खुश हो भाई. एनीवेज भाई, कम ऑन भाई, कुछ तो हो. साहिल तू गुजराती है? नहीं यार, मैं कश्मीरी हूं. Is Anish still at the bottom of the table? I think so. Tikku blunder A. Okay. Samay ticking so read in master section. I mean, I can totally imagine him doing this someday if he really wants to. I mean, he has the resources. बस टाइम उसके पास होना चाहिए उसके लिए. लाइफ ही ब्लंडर है मेरा तो. अरे वाह वाह वाह. वाह, क्या ही कोट है भाई. भाई भूख लगी है, समोसा भेज दो ना. रुको भाई, समोसा ही भेजता है यार भाई. तुम बोल रहे हो तो क्या करें यार. समोसा भेजना बहुत जरूरी है. समोसे के बिना हम, ये लो भाई, ले लो, एंजॉय. तुम बोलो हम समोसा ना भेजे, ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है. अनीश ड्रू भाई, अनीश ड्रू. नेक्स्ट वीडियो से जी. यस नेक्स्ट वीडियो से जी, बट इस डे आफ्टर. कल रेस्ट डे है. टिक्कू ब्लंडर इम्यूनिटी टू माइक्रोन. अरे भाई, प्लेइंग टीटी कब है यार. टीटी आज है. ओ, आज टाइटल ट्यूसडे है. आई फॉरगॉट यार. नहीं यार, एक्चुअली डैड कोविड टेस्ट पॉजिटिव हुआ ना, सो एंड मेरे को थोड़ा सा लग रहा है गड़बड़, तो मे बी आई शुड नॉट प्ले टुडे. किंग एच पिकिंग अप द रुक. किंग एच 6 व्हाट. नाइट एच 6 क्या, बट आई कैन टेक विद द रुक. या दैट्स द इशू. दैट्स अ फ्री नाइट. डूडा तो जीत रहा था, क्या हो गया अचानक भाई. कुछ नहीं, उसको याद आ गई मम्मी की यार. रो पड़ा बोल पे बेचारा. हाउ मेनी राउंड्स इज दिस टूर्नामेंट? 13 राउंड्स इन टोटल. पकौड़ा नहीं है, समोसा यार वो. बीडी स्टिल सोलिडर. यस, ही स्टिल सोलिडर. भाई मेरे साथ गेम अभी तक नहीं खेला. रिडीम करे, 20 साल पहले किया था. यार मैं 20 साल की मेमोरी याद नहीं रखता यार लक्ष्य भाई. इतना मैं एफर्ट डालता नहीं हूं. सो does one have to choose only GMs as a second, or even a BM can be chosen? Anybody can be chosen, Dipesh bhai, but of course as a BM you might not have much use as a second, so that's the issue. एक BM क्या ही opening बता देगा. I mean, if you second, let's say Carlsen, तुम क्या help कर सकते हो उसकी? It's almost impossible. 20 के channel points क्या, खेलूंगा भाई. पहले मेरे को थोड़ा सा वो सॉल्व करने दो. Discord में भी याद लाना. So Anish has a chance to come up. Yes, of course, he always has a chance to come up. Will you go by second? Not really. Looks like Arjun is going to be Indian number 1 in juniors soon and top of the world's list in very near future. Totally possible, Naveen. It's definitely possible right now, although Vidit is the one. Dash. ये लो super chat. Thank you, Rickle Fox. Pragg कब खेलेगा बैंस के साथ? जब Pragg will be a big boy. फिलहाल के लिए भाई, I think it's he is winning this game, so that's a good start. We can show him how not to play. Exactly. My crush ignored me last week. I spoke to her 2 hours today. Anirudh, once if you are ignored, you're most likely going to be ignored again. 19k subs coming soon. Thanks a lot, bye. What is the result of Arjun game? Arjun won his game. Arjun, okay. Ian can be manager, hype man like Magnus. Yeah, but I mean, if you're world champion, तो क्या hype बना लोगे तुम? बर्बाद होने के बहुत रास्ते हैं और मैंने सारे कर रखे हैं. अरे भाई धनंजय, बहुत बढ़िया. क्या ही कोट, क्या ही धमाकेदार कोट. Nehal will be number 1 player of India, probably top 5 in the world. Let's hope so, शशांक भाई. Let's hope so. फिलहाल के लिए चल क्यों नहीं रहे मुझे पता नहीं है यार. I have no clue. मैं तो दिल से थैंक यू अश्विनी. King e to the 95. Yeah, I mean the idea is to simply defend the king and ताकि यहाँ पे आए तो हम कोई check दे पाए rook 8 पे. Right now the queen controls 8. So right now if queen h4, let's say queen h4, I can just play king e2 and there is no queen e1 check now. So I think it is winning for white. Probably you have to trade rooks now. What else can you do? And the knight is an excellent defensive piece. Even if black wins this pawn, let's say mark queen g3, queen g2, you can just play knight f2 and it's not easy for black to attack anymore. The knight is a great defensive piece, controls many squares. इतना ई लोग को black को जीतने पर I think he will gain like probably 6 yellow or something, 6-7. ग्रेंडिस आराम से पानी पी रहा है, जब उसको रिजाइन करना चाहिए. आई होप सो कर दे भाई जल्दी से. थैंक यू फॉर लाइकिंग माय कोट भाई. ओनली यू अंडरस्टैंड माय पोएटिक एबिलिटीज. अरे कॉज भाई. समय कैन, यस समय कैन प्ले टाइटल्स इफ यू वांट्स टू. Vidit game. Okay, so Vidit game was a draw chat. मेरा एक्सपीरियंस अनिरुद्ध जैसा ही है. अरे अरे थक गया यार मैं आज, पता नहीं क्या है. सब वीडी का गेम है, रिव्यू कर रहे हैं. इवन जीएम हिकारू. I am not sure exactly. I mean, it did feel like it was complicated. But I do want to also watch Pragg's game. So yeah. Magnus Carlsen had hype man during WCC. Magnus bastard. Yeah, he was a guy. I would love to be Anish's hype woman. So what would you do to develop his hype? What can you do basically? Like, what would be your marketing strategy? Rest tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow rest day. अच्छा यार, मुझे rest मिल जाएगा. I would get to know कोई COVID positive है कि नहीं. So I'll get to know tomorrow. आज को ना. Carlsen game. Carlsen drew his game chat. Carlsen has drawn his game indeed. बहुत ही crazy position थी. And now it's only Pragg's game which is remaining. जीत रहा है लौंडा, बट लंबी चलनी है. What other sport would you prefer to commentate if not chess? Pillow fight would be fun, I guess. Pillow fight would be really fun. मतलब और इसने दे इधर के मार दिया पिल्लो, और इसकी यहाँ पे लग गई है, वो ऊपर नीचे गिर चुका है, और ये मुंह पे पिल्लो दे. Would be lot of fun to commentate. भाई मन बहुत करता है कि आपको बहुत ज़्यादा सुपर चैट करूं, बट नहीं कर सकता. आई वांट टू नो, आई लव सीइंग यू एंड कीप डूइंग दिस. क्या ही कर सकते. अरे नहीं भाई, इट्स नॉट एनीथिंग, इट्स नॉट कंपल्सरी. थैंक्स फॉर द काइंड वर्ड्स, मीन्स अ लॉट भाई. एंड थैंक्स अ लॉट, मीन्स अ लॉट भाई. अनीशा रॉय वुड बी वेरी फिटिंग विद दैट नेम ऑफ योर्स. ओके, कुछ स्ट्रैटेजी बताई क्या अनीशा ने? अभी कुछ, आई एम नॉट सीइंग एनी स्ट्रैटेजी देयर. पिल्लो समय प्लेइंग विनर्स स्टेज टूर्नामेंट टुमारो. स्ट्रीम करोगे क्या भाई? I can do it, but I won't have the video. I think people prefer to watch Samay, so I might not do it, chat, because Saga will stream on his channel. Samay तो stream कर नहीं रहा, of course, he stopped streaming, so I think 7 India की stream पे होगा. So it does not make sense कि मैं बिना वीडियो के stream करूँ. So let's see भाई, कुछ बनता है तो करेंगे. This game would go on for a long time. Why don't you play Tile Tuesday? Because I'm actually feeling tired today, Kinkish. I think it's because either I actually have COVID, or it's the psychological effect of knowing that I might have COVID, which is kind of, playing on my mind. So either way, I'm feeling very tired. That's why playing Tile Tuesday is kind of useless today. I am still not seeing any strategies, guys. Let's say you were the manager of some top chess player. How would you develop any hype? Like, question to everyone. Why is white winning here? Because the king is very safe, of course. Let me refresh this if they've played any new moves. Yeah, so queen h4 will be played, and now if queen h4, then king e2, and somehow white has this strong protected pass pawn. He will of course play rook e8 at some point, and the king is just very weak. With throwing chair, huge controversy. किसके ऊपर हर्ष भाई? Make Magnus tweet about him. कितनी बार लिखना पड़ेगा? उफ. Make Magnus, but how will you make Magnus tweet about Anish? It's not in your hands. Unfortunately, he's not Leonardo DiCaprio. Unfortunately, hypnotize your opponent to win. Nice, yeah, nice. Typical strategies which will never work. Really throwing water on his. I have my womanly ways. Okay. No comments there. Pay Magnus to tweet. कितना पे करोगे Magnus को भाई? वर्ल्ड चैंपियन के ट्वीट चाहिए आपको कितना पे करोगे? Can you show Anish game from starting once if possible now? Yes, it was a very long game, by the way. I must tell you it was a very long game, and रटना मुश्किल है, पर ध्यान से hold on to your seat belts. So we had a Grunfeld, of course, and after knight c3, bc3, bishop g7, knight f3, c5, bishop e3, queen a5, knight to d2, castles, knight b3, queen c3, bishop d2, and we repeated moves like this. A very theoretical game, very deep game, and it took a long while to finish. So yeah. Very long game. Yes, I talked to Samay yesterday, yaar. He left streaming. Samay Insta story. Yeah, I told you, man. Story डाली क्या उसने? Let me check. Because he told me yesterday कि यार he's kind of tired of streaming and it's not working, so he is going to leave streaming now. So not sure if that's true, but regardless. Yeah, Samay left streaming, chat. He has left streaming. He told me yesterday, मैं प्रज्ञानंदा का मैं नेम प्रभु रखूं दूंगा, उससे हाइप बना के रखे. वो तो awesome है भाई. Which is to talk to his enemies, exes and blackmail till he writes something. Oh my god. इतने खतरनाक ways. I wonder who Carlsen's enemies are though. Sarcasm. Why does Tata Steel sponsored main chess not happening in India? Because this has been happening for a long while in the Netherlands, and this is a tradition now there. एक चेस बोर्ड सेंड कर दो ना भाई. कैसे सेंड करूं? पैकेजिंग मतलब बताओ किस तरह का चाहिए यार. डिजिटी ले लो यार, डिजिटी अच्छा रहेगा मेरे ख्याल से. Capture an island in Antarctica and name it a new country called Shankland to hype Sam Shankland. I am sure कि having a place जहां पे no human can survive is great publicity for Shankland. Some hype about an event. नहीं यार, randomly बात हुई because I called him up for the shirt, yeah, and then he told me कि मैंने पूछा stream क्यों नहीं कर रहे. He's like यार मन नहीं कर रहा stream करने का, so I've kind of left streaming. तो not really any hype. आप भी करो COB with Sagar. Never believe on our supreme leader. Never believe on our supreme leader. अरे यार एक बार लेते मान जाता यार आपकी बात. ये चल क्यों नहीं रहे हैं भाई? क्या प्रॉब्लम है इनको? क्या चाहिए इनको? What do they want? ये टूर्नामेंट अपनी टाटा स्टील है क्या? एग्जैक्टली भाई. मैग्नस विल नेवर रीच 1900. आपका यूजर नेम में कुछ प्रॉब्लम है यार. लगता है आपकी कुछ डी ज्यादा लग गए हैं. मैं तो मन तो 20 सेट्स का भी नहीं करता, फिर भी आ जाता है ना. कहाँ आ जाता है भाई? अब नींद आ रही है भाई. एग्जैक्टली मुझे खुद यार आई एम कुछ टायर्ड. बंद कर दे स्ट्रीम. क्या बोलते हैं चैट? आई थिंक वी कैन अज्यूम प्लग विल विन. वी कैन टाइम ट्रैवल एंड वी कैन अज्यूम प्लग विल विन. आई थिंक बिकॉज इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग. भाई वे तो क्या हो ड्रू भाई. या चची दैट्स व्हाट आई वाज थिंकिंग बिकॉज थोड़ा सा तबियत थोड़ी सी सही नहीं लग रही. वीडी का ड्रॉ हो गया यार. वीडी का ड्रॉ हो गया. चैट इज लाइक नो आई मीन हाउ डेयर यू. नो he has left from streaming permanently. Yeah, for now at least. For now he has left it and he said कि काफी टाइम तक करेगा नहीं. समय posted a video with Tanmay. Okay, interesting. Standings देखेंगे अभी. Do you think World War 3 will happen soon? I hope not भाई. होगी तो पानी के ऊपर होगी जो परमानेंट अटैक कर रहा है अभी. I'll show you the standings for going. I think Pragg will win chat. That's very clear. So let's see the standings once. Standings, yeah. So standings में as you can see VD is on 3 out of 4 sole lead. 2.5 पॉइंट पे है एसिपेंको, कार्लसन एंड ममिद्यारोव एंड रैपोर्ट एंड जॉर्डन. 2 पॉइंट पे है डूडा, कारुआना एंड प्रग होगा. एंड देन 1.5 पे है डूबोव, गिरी, करियाकिन, शैंकलैंड एंड 2 पे प्लग आएगा. एंड ग्रेंडिलिस इज ऑन हाफ अ पॉइंट. सो ग्रेंडिलिस आज भी हारेगा बेचारा. आधे पॉइंट पे रह जाएगा यार. नॉट अ गुड स्टार्ट फॉर ग्रेंडिलियस. So that is the standing stat. Pragg will win for sure. अगर नहीं जीतेगा तो भाई कल आके मैं एक मेंबरशिप दूंगा किसी को. शार्क टैंक देखता हूँ कभी कभी यार. थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग चैट. मजा आया यार. सॉरी अभी एंड करना पड़ रहा है बिकॉज यार कुछ तबियत गड़बड़ लग रही है मुझे. लेट्स सी. कल रेस्ट डे, लकीली थोड़ा गैप मिल जाएगा. सो आई सी यू डे आफ्टर टुमारो. चैट करेंगे परसों फिर से. और परसों इज एजी वर्सेस वीडी. सो बड़ा मजा आएगा यार. बहुत मजा आएगा. सो आई सी यू डे आफ्टर. बाय बाय चैट. अपना सेंस ऑफ ह्यूमर टॉप पे रखो. सी यू सून, टेक केयर, कीप स्माइलिंग. बाय चैट, सी यू सून.